Well, Patriots, Durud Patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 101 of Iran Revolution Live with your wonderful and amazing host, Armin Navabi.
And your wonderful and amazing host, Goldie Gamari.
Thank you so much. Armin, how are you doing today?
Oh my god, I'm so apparently they bombed Kharg Island. So many railroads are being bombed. So President Trump has already started. Israelis and Americans have already started. So I'm just basically really trying to figure out what's going on. Even before the deadline, there's a starting Goldie. So I don't know what's going to happen when they reach the deadline because it's already starting. So kind of just trying to figure out what's going on right now. What about you?
I mean, it's difficult. It's difficult to figure out what's going on, but yes, they are. It seems like they're decapitating the Islamic regime, and it seems as if they are making it so that the Islamic regime can't mobilize and the IRGC can't mobilize. And I'm wondering what this 8 p.m. deadline is all about, especially given President Trump's Truth Social message from earlier today, which a lot of people are misinterpreting. I think a lot of people are misinterpreting what President Trump is saying here. So I'm going to read this for you, and I will give you my thoughts on what's happening here. So President Trump is saying a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight one of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. So, when he says a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again, I believe President Trump is referring to the Islamic regime. Now, why do I say that? Because he basically says something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. So he's using the word revolution. And then at the end, he says 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. So when he says a whole civilization will die, you have the Democrats, you have the Panicans, you have the Trump haters, all these other people who just hate President Trump. They're basically saying, oh, President Trump is going to nuke 90 million Iranians, blah, 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 right? But he's literally referring to the Islamic regime because he says at the end, he says 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. So I think Armin, this might be it. And I think the fact that they're going after Kharg, they might have already captured Kharg. They're going after the railroads, right? And the railroads it's basically to prevent IRGC forces from mobilizing. I think what's happening is President Trump and Israel are laying out the final basically the final preparations for what needs to be done to allow the Iranian people to rise up and finally overthrow the regime. And I think President Trump is giving whatever's left of the IRGC until 8 p.m. Eastern to surrender and lay down their arms. That's what I think is happening here. President Trump is saying 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. And then he finishes it off with God bless the great people of Iran. So he's obviously not talking about Iranians. He's not talking about the Iranian people. And I mean, we heard his speech yesterday. We heard him in the Q&A yesterday. This fight is not with Iran and Iranians. It's always been with the Islamic regime. That's how I see this.
I mean, it's hard to see it in any other way, given that he's saying something revolutionary, wonderful could happen, and also he's saying, "God bless the great people of Iran." The word civilization is what's a lot of people have an issue with, because when you mention civilization, it basically in people's minds that includes everything, includes all the people. But again, it's hard to come up with that interpretation given those two other things that you mentioned in the same post. And usually, I mean, the Islamic Republic is not something I refer to as civilization. So that's why some people might think like, okay, but why a whole civilization, right? Because that's the issue some people are having. But you're right regarding that. It does that interpretation doesn't match the other parts of the post.
Yeah. I mean, I think some people are going to get stuck on the semantics because, I mean, I don't see the regime as a civilization. However, there is an argument to be made that the Islamic regime is some sort of weird backwards civilization. It's a way of life that the Islamic regime has imposed, and that like the IRGC civilization, the Islamic civilization, regime civilization, whatever, right? I think that's what he's referring to. He's obviously trolling the Islamic regime. And I think anyone who reads this and thinks that President Trump is referring to 90 million Iranians, they either maybe they don't understand how to interpret President Trump, or they're just looking for an excuse to go after President Trump in one way, shape, or form or another. Because he's clearly referring, like the civilization he's referring to is the one that has been around for 47 years, because he says after 47 years of
Mhm.
extortion, so he says 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. So that's the civilization that he's referring to.
Yeah, I mean, anybody who thinks that there's going to be a genocide on Iranian people, they're obviously retarded.
Okay.
So there's that.
I'm seeing in the live stream, apparently there's a new post from King Reza Pahlavi. Apparently, let's check that out.
Whenever you go, do you want? I have some really interesting propaganda from the Islamic Republic, like some that is kind of funny. But if you ever need to boost the mood,
Okay, let's go to this message from King Reza Pahlavi first.
yeah, of course.
Okay. Okay, you know what? Before I play it, let me read the English version here. To the armed forces of Iran, you are the heirs to the legacy of the patriotic and honorable commanders of this land. From Aryo Barzan's Bahrain Chobin and Surena to Babak Khorramdin, Yaqub Laith and Maziar to Jahanbani, Khosrodad, and Rahimi. How can you remain silent and inactive in the face of the brazen presence and boasts of foreign agents and criminals affiliated with the Islamic Republic in the streets of Iran, from Hashd al-Shabi and Hezbollah of Lebanon to Afghan and Pakistani terrorists? Before your very eyes, the Islamic Republic and its terrorist repressive IRGC have slaughtered tens of thousands of the purest and bravest sons and daughters of this country, and each day send more to their deaths. These occupiers of Iran's soil, driven by a destructive and apocalyptic madness, have brought the country to the brink of ruin. How have you closed your eyes to these realities and withdrawn from your duty to defend the nation and the people? How will history and future generations of Iran judge you? Remember your national and patriotic oath and commitment. Step forward. Defend the honor and credibility of Iran's national army against the Islamic Republic and its foreign mercenaries. And to you, the great nation of Iran, with a loud voice, demand that the army fulfill its national role. Call on them to carry out their duty to the homeland and the people. Before it is too late, stand together with the nation and save Iran. Long live Iran, Reza Pahlavi. Okay. All right, Armin, let's play this.
خطاب به ارتشیان ایران. شما میراثدار سرداران میهن‌پرست و خوشنام این سرزمینید. از آریوبرزن و بهرام چوبین و سورنا تا بابک خرمدین و یعقوب لیث و مازیار تا جهانبانی و خسروداد و رحیمی. چگونه میتوانید در برابر جولان و رجزخوانی عوامل بیگانه و جنایتکار وابسته به جمهوری اسلامی در خیابانهای ایران، از هشت شعبی و حزب الله لبنان تا تروریست‌های افغانی و پاکستانی، سکوت و بیعملی پیشه کنید؟ جمهوری اسلامی و سپاه تروریستی و سرکوبگرش در برابر دیدگانتان ده‌ها هزار تن از پاکترین و شجاعترین فرزندان این کشور را سلاخی کردند و هر روز شماری دیگر را به کام مرگ می‌فرستند. این اشغالگران خاک ایران با جنون ویرانگر و آخرالزمانی کشور را در آستانه نابودی قرار داده‌اند. چگونه چشم بر این واقعیت‌ها بسته اید و از ایفای نقش در دفاع از ملک و ملت کناره گرفته اید؟ تاریخ و نسل‌های آینده ایران چگونه درباره شما داوری خواهند کرد؟ پیمان و تعهد ملی و میهنی خود را به یاد آورید. به میدان بیایید. از شرافت و اعتبار ارتش ملی ایران در برابر جمهوری اسلامی و مزدوران بیگانه اش دفاع کنید. و خطاب به شما ملت بزرگ ایران، با صدای رسا خواستار ایفای نقش ملی ارتش شوید. از آنها بخواهید به وظیفه خود در قبال میهن و ملت عمل کنند تا بیش از این دیر نشده در کنار ملت بایستند و ایران را نجات دهند. پاینده ایران.
It's such a shame that the Artesh still has not done what people wanted them to do by now.
We know that many have defected, but yeah, things are definitely heating up. Did you want to talk a little bit about what's happening on Kharg Island?
Yep, let's do that. I just, given what Princess Pahlavi just said, before I do that, I just also want to show, this is Amir Hatami, the lead here. If you look at, let me actually bring this down. So this is the army. These are the leaders of the Artesh. I mean, the problem is that this is not who we are calling upon, because the leaders of the Artesh have been all replaced with the IRGC connected people. So Amir Hatami, for example, is the leader of the Artesh, and you can't rely on this man at all. Uh, he recently came out and said that if anybody, let me actually translate this. Yeah, actually, let's go here. Maybe this one. Here's a video. So Amir Hatami, the commander-in-chief of the Islamic Republic of Iran's army, threatened the armies of regional countries during a video conference with with commanders on Tuesday, this is April 2nd, and said the shadow of war must be lifted from our country and security must be established for all. It cannot let that some places be secure while our people are not. So basically, he says like we will continue to attack these other Arab countries and other countries in the region. He also mentioned that if there is a ground attack by the Americans on the Islamic Republic, not a single one of them has to remain alive. So Amir Hatami, on just a few, like he said, he ordered the operational headquarters to prepare to counter the enemy's ground operation, and in the event of their occurrence, to ensure that not a single person escapes with their life. So unfortunately, these are the leaders of the Artesh. But again, we also want to point out that the Americans and Israelis have spared them so far. So if you look at this, if this block is the IRGC, you can see so many skeletons here, meaning that so many people have been targeted and killed by the Americans and Israelis. And you can see that the main armed leaders of the armed forces, most of them are dead as well. But you can see the army has been untouched. And this is not because they can't reach them. It's actually very easy to reach the army leaders. This is the Americans and Israelis are still giving the army, the Artesh, a chance to defect by signaling them that we're basically not killing you. So, but so far nothing has happened. So let's go to Kharg Island, as Goldie mentioned. I think this is a good video to share. This is from the IDF. Well, actually, that's not the Kharg Island. This is the video I have from Russia. I'll go to that one next. But this is from Fox. This is the video I have for here. Let me play this.
Iranian state media says that explosions were just reported on Iran's Kharg Island. This is where 90% of Iran's oil exports are processed. We have not yet confirmed this with Israeli or American sources, but again, Iranian state media says that explosions were just reported on Iran's Kharg Island. Iranian state.
So I heard on Iran International that the targets were only military, and they haven't touched the oil infrastructure. Even though there's been massive attacks on Kharg Island, they still haven't touched the oil infrastructure. Which, Goldie, this goes back to maybe what you were suggesting. Maybe why are they attacking the military infrastructure of Kharg Island? Are they planning to take over? Because if they were planning to just hit them without taking over, they would not by now hit the oil infrastructure by now. What do you think?
100%. I saw someone post, like one of the OSINT accounts posted something similar, and I think they said like over 50 military targets have been striked and attacked in Kharg Island, but not a single one has anything to do with the oil production or facilities. So yeah, like this, like I don't think that President Trump is going to go in and just destroy like the oil infrastructure economy. That's not what President Trump is interested in, because ultimately, if you know the oil producing capability of Iran is ruined, that's going to have a huge impact on the global economy. So he's not going to do that, I don't believe. Instead, he is going after the military. Basically, he's destroying the IRGC, and like I believe. I mean, again, I could be wrong, but I think that they're doing this in order to lay the groundwork to go in and capture Kharg Island, and put an economic chokehold.
Yeah, because I can't imagine why you would do that unless you're planning for a takeover. Like, why would you hit the military infrastructure in Kharg Island and then just do nothing after? Like, what would that achieve? It wouldn't achieve anything. Like, it just really looks like laying the foundations for a takeover of the island.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I see it 100%. I don't see it any other way.
Interesting. Okay. We'll see, I guess. And then we also saw the IDF. They reported that they struck 8 bridge segments utilized by the Iranian terror regime for transporting weapons and military equipment. The IDF struck 8 bridge segments, and guys, this is all before the deadline, so we don't know what's going to happen when the deadline reaches. So 8 bridge segments in several areas, including Tehran, Karaj, Tabriz, Kashan, and Qom. Prior to the strike, several steps were taken to mitigate harm to civilians. So you guys, even now, they're like trying to reduce civilian casualties. So let's watch this video. No, there's no audio, guys. So it's just a video regarding the places that they targeted. These are the bridges. Yeah. And guys, remember, the IDF has a lot of experience when it comes to trying to reduce civilian casualties when they are doing their military operations. The IDF is the most moral army in the world. And we got a super chat saying, stay strong, don't be discouraged, things are moving fast. Yes, things are moving fast, which makes me kind of confused for why so many people are so impatient, because this is and thank you for your super chat, because this is, I've been following, military operations, like from a political perspective ever since 9/11, and I've never seen things move this fast. Never seen and then where people are like, oh, this hasn't happened already, that hasn't happened already. This is the fastest that we have ever progressed in a military operation that I've ever experienced in my entire life. And people are like, oh, TikTok, why does it, like, I don't know. I think maybe it's actually might be because of a TikTok generation. I don't know. People have problem with delayed gratification or something, but I don't know.
Here's the post that I saw, which confirms what you were saying. The US struck 50 plus targets on Iran's Kharg Island this morning, including bunkers, radar station, and ammunition storage. Oil infrastructure was not targeted.
Yeah. Interesting. So even after they say that this is going to be an end of a civilization, but guys, be careful with the oil infrastructure. Don't touch the oil infrastructure. doesn't look like the thing that people say was going to happen is happening, right? Like, after such a threat, for you to be like, don't touch the oil. They're gonna need that. Okay, all right.
This is footage from some of the boom booms on Kharg Island. Yeah. So there you go.
Goldie, do you want a mood booster?
Sure. I mean, yeah. I mean, honestly, like my mood is fine. I'm just, there's just so much going on.
Yeah.
And I'm feeling like, I don't know why, I'm feeling nervous, but it's like in a good way. I don't know. Like, I feel like something is happening. I feel like something is happening. And I'm feeling like, I think this is finally it. I think we're getting to that moment, but it's like, we've been waiting for this for 47 years. And I just don't want to, like, we get there and nothing happens. Although I know that's not going to be the case. But I'm just like, and I have like 3 interviews today as well. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, like, I have to go and just, put on like my strong face. So I actually have an interview at 4:30, and then I have one at 5. At 5 o'clock, it's with Fox Business. So if you're able to come back maybe at 4:15, that way I can go do my interview at 4:30 with One American News, and then I have an interview at 5, and then apparently I have another interview at 8 p.m. with Chris Cuomo.
Oh wow, amazing!
Yeah.
Good job. Yeah, it's amazing.
But
It's
8
amazing.
p.m. is also the deadline, so you're gonna have to keep me updated on what this deadline, what happens when I'm in that interview.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah. I mean, guys, I know something is gonna happen. You know, President Trump is a man of his word. And, you know, he did say in his Truth Social post today, 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. It's just, we've been waiting for this for so long. We've been waiting for this for
All our life.
like all our lives, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. All right, let's see the mood booster, Armin.
Okay. So you're gonna wonder where I find these things,
Oh my
Goldie.
gosh.
The weirdest things come to show up on my feed. Okay. Okay. Wait, hold on.
Maximize it?
Hmm?
Is this maximized? Oh,
No, it's not. You're
okay.
right. Sorry. There we go. Goldie, that last part, that's exactly why I wanted to show this to you. The Shahnameh part. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Honestly, I cannot wait until their whole jihadi civilization dies tonight, in President Trump's words. I cannot wait until their whole jihadi civilization dies tonight. I am so sick of this terrorist jihadi nonsense. It's just
Yeah.
it's so just oh my gosh. It's just insane. Absolutely insane. And then again, they're like culturally appropriating
Appropriately. This is Rustam.
Persian. Yeah, that's ugh.
That's Rustam with Hussein's hat. That is Rustam from our Persian culture with Hussein's hat, which is the Shia Durka culture, holding the Islamic Republic flag. Look at this, guys. This is cultural appropriation. Look at this. This is our book, Shahnameh. That's Ferdowsi. Look at this. Look, that's Shahnameh. That's Ferdowsi. They're stealing our. They're using, guys. This is what they do whenever they need people support. They start using ancient Persian culture, patriotic national symbolism as a way to get support.
It's wild that they're including Ferdowsi because, guys, let me give you a quick quick intro on Ferdowsi. So Ferdowsi is a real person. He lived from 940 to 1025, so about 1,000, just over like 1,000 years ago. He was a Persian poet and author of the Shahnameh. Shahnameh means Book of Kings, which is one of the world's longest epic poems created by a single poet. And he's the greatest epic of Persian-speaking countries. He's celebrated as one of the most influential figures of Persian literature, and he's considered one of the greatest in the history of literature, right? So guys, Ferdowsi is like our Iranian version of Shakespeare. Okay, so you know how Shakespeare is so celebrated and revered? That's basically Ferdowsi for us. He began writing the Shahnameh at the age of 30, and I think it took him like, I don't know, 20 years or something. 944. So yeah, it took him like 20 or 30 years to write it. The thing about the Shahnameh is that he only used the Persian language, and this was during the time when the Arab Muslim invaders had actually they had conquered Persia about 200-300 years ago before that, and they had banned the Persian language. But it was, being spoken underground. Now, Ferdowsi wrote his entire epic, one of the world's longest epic poems. He wrote that in the Persian language. And in doing so, he basically preserved and revived the Persian language. So the Persian language that we speak today is the same as the Persian language that Ferdowsi helped revive. The words are the same, the language, the dialect, everything, right? So even though Ferdowsi wrote his book 1,000 years ago, we can read the Shahnameh because it's the same words, it's the same language, it's the same everything, right? So, like for example, I think if I mean, don't correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think if someone was going to read a text, written by English people 1,000 years ago, I think that would be considered maybe Middle English or something. So the letters would be different, the words would be different or something, but not with Persian. So the Persian language that we speak today is the exact same Persian language that Ferdowsi revived 1,000 years ago. And so for the Islamic regime to take Ferdowsi and make it seem as if he is like some sort of, a supporter of Islam, is absolutely ridiculous and 100% cultural appropriation. That's why we find it very, very offensive, because Ferdowsi has nothing to do with Haydar or Islam or Muhammad or anything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The biggest insult was at the end here, where Rostam wearing the Hussein hat, just basically trying to merge Rostam and Hussein with each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If Goldie, if you ever like want to, not today, but whenever, if you ever want to take a break, if people in the chat want to, I could go over like the meaning of all of this and what they stand for and explain the symbolism of everything. If people want, they also have like there, Goldie. By the way, there's a lot of these. Like this is not just one of them. I have so many of these, and one of them is dedicated to Pete Hexet. If you want to go over that.
Oh my
If you
gosh,
want
where
to
do you
see that.
find these things?
And the Pete Hexet one is in English. Do you want to see that?
Oh my gosh.
The one that,
Sure. Okay.
Okay. All right.
But before we do that, I just want to go to a quick but you find the Pete Hegseth one. Let me just do a
Yeah.
quick news update from CENTCOM. So CENTCOM posted 35 minutes ago. Last night, US forces launched one-way attack drones into Iran during Operation Epic Fury. CENTCOM made history a month ago when it began using low-cost aerial attack drones in combat for the first time. Today, hundreds of US drones are fully integrated into offensive and defensive operations against Iran. These platforms operate in the air, at sea, under the sea, and on the ground in support of our military objectives, said Admiral Brad Cooper, commander of CENTCOM. So they posted this, and then this is interesting. U.S. Marines fire weapons during a deck shoot aboard America-class amphibious assault ship USS Tripoli in the Arabian Sea, April 2. Are they signaling something here, Armin? The fact that CENTCOM posted this 2 hours ago, this post about the U.S. Marines, having like a shooting practice or something in the Arabian Sea on the USS Tripoli. And this is April 2. So they're posting this, and this was 5 days ago. So USS Tripoli was there, and now, all right, I have like a troll in my chat. Let me just get rid of the troll. These people are so weird. Let me just block them. All right, there we go. So Armin, to me, this is a signal. Like, why would CENTCOM post this today, talking about the Marines? And this is, hours before President Trump's deadline. Meanwhile, they're already booming Kharg Island.
Yeah, that's very interesting. They might be signaling their readiness to go and take over, especially because they're usually sensitive about posting any pictures on deck because they could easily be geolocated. They usually are. They're only posted when they have a there's a very good significant like reason for it. Like they don't just show it willy-nilly. I remember somebody was on one of these decks, and basically was posting a video of him exercising, and then he got punished because it was it was geolocated. So whenever they post it themselves, they are it's very intentional.
Okay, the person who's saying OPSEC, guys, CENTCOM posted this. What OPSEC are you talking about? I'm sharing a post from U.S. Central Command. How is this OPSEC? U.S. Central Command posted this, so they want us to know about it. U.S. Marines fire weapons during a deck shoot aboard America-class amphibious assault ship USS Tripoli in the Arabian Sea, April 2. There's a reason that they're posting this now. Oh, you were agreeing with Armin. Okay, right. I see. Sorry. That makes sense. Yeah. So, I think this is a signal. I think this is a message. The only thing is that if this was supposed to like if this was supposed to give the Islamic regime a heads up, maybe
last threat to negotiate, last chance.
I think this means maybe they're already there and they've captured it.
I mean, there would be satellite images and local reporting that would have made it easy to know that immediately.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to hide that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, when
maybe.
Well, I just, I always think about like, when the United States went after Fordo and Natanz back in the summer, and they destroyed 3 of IRGC's nuclear facilities.
Right.
We didn't know about it. No one knew about it until President Trump announced it on Truth Social.
How much after they attacked?
Well, we didn't know until President Trump posted about the attack on Truth Social. So they attacked. No one knew anything until President Trump said on Truth Social that they've destroyed the nuclear facilities or attacked the nuclear facilities. So I'm just saying, I don't know. Yeah, it's the fog of war. It's hard to tell. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we need to talk about the human chain shields as well.
So stupid.
I actually saw some really disturbing images. Maybe I should bring those up.
Yeah, let's talk about the human chains.
Okay, because I saw children.
Yeah. So remember, guys, last night, right before we ended the official Iran Revolution live stream, before Armin left, I shared the video of how the IRGC, Islamic Regime State TV, is now telling people to go out with their children and form human chains. So I mean, I honestly don't feel bad for those people because those people are part of the Islamic regime. Like those are not normal, regular Iranians, right? Those are people who are, like the children and the wives of people who are part of the Islamic regime or loyal to them, right? These are the same people. These are the same people who murder Iranians and cheer the murder of Iranians.
Yeah, we only feel bad for the children, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at this, Goldie. This is disgusting. Not only they're bringing their children as human shield, they're making the sign saying "Tan Fadoya Vatan," basically saying, "But my body can be sacrificed for the country." Yeah. So, but like she didn't make this choice. You made this choice for her. Tan Fadoya Vatan, like sacrifice your own body. Why are you sacrificing your child's body? They're saying that they're willing to, and also think about, guys. Think about what this means. The only way that this could work is that if your enemy cares about this child. Like this is an admission that my enemy cares about this child more than I care for my child. That's the only way this would work. You're saying that the Americans and Israel, the only way that this human shield works is that for you as a parent to be like, yeah, let my child die. But the Israelis and Americans thinking like, okay, maybe not. Like maybe we don't want to hit here. Like a shield is supposed to protect. And if this shield would only work if your understanding is that the Americans and Israelis don't want to kill children. So you're admitting that they have higher moral standards than you do.
It's a death cult. It's a death cult, and they're using their children as human shields. And, again, guys, think about it. If they're willing to use their own children as human shields, do you think they care or value the life of regular, normal Iranians? No. That's why they've been murdering us and slaughtering us. Remember, these are the same people who murder Iranians. These are the same people who murder Iranians. And now they're doing this to their own children.
Somebody's saying, where is this? This is in Goldi's province. It's Khuzestan. See,
Yeah.
on the top left, it says Khuzestan.
I have another one from like the Ahvaz Bridge,
Okay, sure.
the White Bridge in Ahvaz. Although, what's interesting, Armin, is that the crowd is pretty small, right? Like the crowd is dispersed. And, like Ahvaz is a very populated area. It's not exactly a small, small
Oh, that's
place.
her.
Yeah, that's her. It's vile. It's absolutely vile. But what's interesting is that the crowd of people here is not a very big crowd, right? So these are basically all people who are affiliated with the Islamic regime in one way, shape, or form. And what's really interesting about this, Armin, is that like this is pure propaganda, right? Because these people were out there during the day. The deadline is 8 p.m., which is what's 8 p.m.
Local time?
To Iran time? Yeah. So that's 3:30. So the deadline of 8 p.m. Eastern that President Trump gave, that is 3:30 a.m. Eastern. Does the regime actually want us to believe
AM?
that these people are going to be standing here 24 hours, 24/7, right? Like, do you actually like? Does anyone think that this crowd is actually going to be there at like 3:30 a.m. Iran time? Like this is, to me, this just looks like pure propaganda. This is so basically, it's like this is basically propaganda meant to go after the United States, and basically they're going to use this so that if something happens and something is destroyed, they can just claim random civilian deaths or something again.
Just remember, guys, if they do take the attacks and you see the civilian casualties, based on everything we're saying, the only people you could blame is the Islamic Republic. Like if any of these children die and if the attacks happen, then the Americans did not kill them, the Israelis did not kill them, the Islamic Republic killed these children. Yeah.
And again, these are not normal Iranians. These people are all affiliated with the IRGC. So, aside from, having sympathy for the children, because the children have no say in whether or not they're there, I have absolutely zero sympathy for these people. Because these people are basically our enemies. These people are our occupiers. And right now, they're here dressed in plain clothes, right? These are basically plain clothed terrorists.
Yeah.
So
and we feel really bad for the children there. You have to take into account that so many more Iranian children will die if the Islamic Republic does not fall. Like there is no good options. What we have to choose is between a bad option and the worst option. So in any military operation, children die. In any and every single one of them is a tragedy. But what you have to know is that you have to pick the option where the least children die. There is no option where no children die. You can only pick the option where the least children die. And the Islamic Republic surviving is not that option.
You also have to remember, Armin, that many people in this crowd are not even Iranian. A lot of them are Iraqi, a lot of them are Afghan, a lot of them are from Pakistan, a lot of them are like, Hezbollah from Lebanon or, wherever, right? And we've shown videos in the last few days of how a lot of like people from Iraq and Afghanistan, especially Iraq and Afghanistan, are coming in, are flooding into Iran to support the Islamic regime. So the vast majority, I would say, of these people in these crowds we're seeing, probably not even Iranian, right? They're supporters of the Islamic regime.
Yeah, I'm sure there are some people within them that are, from Pakistan and Afghanistan and Iraq.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, even if they are Iranian, I'm happy not to call them Iranian because they support the most. Even if they are Iranian, given that they support the most anti-Iranian thing that has ever existed, I'm happy not to call them Iranian anymore.
Yeah, they're not Iranian. They're occupiers. Like, look at this. Ew, should I play the song? The song is really like the
بگو الله اکبر الله اکبر بگو الله اکبر الله اکبر بگو ایران حیدر الله اکبر بگو اول تا آخر الله اکبر به قیام این لشکر الله اکبر الله اکبر الله اکبر الله اکبر الله اکبر بگو به دشمنان ایران جان 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 این خاک بگو به دشمن.
I hate that song. So stupid.
And
But
guys, oh yeah, go on. Sorry.
no, I was just gonna say, but they're not zooming out, right? They're not zooming
Yeah.
out. So this just shows, even here, like the crowd is really small, right? Like if this is the size of the crowd, if this is all they can bring out, right? Like it starts here, and then like it's basically right at the beginning of the bridge. So from like here to there, that's what, like maybe 100 people. So at the most, like maximum like 200 people showed up in a city of I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of people, and this is the only thing they can muster, right? So their numbers are dwindling, and they have zero support, and these are all basically like regime families, right? They're all part of the Islamic regime. So like these people are all our enemies anyway, and they're not Iranian. They're our occupiers.
True.
Yeah. All right, you were gonna say something though.
No, I'm saying, the problem is that, across, like in every city, they don't add up to much. But unfortunately, even if the Islamic Republic has only 3% support, like something like that, that does add up to millions of them, unfortunately. So we still have to deal with that. The fact that they're a small minority, but given that there's 90 million Iranians, a small minority unfortunately adds to a big number, like across all of Iran.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, a population of 90 million, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the signs are crazy. American soldiers leave to live. Like, how stupid is that?
Oh my God.
So.
This is a mess that we have to deal with even after we free our country, because these people are still there.
So stupid.
It's a disease.
It really is a disease. Well, we're gonna have to de-radicalize them. But hey, you know what? If the Germans could do it, so we can do it too.
Yeah, Goldie, I'll say this, and after this, I'll go. I'm actually in favor of, no homeschooling, like mandatory no homeschooling, and de-radicalization programs in schools, and also separating, having child services in Iran that will separate children from their parents if they figure out in school that they're being radicalized by their parents at home. That's how extreme I think we should go. If we want to de-radicalize this. Yeah,
I mean, thankfully the vast majority of the population are not radicalized, but for that, small minority, right? Like there might be nothing we can do about the parents, but we have to save the children.
Okay, I'm gonna. Yeah, you're right. No, I'm gonna respond to this, and then after this, I'm gonna go. When somebody says, isn't that a walking bridge, not a military target, guys? Any bridge that that the IRGC could use for transportation. First of all, this wasn't a walking bridge; it was wide enough for things to be able to go through, like cars to go through. But any single bridge that the IRGC could use to transport its equipment, its soldiers, and its missiles and drones is a military target right now. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
Hey.
Okay. All right, I'll do the Pete Hexet song after I come back then.
All right.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay, so Armin, if I can see you then, if you can be back at 4:15, just so that I can
1 hour.
1
Go
hour
for
and
1 hour.
15 minutes.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you so much.
Right,
That will be my interviews.
Okay, I will be back. All right, guys.
Thank you.
See you
Thank
soon.
you so much. All right. Okay, guys, we are going to go to 2C TV for the latest updates. Lots of things happening, but always appreciate 2C. And he was on Fox News as well, just a while ago. So hopefully he's going to upload his Fox News interview at some point so we can watch that as well. So let's go to 2C TV. I'll be here. I'll be watching as well. So yeah, let's get the latest news.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and we have some breaking news coming from the conflict in Iran. Over the last few minutes, we've had a huge escalation in the war in the Middle East as the Israeli Defense Forces and the US military have now started to target a major infrastructure across the country, and also some massive issues happening around the world, especially for the Israelis. We're going to give you guys the latest update, but in this live stream, this is still a live ongoing development. Over the next few minutes, things could rapidly change. The Kharg Island is now officially under attack as well. But first, we're going to talk about the situation with the airport to the west of Tehran. The Mehrabad airport has been hit once again. The Israeli Defense Forces issued a huge warning to the civilians in Iran to stay away from their railway networks, trains and stations and everything else. And that was at around 5 a.m. Eastern time. And they have now started to hit the railways in the country. The Israeli consulate in Istanbul also saw some attacks by 3 Islamist terrorists. Of course, the Israeli staff were not actually in the building, as you guys know. And as I said, we're going to talk about the situation in Kharg Island to the southwest, or technically northwest of the Persian Gulf. All right, we're going to give you guys all this and get your reaction live. We also obviously have our live feed from the Middle East, from Beirut, also Istanbul and Haifa. Now, first things first, the Israeli Defense Forces started the day by targeting Iran's Aerospace Research Institute's headquarters in the capital. And this is how everything started. Let's go to the first video from Tehran. It's going to be an absolutely insane day. We've also just had, a few minutes ago before we came live, President Trump saying that tonight is going to be the end of a civilization. Basically, he's talking about the Islamic rule in Iran. Again, don't take him literally, take him seriously, because in the same statement, he said a whole civilization will die tonight in Iran. And he also then praised the great people of Iran. And he talked about regime change again. So over the last few minutes, few hours, we have received confirmation that both the Islamic Republic and the United States have rejected the ceasefire proposal brokered by Pakistan. That's now been confirmed. We still have a few hours left if the IRGC want to change their mind. Let's go to the eastern parts of Tehran around 10:30 a.m. local time. It's one of the missiles. Yeah, that was a missile. They were saying that was a Tomahawk missile, so we'll figure it out later. We can't verify that. Let's quickly go back to the Mehrabad airport in the international airport in Tehran. A massive fire has now erupted again. Yeah. William says it's all Churchill's fault. He shot his camel in the head while charging the Turks. World War I, knocked himself out, gave himself a medal. Now the spirit of the camel is causing chaos. Yeah, it's all Churchill's fault now, apparently. God is fighting for peace. Oh, by the way, Tucker Carlson has been having a meltdown because President Trump decided to mock Islam and Allah. And Tucker is now offended on behalf of Islam. I'm not really sure why he doesn't just convert to Islam at this point. We will go to Tucker Carlson shortly and his emotional breakdown. Let's go to Shiraz, the city in the center and towards the south of the country, as the Ministry of Intelligence facility of the Islamic regime in Iran has been destroyed. So that was one of the facilities they had just outside the city. And they thought that the Americans and the Israelis would not find out the location, because obviously the main ministries, the actual buildings, the official government buildings have already been flattened, but they have all these facilities, the intelligence facilities in the mountains and in underground facilities and everything else. They have now been identified and located by both the Israelis and the Americans, and they're all being taken out one by one. Let's quickly go to the situation with the IDF and what they have been doing with the railways in the country. They initially issued this warning to the civilians in Iran, saying that essentially, dear citizens, for the sake of your security, we kindly request that from now on until 9 p.m. local time in Iran, you refrain yourself from using trains and train stations. Your presence on trains and near railway lines endangers your life. So essentially until 9 p.m. in Iran, stay away from the railway infrastructure. It's currently 4 p.m., just past 4 o'clock in Tehran. So we still have a few hours left until the Israelis complete that mission. And we actually have confirmation that they have now started to target the railways in the country. First, we're going to go to Parchin. So Parchin, I'll show you on the map first, in case you don't know where the location is. We'll go to our exclusive and inbuilt 2C TV's interactive map, thanks to our team. There we go. We got this beauty up and running. So let's go to Tehran. This is where the capital is. And just to the south of it, we got Parchin. And technically southwest, obviously, the names is the overall Tehran. Parchin has now been receiving a lot of airstrikes over the last few hours. And that is primarily the main military facility for the IRGC that links the capital, Tehran, to the nuclear facilities. So actually, if we quickly go to this side, so from Tehran to Fordo, from Tehran to Natanz, from also Tehran to just south of Esfahan, Parchin links everything from the center, the central hub of the IRGC military, to the rest of the nuclear facilities, and of course the biggest one as well in terms of the nuclear plants, all the way down to Bushehr. You take that out, obviously everything will fall apart. Let's go to the video we have from the Parchin military site. This is what happened. Yeah, she was saying that they're hitting the Parchin, and the woman in the video said, yes, hit them more. Continue to hit them. Now, there is, I think, the IDF, yes, the Israeli Defense Forces have also released the latest video updates from their troops. I think this is about them targeting the air defense systems in Iran. Yes, the Israeli Defense Forces have released the latest footage of airstrikes on Iran's air defenses, saying that over 130 air defense systems have been destroyed so far, and more to come. So that's over 130 across the country that have now been disabled by the Israeli Air Force fighter jets and also their drones. So that is a huge success for the IDF, as obviously we are now, I was going to say we are expecting an escalation, but the escalation has officially started now as of this afternoon, Tuesday, the 7th of April, because there doesn't seem to be any hope for a peace deal or some sort of ceasefire, because the IRGC are absolute crazy idiots who want to become martyrs. If they want to become martyrs, then in that case, let's help them. Let's give them their wish. Now, the Islamic regime in Iran, as I said, one of the problems that they are currently facing is the lack of personnel, the actual military personnel. Some of them dead, the rest of them have run away somewhere. I don't know where they are. The problem with this whole situation is that they had to get child soldiers, they had to get Arab proxies to come to Iran, and now they had to get women, random women, who are basically wives of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps members and all the others, right? But that's not enough. So the regime, as opposed to any other normal government in any other normal country, the job of the government is to keep civilians safe, to keep your citizens. That's the first job of any government. In Iran, the Islamic occupation regime uses civilians as a human shield. And that is not a conspiracy theory or some sort of opinion. This is, in fact, coming from the Islamic Republic state media, who earlier today started to ask people in Iran to take their children to the power plant and the infrastructure and create a human chain.
مامانا باباها دست بچه ها رو بگیرید بیایید تو خیابون. میخوای بچت مرد بشه؟ بذار حس کنه یک قهرمانه آمده وسط میدان میونداری داره میکنه، میدونداری میکنه. مامانا باباها بچه ها رو بفرستید این شبا ایست و بازرسی. بچه ها مرد میشن.
No, they die. That's the reality. So do you want your son to become a man? A dead man? This is not normal behavior. By the way, this is the same guy who, during the uprising and the protests that we had in January, only a few months ago, he went on the exact same channel, Channel 3, and warned the same parents that he's now addressing, right? He's saying, mothers, fathers, take your children by hand, bring them out to the streets, right? He was addressing the same mom and dads, saying, take control of your children. Don't get them to come out to protest against the regime. Because if whatever happens to them, if they get killed, it's your fault, not our fault. So when there are protests people demanding to have a freedom and democracy. This guy went on TV and said, we'll kill the kids if they're outside. Now they're saying, bring them all out. Let them die. Instead of them doing their job for their own regime and their own supporters to protect their citizens, they don't care. They only care about themselves. We also have the latest video now, the first clip coming from the Kharg Island that has now been attacked over the last hour or so. The joint attack by the Israeli and the Americans, air forces, both air forces, have now been bombed Kharg Island. Some of the information we have now is the strikes have been targeting the radar stations on the Kharg Island, the military bases, and the docking facilities in the Persian Gulf to also paralyze the IRGC Navy, who were located near the island. Of course, over the last week or so, the IRGC decided to deploy a lot of their troops back to the island. About 2 weeks ago, the Americans hit this island. They basically paralyzed the defense system to make it ready for a potential invasion. And the ground troops are now getting ready. They've been hitting the remaining members of the IRGC forces who were deployed there from mainland Iran. And now they're getting killed by both the Israelis and the Americans. Now, let's quickly go and show you guys the situation in Turkey. Earlier this morning, the Israeli consulate in Istanbul had a bit of what the media in the West would call an isolated incident. We had 3 terrorists, Islamist terrorists, targeting the consulate. Unfortunately, obviously, the consulate was empty, but well, nobody's been there for a while, as you guys know. Let's go to the video. This is we had the shootings and clashes by these jihadis. 2 police officers injured. The suspects, the 3 of them, initially one of them was killed, the other 2 wounded. Now we are getting updates that all 3 have now been killed. You can see he's behind the coach, the bus. And the minister, the interior minister in Turkey has an update saying it has been determined that the individuals who arrived in Istanbul by rental vehicle include one with ties to an organization that exploits religion. This is how the Turkish government says jihadists. An organization that exploits religion. Which religion? Buddhists or Hindus? Yeah, it's Islam. And it has also been established that the terrorists are brothers. One of them has a drug record, criminal record. But fortunately, there have been no Israeli diplomats stationed in Turkey, especially after all the tensions that you've had between Israel and the Turkish government over the last 2-3 years. Neither in Istanbul nor in Ankara. So this is what happened today. It was one of the most pointless attacks that they decided to cause, and they also died. Someone says, the map is too bright, ducks. I know what you're doing. An organization that exploits religion. Okay, so the United Arab Emirates has an update for us. As you guys know, they have been keeping us up to date every day on how many. There we go. He died. He died a little bit. They've been keeping us up to date with how many missiles and drones that they receive from the Islamic Republic. Today, one ballistic missile has been launched towards the UAE. That's not really a good performance by the IRGC. And let's see how many drones. Obviously, they have more drones. We have had 11. Oh, really? Oh, that's disappointing. 11 drones. Only 11 drones have been launched. Obviously, they've been busy now over the last few hours. I think the IRGC military leadership and the commanders are a little bit distracted with the huge escalation that's happening across mainland Iran and on Kharg Island. So I think the priorities moved from launching all the missiles towards the United Arab Emirates and Israel, and obviously they also hit Saudi Arabia last night. Right now, the priority is to sort out that situation, considering that they are lacking the number of personnel that they have. So this explains why we only had one missile so far today launched towards the UAE. Let's go back to the state media in the Islamic Republic. This is a news presenter actually confirming apparently that the IRGC families and members with their children, the young people and students apparently, are now forming a human shield circles around power plants and other infrastructures. Crazy stuff happening right now. Let's quickly go and let's see.
فردا در اطراف نیروگاه‌های برق کشور
This was last night for today.
می‌شود. علیرضا رحیمی دبیر شورای عالی جوانان و نوجوانان کشور در پی پیشنهاد جوانان خلاق و فعالان گروه‌های مردمی از جوانان و چهره‌های فرهنگی، هنری و ورزشی دعوت کرد برای تشکیل زنجیره انسانی در اطراف نیروگاه‌های برق کشور در ساعت 14 حضور پیدا کنند.
2 p.m. which was about 2 hours
من از
ago.
همه جوانان، ورزشکاران، هنرمندان، بچه‌های دانشجو و دانشگاهی و اساتیدمون دعوت میکنم فردا سه‌شنبه ساعت 2 ظهر دور نیروگاه‌هایی که داشته و سرمایه ملی ما هستند، بدون توجه به هر سلیقه و دیدگاه سیاسی، مال آینده ایران و مال جوانان ایرانی هستند. جمع بشن.
This is crazy. So in case you couldn't read this, so this was Ali Reza Rahimi, who's the secretary of the Supreme Youth Council. It's sort of like the Hitler Youth, but just with their terrible uniforms. They don't have good uniforms, unlike in Deutschland. And yeah, he invited all youth, athletes, artists, students to come and form a human chain. So he said Tuesday, 2 p.m. And it is currently 4 p.m., well, 4:19 in Tehran. And we are expecting a small group of IRGC members, obviously, to stand outside power plants. But we haven't received any evidence yet, any images or videos or anything like that. Yeah, I'm expecting to get some of the pictures shortly. Maybe a few thousand people standing outside some sort of power plants. Doesn't really do anything, but you know, not really sure what they're expecting, considering that the Israelis and the Americans have given massive warnings and heads ups in advance. We know what's happening right now. If you are still by the power plants, well, that's on you. You are clearly a terrorist. Normal civilians don't do that. They're all staying at home. Now, speaking of the media, so we talked about the media in the Islamic Republic. We also have another propaganda machine, and that is the BBC in the United Kingdom. The BBC decided to create this anti-war narrative, right? They decided to go and find some people inside Iran to ask them some questions, saying, yeah, the war is bad, right? You know, obviously you want this war to stop. This is bad. And what do you say about the Americans and the Israelis hitting the infrastructure? Well, the reaction, which this is where the BBC got extremely humiliated. They found this person that basically every single person was saying the same thing. Radin, who is also in his 70s, living in Tehran, said about them hitting the energy infrastructure or using an atomic bomb or leveling Iran. My honest reaction is that I am okay with all of these. That didn't really help the BBC. I don't think they were expecting that reaction from people in Iran. 47 years of being held hostage. Do you really think they're going to have any sympathy for the regime in Iran? It's crazy. Absolute insanity. I said, yeah, hit the infrastructure. We're going to rebuild it again anyway. Don't worry. Just get rid of them. As long as it can go, we will rebuild Iran again, just like how people in Japan and Germany rebuilt their countries. Now, let's go to Yazd. I think we now have a confirmation of strikes in the center of Iran. Let's have a look and see what we're dealing with, and then we'll show you on the map. Wow. Okay, so in case you were wondering where Yazd is located in Iran, roughly speaking, so on the map you can see, hang on, where is the, okay, so this, sort of between, almost, whoa, go away, get rid of that. What is happening? Get rid of it. Well, that just fell apart. Okay. Hang on. Yazd. That's not right, but okay. Let's have a look at the situation. There we go. So right here, between Esfahan and Shiraz, this is where the strikes were coming from the south towards, well, from obviously the southern parts, the Americans and the Israelis. The Israelis have also been launching from this side towards Yazd, and we now have a huge escalation around this part of the country. We have the air defense system getting destroyed as we speak in the center of Iran. There is a massive, very important thing to mention, by the way, about the structure of the regime in the country. Firstly, you may have been wondering why people on the left-hand side are still alive. So we showed you this graph, or whatever, all these pictures of dead people over the last few days, and more of them are getting killed. So at the top, obviously you have the top of the regime, who are in charge of the IRGC military. The right-hand side, you got the IRGC senior figures. So you got Ahmad Vahidi with the blue background in the middle. The bold guy is currently the commander of the IRGC. A lot of them are dying. Obviously, he's still alive. We don't know where Ismail Ghani is at the bottom, the Quds Forces commander. But on the left-hand side, the regular army of the armed forces, all these people are still alive. They have not been targeted. Look, there's still more of them. On the left-hand side, those guys are part of the official army of Iran, not the IRGC, the actual army of Iran. Now, this also goes to what President Trump was talking about earlier, not directly, but he keeps saying he has been talking to some people, right? And he says there is a new leadership ready in Iran. You know, sometimes it says regime change has happened already. There's a lot of speculations that the army have been kept alive on purpose. They have not been targeted because somebody needs to be there at the end of the day to obviously concede defeat and accept the new reality and also control the streets. And considering that the army has not been completely targeted, it seems to be between the army, or as people in Iran call it, the Persian translation, Artesh, or the IRGC. Over the next few hours, now that we have the escalation that's now started, the infrastructure is getting hit, Kharg Island is under attack and everything else, today, tomorrow, absolutely crucial moments, we'll figure out if there's going to be any reaction from the so-called army in Iran, because right now they're not involved. They're not doing anything publicly. You know, they're just there, but they're not really doing anything. It's just the IRGC launching missiles and launching drones and being in charge of the air defense system. We have the latest from Esfahan in the center of Iran. The Najafabad mountain zone has now been targeted. There seems to be an underground missile site, a key underground missile site that was identified by the Israelis and has now been destroyed. So that's in Esfahan in the early hours of this morning. I think this was around 4 a.m. And as I said, one of the biggest problems for the IRGC is the lack of actual manpower and support on the ground.
Okay, so that was a quick update from Tusi. I want to go to my favorite OSINT account, Shin, because there are a number of updates that are coming in, and I wanted to share the updates with you guys. So, okay, so footage filmed from a vehicle shows a plume of smoke rising from a motorway bridge in Iran's northwestern city of Hashtrud after an Israeli strike today. So they are targeting bridges. There's no audio on this. Okay. So, it really does appear like Israel and the United States are laying the groundwork for revolution, because destroying these bridges is going to prevent the IRGC forces from mobilizing and going where they need to go. Right? So there's this one. And then there's a blast in Khomeini Shahr and northern Isfahan province. Now, I don't know if this is accurate or not, but someone posted today at 4:01 p.m. another jet took off from Fairford. Those of us near Fairford are sickened by this. Oh my gosh, I don't care about your stupid commentary. Okay, this is more important. So someone is saying, I don't know if this is the B-52 or not, but wait, someone is saying, agreed, yes, please, Goldie. What would you like me to do? Sorry, guys, it's difficult for me to like constantly read the chat when I'm also trying to give news and read posts. So, oh, you can narrate the sound for the bridge video. Boom. Yeah, it's true. Boom. Okay, so apparently B-52s are departing RAF Fairford. Local video shows a loaded B-52 taking off. 7-hour combat flight time to Iran puts them in striking range by 8 p.m. Yeah, that looks like a B-52. Okay. Wait, what is it? She will at some point? What are you guys asking me to do? Sorry. Okay. All right. I don't know what you guys are. Sorry, I can't look at the chat right now because I'm looking at news. Okay, IDF has identified. Oh, they were asking me to go over Iranian culture. I'm more than happy to do that later. Right now, it's news time. IDF has identified a new ballistic missile attack from Iran targeting southern Israel. Sirens are expected to sound shortly. Okay, so this is interesting. Interestingly, the bridge that was targeted by the Israeli Air Force was not in civilian use, and it was a gated overbridge that was under IRGC Khatam al-Anbiya's control for quick access to the infamous Garamdare missile site, nearly 20 kilometers west of Tehran. So, okay, so here's footage of this overpass that's being boomed by the Israeli Air Force. Whoa. Whoa, okay, there is sound. I mean, guys, this is why the United States and King Reza Pahlavi and Israel are basically saying to stay home, right? Stay home. Don't go out. Like right now is the worst and most dangerous time to be out. So this overpass that was striked, okay, Shin is confirming the bridge that was targeted was not in civilian. So it's not even like a civilian bridge that they're targeting. It was a gated overbridge under IRGC control for quick access to the missile site. So here he's showing like he's geolocating the bridge. So he's saying, based on these lines here and these power things there, right? So he was able to geolocate it. So this is the main highway, and then this is the IRGC controlled overpass that was targeted. Okay. So, I mean, at worst, what's going to happen is there's going to be like a pothole, right? So there's that one. Okay. Oh, then so here he's basically this is why I really like the Shin account, because he provides a lot of context for these things. So there he is, he's geolocating it. So there's the line, the red line, and then the purple square and the green square. There's the purple square and the green square there. So there's this one. Okay, so this is interesting. So this is the targeted overbridge, okay? This is the overpass that was targeted here. This is the gated entrance to the barracks, and then so the only people that have access to this overpass are the IRGC, and the overpass is what takes people from the gated entrance of the barracks to, the overpass, and then you continue on this IRGC road, and there's the underground tunnel entrance to the Gamdare missile site. Okay? So again, this particular bridge that is targeted and destroyed is not for civilian use. It's for IRGC use only. So again, I mean, we've always said from the beginning, everything that's no. So this is not a this. So this overpass that was targeted here, no, it's not a civilian. This is an IRGC. This overpass is only used by the IRGC, and this is meant to give them quick access from their barracks, the IRGC barracks, to the underground missile site. The people filming it are on a civilian highway, right? But this is basically what was targeted here. This overpass here, which is IRGC use only. And it goes from here, which is a gated entry. So you can't even access this road unless you're already inside of the IRGC barracks. And it's only for IRGC personnel, and it takes them from this military barracks to the underground tunnel entrance for their missile site. So there's that. Okay. And that's the original video. And then another attack. The IDF attacked Iran. The IDF attacked in Iran the most central site for producing sonar systems and underwater detection systems. the IDF continues to deepen the damage to all systems of the Iranian terror regime and its capabilities. The Air Force, guided by the Navy's Intelligence Division, attacked in recent days several central production sites of the Iranian terror regime. In the city of Shiraz yesterday, Monday, the most central site in Iran for producing sonar systems and underwater detection systems of the Defense Ministry, subordinate to the Iranian terror regime, was attacked. Wait, let me just see if I can fix this, make this bigger. Yeah, okay, not really. All right, was attacked. The site served for planning, research, development, and production of sonar systems that operated through sound waves and are used for detecting submarines, vessels, divers, and underground missiles. The attack significantly damaged the maritime detection and defense capabilities of the Iranian terror regime, as well as its ability to produce and maintain submarines and maritime electronic systems. In another wave of attacks in the city of Karaj, a central site for producing systems for naval cruise missiles and air defense systems, was attacked. Okay. Okay. I'll go to the other OSINT accounts in a moment. I just want to finish the updates here on Shin, and then I will go to Vahid Online as well, because Vahid Online is really good. So there's this one. Okay. Wow. Following U.S. Air Force strike on IRGC-backed, this is Iraq. Terrorists there. Sound. Jet activity over Tehran right now. So this is just sound. There we go. So no visuals, just sound. BM launch from Andimeshk. So apparently the Islamic regime has launched another ballistic missile. The IRGC, we have no idea what's going there. IRGC affiliated Telegram channel threatens to target Israeli infrastructure, yet forgets to not pinpoint Gaza and Judea and Samaria, even the Palestinian-run areas. So there you go. So IRGC is basically threatening to attack everyone, even the Palestinians. Okay, more blasts. All right. Okay. So apparently a railway bridge was targeted in East Azerbaijan province. Several blasts in Bandar Abbas. Regime media, Yahya Abad railway bridge near Kashan was targeted, and apparently 2 people were killed. There we go. All right. Let's go to Vahid Online now, get the latest there. Okay, so this was posted about 15 minutes ago. And he says, light of a massive explosion near Zarin Shahr. What is that? Zarin Shahr. Light of a massive explosion near Zarin Shahr Military Industries at 10:34. Video received from Lanjan, from Isfahan. Shahristان Lanjan. Lanjan County, Isfahan. That's not April 18. This is actually 18 Farvardin. So it's the 18th of the month of Farvardin, but it's actually April 7. It's just not a proper translation here. But okay, so this military industry, let's see what Zarin Shahr military industry is. Right? Like they're continuing to attack. Yeah. So that's part of the IRGC's military industrial complex. All right, so let's watch this. Whoa. That's pretty big. Look at that. So, yeah, the boom booms are still happening, guys. The boom booms are happening. Which, again, makes me wonder, what is this 8 p.m. deadline? Right? What is this 8 p.m. deadline? Here's another one. Well, this is from 10 hours ago. So this is from last night. Tehran towards Mehrabad Airport. Photos received from the attack around 3 a.m. Wow. Wow. That's wow. You know what's wild about these photos? I've actually never seen Tehran with clearer skies. Like, the skies in Tehran are so clear right now. Like, there's very little pollution. There's very little pollution. And Tehran skies basically cleared up as soon as this conflict began. Like, Tehran has been, unfortunately, Tehran is it was one of the most polluted cities. But now the skies are they're just clear. It's as if when the Islamic regime stopped, it's not just driving. It's not just the driving. It's the actual, it's all the military industrial complexes and everything. Everything else, most of it is because of the production facilities of the Islamic regime and how they've been polluting the country for a very, very long time. So there's that. And then let me just go to another OSINT account. Okay. Oh wow, look at this. I mean, of course the CCP is involved. The IRGC is actively making use of detailed satellite imagery and analysis published by Mizar Vision, a Chinese geospatial analytics company, and has used this data to target American, Australian, and allied forces in the Middle East. This is a fluid and fast-moving situation, and I want to be clear about what we know so far. It's clear U.S. forces in the Gulf are operating in an environment that is very different from any other they have encountered previously. Commercial satellite imagery collected by foreign companies is now available at a quality and frequency that is good enough to put U.S. combat forces in harm's way. This is ultimately why U.S. collection platforms like Vantor Tech and Planet chose this weekend to suspend their coverage over the Middle East. Unfortunately, predictably, foreign competitors like Mizar Vision see no reason to censor their own product offerings. The implications are grim. Ostensibly, private Chinese AI companies are directly helping the Iranian regime target US and allied forces in the region. The ABC has information that the IRGC is striking US facilities within hours of Mizar Vision publishing them. I told Henry Zwartz that this would effectively amount to Iranian forces outsourcing targeting data to a Chinese company. It is the greatest degree of support we have seen China, and again, by China, I mean the CCP. we have seen China provide to a proxy force against the United States. There's really no other way to read it. If the Chinese government wanted to rein in the actions of Mizar Vision and other imagery providers, it could and it should. Spokesperson from MFA China have so far attempted to downplay the significance of this development. I'm willing to probably bet, that Chinese officials haven't been aware of the importance of this particular imagery or the extent of its use by the IRGC. But China should recognize this as an extremely serious development. We're talking about Chinese enterprises directly supplying actionable intelligence to wartime enemies of the United States. Mizar Vision has spent weeks zeroing in on US forces and bases in the region and publishing their activities on its Weibo account. It hasn't done the same to Iran. It's very clear what's going on here, and it is unacceptable. This doesn't have to be a story about China. It's clear the United States is also learning about the battlefield potential of commercial satellite imagery in real time. Beijing should understand that US concerns at this moment are deadly serious. I expect the US government will do everything in its power to defend its personnel. China should mirror the US suspension of all commercial satellite imagery collection over the Middle East. Wow. Okay, so the Durka jihadi news for the Islamic regime. So I don't know why he's saying Iran's. It's not Iran, it's IRGC. But anyway, Tasnim News. If Trump makes a mistake, Iran will target the Aramco and Yanbu oil facilities in Saudi Arabia and the Fujairah pipeline in the UAE. So again, the Islamic regime is pretty much threatening Saudi Arabia and the UAE. Okay. Sorry, I'm just got to deal with this. Okay. Kuwait Ministry of Interior urges residents to shelter in their homes. Journalist and U.S. citizen Shelley Kilson has been released by Kataib Hezbollah. She was kidnapped in Baghdad, Iraq 1 week ago. She was reportedly set free in exchange for the release of several Kataib Hezbollah members detained by Iraqi authorities. He already shared the CENTCOM. My gosh. Okay. U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia is urging American citizens to reconsider traveling to Saudi Arabia to participate in Hajj, citing the ongoing security situation. A seized tanker shall reach USA in 5 days' time. Details with clients. Interesting. Okay. So here, let's share some more of these like Durkas with their human shields, right? So now, I already shared these videos with you earlier. I shared this one as well from this power plant. Here's another one. And while these like Durka jihadis are going out and, supposedly defending these like power plants or energy facilities or, whatever, apparently they're also chanting death to America, death to Israel, the usual nonsense. That's it? Like, is that the size of the crowd? Like, guys, that's like, this is not even like 200 people. So according to 2016 census, the population of Simnon was in 2016 like 185,000 people. So it's probably much higher than that. Let's say, let's say the population is, 200,000. Probably more than that because that was about 10 years ago. So the fact that it is a city with a population of at least 200,000, only about like maybe 200 people show up, right? And remember, these are the same people who murder Iranians, right? These are the same people, the exact same ones. So these are the enemies of the Iranian people. These are basically the Muslim Nazis, right?
مرد بر اسرائیل مرد بر اسرائیل صنعت برق کشور مایه افتخار ما.
Look. All right. There you go. And then, look at this. Human shield outside the Tabriz thermal power plant. Look at this. Do you see how they're not actually zooming out to show the crowd? Like, this is the same people. That's this. So this woman here, right? This woman, that's her again, right? So you have to ask yourself, why aren't they zooming out to show how big the crowd is? Because it's a very small crowd and they're making them all stand in a line to make it seem like there's more people than they are. But I mean, I don't know, like there's what, like 100, 200 people here maybe? And these are all like regime people. So yeah, there you go. The Durkas. Okay. Let me go to my profile and I want to share. Oh, so guys, I just wanted to say, it seems as if the online bots and trolls have been activated because in the last few days, I have noticed a lot more troll activity under my posts, right? It's just the most random accounts with very little followers who were created recently. And, a lot of them are from like, I don't know, like India or Pakistan or Bangladesh or like some, random Middle Eastern country. A lot of accounts based in the United States as well. It's very weird. And it's just, it seems as if the trolls are, they've been activated because the only thing that the Islamic regime has left, is the information war on social media. And they're very, very triggered. They're so triggered. Like it's wild, the types of comments that I'm seeing. Like I honestly, I've never seen anything like this before. Like it's never been this bad. But what this actually shows me is that we're in the final death throes of the Islamic regime, right? We're in the final death throes of the Islamic regime. Like, just look at this. Like this random person, right? Like who is this person? Oh, like he threatened to wipe your whole civilization off the map, never to be brought back again. And here you are cheering him on, safe in Canada, you're a soulless school. Like it's insane. It's insane. Here. I think if I do this by recent, we'll see more trolls. So look at this. Like, look at all these like random comments, right? Like it's so wild. Look at this. Look at all these bot accounts, right? Like it's wild. Look at this bot account. Like it's crazy. Where'd it go? It's crazy. Anyway, so my message to you guys is, and like, you know what? None of these people are Iranian. That's the thing. None of these people are Iranian. Wait, this one might be. Wow. They're so triggered. They're so triggered. Where are you located? Sweden. So this guy's definitely like a regime-y person in Sweden or something, right? This guy's a regime-y person in Sweden. But look at this. Like it's like the same nonsense over and over. So all that to say, guys, like don't be discouraged for people, especially for Iranians who are posting on X. Don't be discouraged by this. Just ignore them, because like this is the end. This is the end of the Islamic regime. They're panicking. They don't know what to do. And so, again, remember, the Islamic regime has shut down the internet. The internet has been cut off for 38 days, right? They shut off the internet for 38 days. It's still shut off. And instead, they've unleashed their army of bots and trolls. But instead, I've actually come across a number of so for some reason in the last 24 to 48 hours, a number of Iranian accounts from inside of occupied Iran that I have followed for a very long time, they are getting access to internet very briefly. And I want to share some of their messages with you. And, I've had my conduit on for the last 38, 39. Well, I've had it on for a very long time, since Petito basically told us about conduit. But, for the first like 30, 35 days of the conflict, there was very little use, right? So I wasn't seeing any connected peers. I wasn't seeing any gigabytes transferred or anything like that. But in the last 48 hours, I'm seeing a lot more activity on conduit. So it seems like some Iranians are managing to get through. And I want to share their messages with you. This is an account from inside occupied Iran. Okay. And this is one of the things. A lot of people, like, they look at accounts like this, and these are like the low IQ trolls, right? They look at this, they say account based in Germany, and then they screenshot it and they're like, oh, this is a fake Iranian. They're not actually in Iran. And they completely ignore the fact that there's a shield here, right? So the shield means that this person is using a VPN, right? Country or region may not be accurate. One of our partners has indicated that this account may have used a proxy, such as a VPN, which may change the country or region that it is displayed on their profile. Guys, the only accounts that actually say based in Iran without a VPN, the accounts that are based, only accounts that support the Islamic regime are based in Iran. Okay? Because X is actually banned. And Iranian freedom fighters, right? Because again, you're living in an Islamic dictatorship. Like, they're not allowed to speak out against the regime. So they have to use, first of all, they have to use a VPN to get around the filter. But second of all, they also have to use a VPN to keep them safe. They have to keep their lives safe. So it's wild, the amount of low IQ people who will like screenshot this and be like, oh, this is fake. I guarantee you there's probably one or two comments under that post there. But anyway, so this account, I follow them. They follow me. They are in occupied Iran. And, so they're connected via Iran Android app. So that's how we know. Now, here's the thing, though. I also want to make something very clear. This Iran Android app only shows up for Android users, right? So there are a lot of Iranians in occupied Iran who are using iPhones. Now, the iPhones are generally, smuggled in. There is no official iPhone app in Iran, right? There is no iPhone app in Iran. So Iranians who are connected via iPhone, at the bottom, it's not going to say like iPhone, like it's not going to say Iran iPhone app or something like that. It's basically just going to have like the location of the iPhone store for wherever that phone originates from. So, if it's coming from the United States, it would say the United States, or if it's coming from, UAE or, wherever, right? So this Iran Android app, it only works for the Android users, people who are on their Android phones. So let's go to his message. So he says, from the heart of Tehran, and he actually even took a photo here. Okay, he took a photo. So this is a photo that he or she, I'm assuming it's a he. This is a photo that he or she took, and it's clear Tehran skies. So what he says is, from the heart of Tehran, greetings to all Iranians inside and outside. I hope tonight Trump finishes it off and turns it upside down. Our only hope is that no agreement is reached. 46 years of my life passed in this hell. I didn't understand what happened. We were officially the Islamic Republic's lab rats. It was only in this war that hope returned to our lives. Okay? Now, if I take a look at the comments here. Oh, he saw it. Oh, look at that. He still has access to internet. Oh, I hope you're safe. Okay. And then look, this person's like, you're a mass murderer of a people, blah, blah, blah. Oh, and then this person's like, threats of genocide, right? Do you see like all the bots? Like the bots are going crazy. The bots are going crazy, right? But actual Iranians, right? The message from actual Iranians is, it was only in this war that hope returned to our lives. Okay? So there's one. Wait, sorry, I'm getting a message here. What is this? Okay. Sorry. Next one. So this is a very good post. This is a very, very good post. One of the things with social media is that, everyone all of a sudden becomes an overnight expert, and everyone is like, giving their opinion, even though they're not anyway. So what Dave Rubin said here is just very accurate, and it just, puts the whole thing into context and perspective. He writes, the truth is no pundit, influencer, or anonymous furry has a clue as to what Trump is going to do tonight. That's very true. That is perhaps Trump's ultimate superpower, keeping everyone on their toes after all these years. I, for one, have faith in him and the people around him. Very true. Very true. Right? And then, a lot of Iranians are like, yes, we trust him. And then, you got like the trolls or whatever. Anyways. Okay, we shared that message already. This is also really important. King Reza Pahlavi, his speech at CPAC from, I think it was a few weeks ago, he said, if we do not finish the job and leave a rump of the regime in place, the threat posed by this Islamic Republic will not be solved. It will only be made worse.
If we do not finish the job and leave a rump of the regime in place, the threat posed by this Islamic Republic will not be solved. It will only be made worse. Those who have spent 47 years sowing chaos cannot be trusted to bring about stability.
Okay, wait, sorry. I just seeing a quick message here. Okay, so Fatty Nose is saying, my cousin is talking to me from Tehran. Send your cousin our best. He is telling me not to be nervous. Very true. Very, very true. Thank you for sharing that. Sending all of our thoughts and prayers to your family. Okay, so here's another message. Here's another message from this person. But let me just share something here. Okay, no, this is also Iran. So also Iran Android app. Okay. So he says, this is probably my last tweet here because there will be no electricity and I'll lose the smuggled internet I have too. And then he says, under any circumstances, whatever happens, the only culprits are the 1979 rebels and the wretched regime they installed. And the only way out is the Shah, not anyone or anything else. So stay by his side. Then he says, Khak patun kelas. So that's just like a Persian saying that's basically just saying, like, thank you and, like, we appreciate you. So that's a message here. Okay. Right? Look at this. Look at this. See, guys, I told you. So this is what happens, right? So all these like low IQ bots, right? Like this, like, low IQ bots with no name, no face, no nothing. And then they basically, remember I told you that this is what happened. They take a screenshot, account based in Germany, right? And then there's the shield that shows the VPN, right? So they're literally using a VPN. Oh my gosh. Using a VPN. I think, did someone respond? Oh, and then someone's like, you think everyone is, retarded like you. Country or region may not be accurate. And then this person's like, so every random account on a VPN is in Iran. Anyways, it's just so stupid. And then also connected via Iran Android app while using a VPN, right? See, again, like this is just how stupid and low IQ these people are. So, but others are responding to them, right? Because like these are all like, this is all part of the like Islamic regime propaganda. They're trying to shut down the voices of actual Iranians, and they attack us, right? Like this is how they attack Iranians. So anyone who's inside who manages to get through the filter and gets access to internet, when they say something, they're attacked by being told, "Oh, you're not actually in Iran," and then they rely on the VPN nonsense, or "Oh, you're a Mossad agent. This is fake." Blah blah blah. So that's the strategy that the Islamic regime's cyber army bot and like the trolls and the lefties and whatever and the bots. That's the tactic they use against Iranians in Iran. The tactic that they use against Iranians outside occupied Iran, people like myself and others, is they say, "Oh, you're not Iranian, you're in Canada. What do you know? You hate your people. You want your people to die. You know nothing about what's happening in Iran." Meanwhile, they don't know that we Iranians, first of all, we're more united than ever. Second of all, what is this weird division they're trying to make, as if I don't have contacts or connections within occupied Iran, as if I don't know what's going on, right? It's the most ridiculous argument, but yet that's all they have. That's all they have. All they say is, "Oh, you're not Iranian. You're in Canada. What do you know? How do you know what's going on? Blah 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 blah." So they're basically trying to delegitimize. So they try to delegitimize the voices of the Iranian diaspora by claiming that we don't know what's going on because we're not inside. And they're doing this because they're afraid of the messages that we're sharing from inside occupied Iran. And then the way that they try to delegitimize Iranians in occupied Iran is by claiming that they're not actually Iranian because they're using a VPN. So damned if you do, damned if you don't. But that's fine because, Iranians, whether we're inside or outside of occupied Iran, we're incredibly united. We've been more united than ever before, and we're just going to continue. Here's another message. Here's another message from this person. Okay, so this is a very good example of someone who's using an iPhone. Okay, so there's no Iran app store. Okay, so this is not an Android, right? Because if it was Android, it would say, United States Android or something, or Iran Android. But this is a United States app store. So they're using a VPN, but the iPhone that they're using originated from the United States. So that's why it doesn't say Iran here. However, the person is in occupied Iran, and they're known, right? Like there's a very strong network of Iranians on X who are connected, who are following each other, right? Like these accounts are not new. Like this person is from joined X in 2018. So this person says, if after tonight we get cut off, stay behind the Prince of Iran, because the prosperity and freedom of Iran will return with Pahlavi. If we manage to come back again, continue on this path with full strength once more, and don't leave the streets abroad empty, dear ones. Our eyes are on you, and more than you can imagine, you're giving us morale, right? So Iranians in occupied Iran are telling us, those of us who are outside, to, continue being our voice, continue speaking out, continue, going to the streets, in the rallies that that we're having, and they're saying your activities and your voices are giving those of us inside of occupied Iran, it's giving us morale and strength. Hi, Armin.
Hello.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for coming back early. I appreciate that.
No worries. Thank you.
Okay, just quick. Someone is saying, is the Iranian writing written from right to left, similar to Arabic and Hebrew? Yes. So we read this way. We read right to left. That's correct. So there you go. I was just sharing some messages from inside of occupied Iran.
Oh yeah.
Okay, but you're back now, so thank you so much for that.
No worries.
Okay, I'm going to head out. I have 2 back-to-back interviews. I'm doing like a pre-recorded one with Chanel from One America News at 4:30, and then I'm doing Fox News. Sorry, I'm going on Fox Business right after 5 o'clock. I don't have an online link to Fox Business channel though. So
do you have time for the Pete Hegseth song or no?
Yeah, I can listen to the Pete Hegseth song before I go.
Okay. So guys, this is the Islamic Republic propaganda against Pete Hegseth. Let's watch this.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
Pete Hegseth, this one's specially for you. You punk ass rapist bitch.
What? Okay, Armin. Yeah, no. Armin.
What?
There's a lot of swearing in this one. I don't know if it's appropriate to play it.
Okay.
I don't know, man. I mean, if You can leave it up to the chat, but I don't think that's appropriate to play.
Okay. I mean, you play America F yeah, so but okay.
But that's not the same thing. That's
Okay.
that's that's a pro-America song. This is like swearing at
I mean,
Pete
I mean, we're
Hegseth.
not supporting it. I'm just was trying to, but
I
okay, I
know,
want that.
I know. I don't know. I don't know. You
It's
know what? I'll
just-
leave it up to you in the chat. If you want to, if the chat wants you to show it, that's fine. You can show it. But I'm gonna go get ready for yeah. That was kind of weird. I don't know. That was
excuses, Armin. Like, what are you? I'm not playing it. But Goldie said not play it. I'm not playing it. Like, I don't understand.
okay. Well, listen. I'll leave it up to the chat, Armin. I'll leave. I'll leave.
No, I won't play it. I won't play it. I won't play it.
No. That's fine. I mean, if the
No, it's
chat
fine.
wants it,
No.
you can do that. But I don't know, man.
No, it's okay. I won't play it. Never mind.
That was honestly, that was just a little too intense for me. I don't know. I don't think I can handle that right now. But I'm leaving
No,
anyway. I'll see you guys
I
in a
won't
little
play
bit.
it. I won't play it. I won't play it.
All right, see you guys in a bit.
Stop, guys in the chat. Stop asking for it. I'm not gonna play it. I'm not gonna play it. It's fine. There's a lot we could learn because there's a lot of messaging in there that comes after that. I think is very educational. So after, like, that was only the beginning. Like, if you actually listen to the rest of it, there's a lot of stuff that you could learn from what the regime, because what you see in this video is the regime using leftist propaganda against Trump administration. Like, a lot of what you see in the United States against President Trump by leftist progressives, they use that language in the Islamic Republic, notices that and captures that and like uses it in the narratives as a way to fight President Trump. That's the reason why I wanted to show it, because I think that it would help to see how the relationship works both ways. Like, it's not just from the Islamic Republic feeding the progressives, anti-Trump people in the United States. The relationship works the other way around. You see so many anti-Trump people, the anti-Trump people in the United States also feeding the Islamic Republic on why, what to put in their narratives against. And again, these are the videos that are being shared everywhere by and pro-regime people. So I just thought you guys might want to see what's going on. Anyways, yeah, it's important to see their mindset, in my opinion. Let me see here. Okay, so guys, and apparently in Iran, we're seeing people posting pictures of my favorite guy to die. Look at this. It's saying tonight in many places in Tehran, posters against IRGC commander who has taken control of the country were put up. This is Vahidi. Look at this. Vahidi Muzdur. هیچ کس تو رو برای رهبری کشور و I can't read the rest. So basically, people are posting posters against Vahidi. Remember, guys, Vahidi was one of the most important people that I think should go next. Here he is. So the IRGC controls Iran right now. This is Ahmad Vahidi, the leader of IRGC. And you can see his people are putting posters against him in the streets of Iran. The reason why he turned the camera around is to show that this is in Iran. Yeah, he moves his camera around to show that the poster is actually inside Iran. So, guys, like, a lot of people think Mojtaba Khamenei is the main leader in Iran right now. Some people think they're smarter and they think Ghalibaf is the main leader in Iran. This is actually right now the main leader in Iran. This is the main guy right now. Because IRGC is is in control, and Vahidi is the leader of the IRGC right now. Guys, you keep saying just show it. I'm not going to show it. Goldie doesn't like it. I'm not going to show it. All right. Let me go. So, okay. So, guys, we have some headline news. Apparently, the Pakistanis are trying to get President Trump to extend his deadline. Have you guys heard of this? And also, I heard the Islamic Republic has cut off completely cut off the direct communications with the United States. So they're not the Islamic Republic is not even allowing any way for the Americans to even communicate with them. But the Pakistanis are trying to. I'm hearing some reports that the Pakistanis are trying to get an extension. How many hours we have left? I think we have, oh my God, 4 more hours. I wish I could. Here, let me show you this. I wish I could find a longer version of this clip.
Reuters reporting that Pakistan's prime minister just said the diplomatic efforts for a peaceful settlement are progressing steadily. With that, we bring in Brian Hook. He served as U.S. Special Reuters report.
Yeah, and then the clip ends. So diplomatic efforts. So here's what the Pakistanis are saying: diplomatic efforts for peaceful settlement. Oh wow, I got a giant super chat. Thank you so much. Wow, thank you, Ehya 365. That's very generous. And thank you for keeping us informed and updated and giving us hope and nuance. Tremendous work. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. My God, that was a really big super chat. Thank you so much for that. That's very sweet. Where's, hold on. That is Swedish, from Sweden. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, let's actually see what the Prime Minister is saying here. So the the Pakistanis are saying diplomatic efforts for peaceful settlement of the ongoing war in the Middle East are progressing steadily, strongly and powerfully, with the potential to lead to substantive results in near future. To allow diplomacy to run its course, I earnestly request President Trump to extend the deadline for 2 weeks. Look at this, guys. They're asking for a 2-week extension. Pakistan in all sincerity, it requests the Iranian brothers to open Strait of Hormuz for a corresponding period of 2 weeks as a goodwill gesture. We also urge all warring parties to observe a ceasefire everywhere for 2 weeks to allow diplomacy to achieve conclusive termination of war in the interest of long-term peace and stability in the region. What do you guys think? Is this going to work? You guys in the chat, is this going to work? They only have 4 more hours. Somebody's saying 2 weeks gives Russia and Turkey time to help IRGC. Also, the Islamic Republic itself is communicating that they want they're looking for, they only would accept something that they don't accept ceasefire. They want a complete guarantee of ending of all war. So anything the Islamic Republic is saying that anything that has a language of ceasefire in it is not going to be acceptable to them. Most of you in the chat are saying, no, this is not going to work. One thing, by the way, guys, one thing you have to take into account when it comes to Pakistan is that they have a security agreement with Saudi Arabia. And they have said that they're committed to, they're committed to that security agreement. And that security agreement says that if Saudi Arabia goes to war, then Pakistan has to come to war as well on the side of Saudi Arabia. So it is possible that Pakistan is terrified that if this escalates, Saudi Arabia is going to go to war with the Islamic Republic, and then they would have to go to war with the Islamic Republic as well. This is a nightmare situation. Most of you are saying no extension, no ceasefire. We also got another super chat saying thank you for all your hard work, Javid Shah. Long love from UK. Well, thank you so much for your support, guys. Can you imagine Pakistan being forced to attack the Islamic Republic? Do you think they will actually honor the pact that they have, the security agreement that they have with Saudi Arabia? They just recently signed a security agreement, like a NATO-like security agreement with Saudi Arabia, saying that an attack on one country is an attack on both of them. Do you think Pakistan has recently done some things that is interesting. Like, I don't know if you guys knew, just recently, the Pakistani army shot into a pro-Palestine protest that they had in Pakistan. So there was a pro-Palestine rally in Pakistan, and the Pakistani army just started shooting at them. So the Pakistani army is becoming a little bit, I don't know, less tolerant of the Durka. Not that it's enough for us, but it's just like a little bit moving in the other direction. We got another super chat saying IRGC founded Yasser Arafat University of Negotiation Technology. Give me everything I want. Pound your fist on the negotiating table. Then point finger skyward. We can begin negotiations. Okay, that's the Yasser Arafat way. And it's saying, keep up the good work. Well, thank you guys. You guys are being so generous. Thank you so much for all the support. Guys, 4 hours from now, we might see the biggest event of our life. 4 hours from now, we might be seeing the greatest. I don't know. We might see the greatest event that has happened in our lifetime. We don't know what's going to happen, but if it's anything remotely resembling to what President Trump is suggesting, it's going to be huge. Let me see what else is happening. Wow. IRGC accounts are being closed. Ooh, I have this disgusting vile video on state TV. Let's watch this one. Have you guys seen this one already? I know we already watched the video. of the Islamic Republic telling people to use to come out as human shield. But this is another one that is even more disgusting than the one that we saw yesterday. Have you seen this one? Thank you guys. You guys are being very kind in the chat. Tusi showed this? Okay. But have we showed it here? Let me show this here right now. This is on the Islamic Republic State TV.
مامانا باباها دست
Saying, mothers, fathers, take your children by the hand and come out to the street.
بچه‌ها رو بگیرید بیاید تو خیابون. میخوای بچه
Do you want your son to become a man? So guys, basically it's telling the context is he's trying to get the parents to use their children as human shield.
مامانا
Mothers, fathers, take your children by the hand and come to the street.
باباها دست بچه ها رو بگیرید بیاید تو خیابون. میخوای بچه
Do you want your son to become a man?
مرد بشه؟ بذار حس
Let him feel he's a hero in the battlefield, commanding the battle.
کنه یک قهرمانه آمده وسط میدان میونداری داره میکنه میدونداری میکنه. مامانا
Mothers, fathers, send your children at night to the roadblocks, to the checkpoints, basically. He's saying, mothers, fathers, send your children to the checkpoints.
باباها بچه ها رو بفرستید این شبا ایست و بازرسی. بچه ها
These children will turn into
مرد
men.
میشن. مامانا
That is so vile. That is so this is making, guys, I know I have been dealing with this for all my life, but I will refuse to get used to how vile this is. I want to continue to be disgusted by this. I don't want this to be normal to me just because I have been dealing with it all my life. I refuse to allow this to become normal. I want to get sick when I watch this. If I stop feeling sick when I see something like this, then they have managed to kill a part of my humanity. You know, when I see this and I feel sick and I want to puke and I want to get disgusted, I think to myself, good. It's good that I'm feeling sick because the Islamic Republic has not yet managed to take this away from me. Has not managed to take this away from me. This is still not normal to me. It's not just that it's sick, it's also the understanding that you know your enemy cares for your children in a way that you never will care for your own children. And you're using that to your advantage. And you still can't tell that you're the bad person here. You still can't tell. You still can't tell that if I'm willing for my children to die, and if this works as a human shield, it means that my enemy cares for the lives of these children in a way that I never have. That means that they are more moral than me. Like how could you not tell that you're the evil one here? Yeah, it's so unnatural. Exactly. This evil needs to go. Guys, it's not that the Iranian people should not be tolerating the Islamic Republic. The whole world should not be tolerating this. Like, this is a sickness that needs to leave this planet forever, once and for all. Oh yeah, I saw that. Someone saying, yeah, Nina saying he looks like a heroin attack. Look at him. I mean, honestly, I think he looks more uglier inside than outside. Saying, yeah, I saw this one. Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi will give a speech in the Swedish Parliament next week. Have you seen that? Yes, I saw. I think it's one of my updates if I have it listed. Is he visiting other parliaments too? I don't know, but I hope that they officially recognize him as the representation of the Iranian people. I'm seeing media says it's go time. Happy Tuesday. We'll see. And we got another super chat saying whether Trump finishes the job or not, this will be the last time that I will go on a ride with him. He's playing 5D chess with all of us. Gaid Maro. Right. Yeah, isn't there a meme with like first time Trump voter and a third time Trump voter on a roller coaster? So this is an Iranian is saying like I can't take it like I don't know what President Trump is going to do anymore, but we keep going up and down, and I can't take it anymore. Like I don't know what's going to happen. Like President Trump is playing 5D chess with all of us, not just the Islamic Republic. It's such a roller coaster. We don't know how to emotionally adjust to all of this. Let me see first. But let me see if I could find that meme. Oh, I can't find it. I think I saved it in one of my likes. Give me a second. Let me see if I could find it. It's such a good meme for what we're going through right now. I liked it yesterday, so if I keep scrolling down, it will show up. It's such a good explanation of the super chat that we just read. Nope, can't find it, unfortunately. Oh, found it. Got them here. There we go. Copy image address. There. This one is better. Oh, it's not working for some reason. Sorry, what guys? I don't know why it's not loading. Never mind. Oh. I'll just go. Here, it just looks like this. First time Trump voter being shocked about what's happening here, like, and the third time Trump voter just enjoying the ride. So the people who have been supporting Trump for a while now, they just like they're used to the up and down. They're just going with the ride. They're just going with the ride. Like, yep, we know how this works. We'll go up, we'll go down. Everything is unexpected, and this is the first time Trump voter. Like, what the hell is happening here? What is happening? Nothing makes sense. Is he gonna do it? Is he not gonna do it? Is he not? He said this, but then something else happened, and yeah, and this guy like first time. just shut up and enjoy the ride. Just go up and down, and away we go. This is perfect. I know this captures everything that we're going through. We have no idea what's like. This is us. This is this guy on the right. That's us. We have no idea like what's gonna happen. And like this guy on the left is like, you don't need to know what's going to happen. Just go with it. Oh my god. Right? Right, yeah. So such a good meme. Such a good meme. Okay, so we hear that President Trump has been made aware of the Pakistan Prime Minister's request to extend his deadline for peace talks with Iran for 2 weeks. So he's been made aware. So President Trump, they told Axios that he will respond. So we don't know. Again, go back to the meme. We have no idea. Or like we don't know what's going to happen within 4 hours. So now 3 hours. Within 3 hours, all hell is going to break loose, or nothing is going to happen at all, or anything in between. Anything in between. So we're either going to see hell being rained down upon the Islamic Republic, or we're going to see nothing happen at all, or we might see something that is happening in between. I do want to share with you guys something that I saw. Hold on. Okay. Did I lose it? I saw this great post showing how the Iranian people are responding to President Trump's tweet yesterday. If I could find it. No, not his tweet, his state. Oh yeah, I found it. Fantastic. Okay, so look at this. President Trump yesterday said something that the Iranian people are responding to very, very positively. Guys, like, it's really hard for me to explain this to you right now, but the Iranian people, their love for President Trump has exponentially like increased in such, and based after what he said yesterday in the White House in the press briefing, so many Iranian people, they used to love him, now they worship him. And this was very significant. This 3 minutes, this 4-minute clip is going viral among Iranians. So I just wanted to look. So Steve posted this. So the original post was in Persian, and Steve quote posted it, and he said, "Look at all the comments translated from Persian in response to this. If you want to know what the Iranians think, that's a good place to start." So the original post, the caption for that says, "This is the most accurate and complete description of the hell that the mullahs have created for us, and an explanation of why these people demand the continuation of this war." And where President Trump said they have lived in a world that you know nothing about. So I'm going to play this 4-minute clip, and then we're going to go watch how the Iranian people responded to this, the comments the Iranian people in Persian response, and I'm going to show you the translation of it, because I think this is very educational. Let me know what you think, guys, because right now I want people to understand the positive response to this 4-minute. But let's first look at the 4 minutes for you guys to understand what is it that has impacted the Iranian people so much, and whatever love they had for President Trump, it has increased significantly because of this 4 minutes. So watch this right now.
Why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to, and it's suffering. They would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot. Remember the great woman protests where they had 400,000, 500,000 women, and they were all enthused and they were going to protest, and everybody said, oh, the regime's going to come to an end. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, 5, 6 different areas. A woman would go down right between the eyes. They had snipers. They had 5 snipers. That's all it took. And those 400,000 or 500,000 women said, oh my God, what's that? Oh, look over there. What's that? A woman shot right between the eyes. And after 5 or 6 of them go down, then you start hearing the purr through the vast number of people. And then they said, oh my God, who would do that? And they're incredible people, but they've lived so horribly. They've lived so horribly. You know, Iran was a great country if you go back 25 years ago or so. The Persian people, they're incredible, smart, brilliant, actually. And I know so many. I know coming from New York, originally, I know so many people from Iran. They're incredible people, incredible energy, and very, very brilliant people. But when you're standing in a group and protesting and you have a woman, in the case of the woman, remember the Great Woman March, everybody was saying, oh, this is the end of the country. And then snipers selectively picked.
Yeah, guys, the 25 years ago, that's the part that people don't understand, but the rest is fun. The rest is fantastic, especially this part. This part is the most important part.
Brilliant people. But when you're standing in a group and protesting and you have a woman, in the case of the woman, remember the Great Woman March, everybody was saying, oh, this is the end of the country. And then snipers selectively picked. Every single one was shot right between the eyes from a long distance. They were on top of buildings. Nobody even knew where they were. Where are they coming from? This wasn't like a machine gun, which is also very bad. They've done that too. They did that recently. This was snipers sitting on the top of buildings, aiming and hitting women. And when they see people go down, and all of a sudden there's a riot in the reverse direction, and they never came out again. And a lot of the news doesn't talk about that. They talk about, oh, women's rights. You want to see women's rights? You're not going to see it there. It's amazing when I see some of the stupid people like, AOC +3, all that group. They talk about, oh, freedom for Iran. They don't tell you the real facts. Women, men, gays. How about gays for Iran? They kill the gays. They throw them off buildings. So I wonder what's going on. I can only say this. They want us to keep bombing, even if it jeopardizes, because their life is in much greater danger. They want freedom for Iran, but it's very hard for them to protest. I actually tell them, I said, don't go out. I fully understand. Nobody in this room would go out. I don't think there's any, because frankly, it's not a question of bravery. We're all brave, right? You're brave. I'm brave. We're all brave, but we're also intelligent. If you have people shooting at you, expert shots with the best rifles you can get, and hitting you right between the eyes every single time, and you're looking here and you're seeing and you're looking here, you're out of there. I don't care who it is.
All right, so let's look at the Iranian people responding to us. And guys, this is
Why
just
would they want you to?
this is just some of it. Like right now, this part, like everywhere on Iranian social media, people like even with the though is the Iranian people have no access to internet, the ones who do, this video is being very, very well received. So let's look at some of the captions here, some of the responses here. So look at this one. This is the first one saying that, well, this is not the proper translation. Say the bullet who passed the ear of President Trump, the bullet that missed him on that day, also missed all of us, the Iranian people. Is basically saying it wasn't President Trump that survived that day. All of us Iranian people survived that day as well. This guy is basically suggesting that we got so lucky that that bullet didn't hit President Trump, because we Iranian people would have been so screwed right now if he died. So he's saying all Iranian people, they missed the bullet. They as well. A bullet missed them as well on that day. So that's the first comment. Let's go back to see the second comment. So here's the second comment. Look at this. Like, wait, this one got 200 likes. This one got 1,000 likes. So this one is saying, today I said exactly this to my professor. I told him, so I think this is in the West. I told him that the nightmare in which Iranians have lived is so terrifying that for a Westerner like you, it seems utterly unbelievable and even ridiculous. And then this person commented saying, hats off to him. No president in the world has ever talked about these things with such detail. The rest are all silent and their tongues are up their arse or the asses. Hats off to him. Hats off to him. And then this person, again, all of these are in Persian. I'm just translating it to English for you guys. This guy is saying it's completely clear that he hears our voice loud and clear. I'm very happy about this matter. This person in Persian is saying, no, it's in English though, but she's Iranian, or she's Iranian Canadian. Follow back. She follows me. She says he knows what's going on in Iran. For once, the Iranian people actually have a voice. Look at this, guys. He knows what's going on in Iran. For once, the Iranian people actually have a voice. And then we go down here. This person is saying, whenever I get a little worried, he says something soothing, and I feel like they're really seriously monitoring Persian Twitter and relaying the vibe of the Iranian people to him. And this person is saying, How stylishly you've spoken. How beautifully you've spoken. We love you so much, Trump. Again, guys, all of these are Iranians. This person is saying, when one of those hells we were in starts talking, that's when I truly realize how wronged we are. Wait. Oh no, this is this translation is wrong. He's saying whenever somebody speaks of the hell that we were in, I truly realize how wronged we were. So when somebody speaks of the hell that we are in, so that's the proper translation. That's when I truly realize how wronged we are. Wrong, like how much people wronged us, how much people hurt us. We were noble people. We didn't deserve to live in that hell. Sometimes we Iranians, like we get used to the hell that we're in, and when somebody describes it back to us, we get reminded of how horrible our situation is. So this Iranian is saying, it's unbelievable how much he knows about the people of Iran. My heart aches for us. Oh, this person is saying, when he said that, I suddenly burst into tears. Guys, these are all Iranians responding to President Trump. This guy is saying, Trump knows the situation in Iran, the people's opinion, and even the reason behind their opinion so precisely. Then we go on the net to explain the same thing to our fellow countrymen in Persia. He's talking about the anti-opposition Iranians. It's like, well, how come Trump knows this and so many? Why do we have to explain this in Persian when Trump already understands this in English? We got some super chat saying, I hope and pray that all the beautiful Iranian people will be safe tonight during the operation. Thank you so much for your care. Saying, whether Trump finishes the job or not, this will be the last time. Oh, no, I already read that one. Guys, thank you so much for your super chats. Thank you so much for supporting this channel. So, guys, do you want me to? I'm not going to do the Pete Hegseth song, but I have a whole bunch of other propaganda video from the Islamic Republic. Let me know in the chat if you want to see this stuff. Do you guys want to see more of this stuff? And I could also go to the one that I originally showed, and explain the symbolism. I also have the like, which one do you want first? Like the first one that I showed you and explain the symbolism, or do you want a new one? Yes, people saying yes, 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 please. Somebody said no. You want to see the propaganda? Okay, let's do the new one first. Let's watch this new video first. That was weird. Look at this. This is the Hormuz Strait. They're controlling the Hormuz Strait with their Lego boats. Oh, like close the Hormuz Strait. Look at this. Hold on, this part. Fire in the veins of burning soul that's still. Hey, where's the? Oh, yeah, there you go. The little boat. This is not up to scale, though. These ships look too small compared to this soldier. Anyway, anyways, these. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Hey, Dad. Okay. Okay. Anyway, guys, look at this. Oh, look at this. This is Bibi. This is Bibi Netanyahu on the elephants. Do you guys, anybody knows this reference at the beginning with the elephants and the birds? Suratul Fil from the Quran. Look at this. So this is a reference to the Quran verses. Let me mute this. So in the Quran, there's a story of these army with elephants attacking the Kaaba. And the Islamic Republic loves to basically compare these rocks in this story, in the Quran, to its missiles. Basically, it suggests that its missiles are the same rocks and stones that fell upon that elephant army that was attacking the Kaaba. Those are the same as the missiles of the Islamic Republic. So that's the reference over here. Right? Did you guys know that? Did you guys know that story, or was this new for you guys? And then they're bombing Israel, they're bombing. They also, here's the interesting part of all of this, is that they also okay, so they also, look at this. These are the flags of, I don't know, Qatar and Bahrain. Okay, Qatar and Bahrain, their flags are, Bahrain and Qatar have such similar flags. I don't know which one it is. How many? Al Jufair Air Base, where is that? Is that in Al Jufair? It's crazy how similar Qatar and Dubai and Qatar and Bahrain's air base. Oh, this is Bahrain. Okay, so this air base is in Bahrain. So they also, in this music video, they're also threatening all the countries that have U.S. bases in them, right? So if you look at here, probably Al Dhafra Air Base. I'm assuming this is in Dubai. Let me check. Zafra Air Base. No, sorry, not Dubai. I mean the UAE. Sometimes So yeah, this is in Abu Dhabi, which is in the UAE, because that's the UAE flag over there. Yep, that's why I said Dubai. Sorry, I saw the UAE flag. I said Dubai. Obviously, there's not Dubai. The Abu Dhabi. So that's an air base in the UAE. Yeah. So Bahrain. Okay. Yeah. The Bahrain flag has 5 pointy things. The Qatar one has 7. So more pointy things for the Qatari, and the color is a little bit different as well. So look at this. Look at this. This is the UAE flag here that they're attacking. So this music video is anti the UAE as well. Ooh, guys, people are saying 2 hours and 58 minutes to go. Yeah, guys, keep boom. That's a war crime. These are these are civilian buildings. Look at with the song here. Let me play with the song. That's a war crime right there. That's a war crime right there. You just hit civilian buildings. By the way, guys, can somebody explain to me why so many of these videos are Legos now? Like, I am seeing like the regime's propaganda from so many sources coming in Lego format. Can somebody explain to me why they're all like, I've been following Durka stuff for all my life, and I don't understand why this is all in Lego. Like, why so much of it is in Lego? And guys, the people who are consuming this, they're not children. They're not children. Like, they're adults. Like, the people who are loving this and liking this and commenting on this and praising all of this, they're adults. So this Epstein Island, this is what they always go to. Epstein Island. They're obsessed with it. They're obsessed with it.
Would never be as good as it was. And the only way they're going to be able to rebuild their country is to utilize the genius of the United States of America.
Now, Israel got an early start striking at bridges. The IDF says they hit 8 bridges for rail lines used by the Revolutionary Guard. They claim the Guard used those lines to transfer combatants, weapons, and raw materials to make weapons. In the Iranian town of Shiraz, Israel also claims to have hit a central production site for sonar and underwater detection systems to track submarines, vessels, divers, and underwater missiles. In addition, the town of Kharg, Israel says the jets hit a site that makes cruise missiles and air defense systems. As far as any response from Israel since the Pakistani prime minister has proposed his 2-week delay, the only thing we've heard from the Israelis so far is they expect more missile fire tonight. Liz?
Great journalism, Mike Tobin. Stay safe out there. We appreciate you very much. Now listen to this.
If Iran were to launch a nuclear attack on Israel, what would our response be? And I want the Iranians to know that if I'm the president, we will attack Iran. Whatever stage of development they might be in their nuclear weapons program in the next 10 years, during which they might foolishly consider launching an attack on Israel, we would be able to totally obliterate them.
We cannot allow Iran to get a nuclear weapon.
The two biggest threats to Israel, the two most existential threats, if you will, are one, a nuclear Iran, and two, rockets raining in from Lebanon launched by Hezbollah.
The regime has long sponsored terrorism and threatened our interests. They should be held accountable for their actions.
Iran has American blood on their hands. That was Democrats Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, Chuck Schumer, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris saying, we must stop Iran's terror regime, that it simply cannot get a nuclear bomb. It will wipe out the U.S. and civilization in the Western world and more. Hillary Clinton even said she would attack Iran if she was president. But Democrats today now attack Trump for doing what they said must be done. And also this, Vice President J.D. Vance said in Hungary today, the war will end very shortly. Joining us now, U.S. Navy SEAL veteran, Wisconsin Congressman Derek Van Orden. Congressman, thanks again for joining us, and thank you again for your service to America. You know, we know Democrats are going to politicize this. What do you expect will happen in 3 hours tonight? We know Iran lies and delays purposely to keep its leverage, its enriched uranium, and open up, you know, keeping the Strait of Hormuz. That's their only aces in the hole. Can the president succeed at getting Iran to deliver and give up its enriched uranium and opening the Hormuz Strait? What do you think?
I think it's going to be a very difficult challenge. And the reason being is that the Iranian radical Muslim mullahs are part of a death cult. And they really, truly don't care about their own people. You've seen that. They slaughtered over 30,000 of these protesters. And I think they'll continue to do so. So it's going to be an uphill slog. Let me clear up this war crime thing. Listen, unless they're launching the missiles from the factories that they're producing them, they're going into a truck or a train and they're being transported over bridges to attack the region and the United States eventually. So these are absolutely legitimate military targets. It is dual use infrastructure. So when some of my colleagues, my Democrat colleagues, are saying that these are potential war crimes, it's really, really dangerous rhetoric, and it's not the case. I don't recall any of them saying anything when Bill Clinton bombed Serbia's electrical production capacity. They didn't say anything. They're saying this solely to try to stick their thumb in Donald Trump's nose in a time of armed conflict, and it's embarrassing and dangerous.
So we've got the U.S. bombing dozens of military targets on Kharg Island overnight. Bunkers, radar stations, ammo storage. You know, we know Kharg Island oversees 90% of Iran's exports. Do you think the U.S. is softening up this target for boots on the ground to seize Kharg Island? We should also report Jamie Dimon, CEO of J.P. Morgan. He warns rising oil prices could lead to a recession. Others say Trump's drill baby drill has protected oil markets. Also, the U.S.-Venezuela relationship. Do you think the U.S. is going to step in and seize Kharg Island?
I've been very clear. I do not support uniformed military members on the ground conducting sustained combat operations. I do not. The raid in Venezuela was nearly miraculous, but that was not sustained combat operations by uniformed military personnel. I do not support that, and I'll be very clear. We have to make sure that we do everything we can to remove Iran's ability to negatively affect the region and the global economy. But we do not need to do that with putting American military men and women in uniform on the ground conducting sustained combat operations.
Congressman Derek Van Orden, thank you again. It's good to see you. Now, take a listen to this.
Yes,
Sounds to me like you're questioning whether we're on the moral or righteous side of this conflict against these Iranian butchers. Look, that is
coming to you after soundbite.
Has been run by religious fanatics that are desperate to bring about the end of the world with a nuclear weapon. Their principal mantras are death to America and death to Israel, and he is trying to prevent that. I'm not really having trouble seeing the right and the wrong here, or the moral versus the immoral. I believe in the righteousness of this mission. I think most Americans do. And I think it's pretty easy to tell the good guys from the bad guys here, but I'm hearing a lot of people in the air
the question is also,
I don't really know.
Okay, that was Scott Jennings on CNN saying he believes in, quote, the righteousness of stopping Iran's religious fanatics and butchers. They've been desperate to bring about destruction with the nuclear weapon. Democrats and their media allies now say that Trump bombing Iran's infrastructure like bridges and power plants are war crimes. Back to the show, Iranian human rights activist Goldy Gamari. Goldy, great to see you again. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for
What do you
having
make
me
of the
on.
Trump war crimes criticism? Isn't Iran using its bridges and power plants for a terror regime? That's what their focus is on tonight for its weapons. Those are legitimate targets. Isn't it a war crime for Iran to use its citizens as human shields around its power plants and bridges?
Absolutely, absolutely. Like, I am shocked and appalled at the narrative that I'm currently hearing from the Democrats, from the woke left, from the anti-Trump TDS people. Where was their outrage when the Islamic regime last night said on Islamic regime TV that women and children should go out and act as human shields? Where was their outrage when the Islamic regime started conscripting children as young as 12 years old to man the Basij checkpoints, because a lot of the Basij and IRGC people have been exterminated? Where was their outrage then? What's happening here is that you have the Democrats and the woke left, and even the woke right, the Tucker Carlsons and whoever, as well as the jihadis and Islamists. They are taking advantage of their Trump derangement syndrome or whatever it is, and they are using the blood of Iranians to promote their anti-Trump agenda. And shame on them for doing so, because the only war criminal here is the brutal Islamic regime that has been oppressing and murdering Iranians for the last 47 years.
Let's talk about that, because critics are asking what you're asking. Where are the war crime debate and charges about Iran killing tens of thousands of Iranians over the last nearly 50 years? One estimate said it's 100,000 people, machine gunning them to death in the streets. It's public executions and hangings, even still today, trying to recruit 12-year-olds into their war effort. Clinton pollster Mark Penn says, where's the Democrat outrage at Iran's real war crimes, like bombing civilian targets throughout Israel and the Mideast, the UA targeting civilian hotels, energy plants, and airports? They've been doing that. And also Iran's terror regime financed and backed Hamas's 10/7 massacre in Israel. That's a war crime.
100%. I mean, we are dealing with a brutal Islamic dictatorship that occupied Iran 47 years ago. They turned our country into a 7th century Islamic hellhole governed by Sharia law. Not only do they commit crimes against humanity against the Iranian people, but they've been engaging in war crimes against countries in the Persian Gulf, and of course the United States and Israel. Like, it's absolutely mind-boggling to me that these woke lefty Democrats, whoever, are actually attacking President Trump, who is the commander-in-chief of the greatest country in the world. And I say that as a Canadian. The United States is the leader when it comes to freedom and democracy in the world. And to me, it's absolutely horrifying that these, to me, like, they sound like traitors. These traitors are actually defending the Islamic regime, and they're attacking President Trump. And the one thing I want to say very quickly, just a few days ago, I was monitoring Islamic Regime State TV on my YouTube channel. We actually saw the Islamic regime was sharing posts on X by Chuck Schumer, by Marjorie Taylor Greene, and videos by Jon Stewart. And they were using that as part of their anti-Trump, pro-Islamic regime propaganda. So right now, in a situation where 90 million Iranians are cut off from the internet, have been cut off for the last 38 days, the Islamic regime is using posts by Democrats and by anti-Trump people to promote their propaganda. So shame on anyone who's attacking Trump right now.
Thank you so much, Iranian human rights activist Goldy Gamari. It's good to see you again. We hope to have you back on the show soon. Now, listen to this. Watch.
The Democrats.
Thank you so much, Goldy, for coming on the show tonight. We really appreciate it. Thank
Appreciate
you.
that. All right, take care.
Thank you too.
It's politically expedient to sweep this under the rug.
Wow, that was so good. That was so good. That was so great. Fantastic. Oh my god, she's so good at this. Oh, Goldie, you're back.
Yeah. Give me one moment. Let me just fix my screen here.
By the way, guys, do you see it was seamless? You had Goldie's voice and no echo. So I did it. I had my hand on the microphone, turning you on and off whenever. That was seamless. Goldie, you were amazing. That was fantastic. Good job.
Thank you.
Oh my god.
You know what?
are
I know.
the
I know.
best at
I went on a long ramble there, but I really wanted to say on Fox News that the Islamic regime was using Chuck Schumer. I wanted to say that, and I said that.
I'm so glad you did. That ending, that was perfect. That was actually the highlight. That was the highlight. Oh,
Thank you. Thank you. So,
yeah.
all right. I know. I go on a rant sometime. Like I was rambling there a little bit, but you know what? I was
The
doing like
rants
the
are the best
Armin
part.
thing. I was doing like the Armin
Oh,
ramble rant thing, where the first time Armin had an interview, I can't remember who it was with, an Israeli media outlet, and you were just like,
I-24.
oh yeah, and
Yeah.
you had your finger, and you were just going on and on and on and on. So there you go.
No, that was
There
good.
you
That
go.
was the best part.
But yeah, I wanted to expose Chuck Schumer on Fox News, and I just did. So that was my goal. I also exposed him. I also exposed him on One America News as well with Chanel Rion. So that's happening later today. But yeah, okay. I have to make a quick call because I'm going on Chris Cuomo at 8 p.m. tonight. So I think I missed the call for that. So, but I'll be right back. But I thank you for doing the audio thing to make sure that there was no echo or whatever, Arvin.
Yeah, no worries. That's what I'm here for.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'll be right back. I just got to make this call.
Okay.
All right, so you can continue with whatever it is. Hopefully, Petito will come back.
Yeah, hopefully Petito. I want to hear some updates from him. Okay, guys. Because I'm sharing things with you, I want to see if we have some major updated news. Oh, guys, look at this. This lady from Manitou. You know how we having a lot of people are talking about what President Trump is talking about regarding completely destroying a civilization, and some people are like, "Oh no, that's genocide," right? And Goldie today had her understanding of what President Trump meant when he was talking about civilization. And then I saw this post by this lady Tina Bazimorad, which is the editor-in-chief of Manitou. So I just wanted to share this post with you guys to see if you guys agree with her. Okay. So Tina is saying, and this is resembling what Goldie was saying earlier today at the beginning of our show, right? So Tina here, and let me know in the chat if you agree. Tina says, my understanding is that Trump's intended meaning of civilization refers to the ruling political structure, i.e., political Islam over the past 47 years, and not Iran's historical civilization. This aligns with another part of his message where he mentions 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death. The point here is that Khamenei himself had called his regime's goal Islamic civilization. By declaring its death, Trump is targeting the root of this ideology. Strategic distinction, he ultimately says, may God bless the great people of Iran, meaning a clear line between the nation of Iran and the ruling regime. What do you guys think about that? Do you guys agree with this? This was in Persian. I just translated it to English. So I'm saying, wow, that's a good observation. Yeah. Do you guys agree with this? Sounds good? Yes? Okay, most of the chat agrees. Let me also check if there's anything crazy happen, because the most important thing that has happened since in the past moments so far has been the Pakistan trying to come with a ceasefire by asking for extension of the deadline. So that's the most important thing. Let me see if there's anything big. So the IRGC, the Khatam al-Anbiya speaker of IRGC just came up with a statement. Guys, how much more time that we have to President Trump's deadline? 2 hours, I think, right? No, 2 hours and 40 minutes from now. Guys, what do you think is going to happen? Let's see what Khatam al-Anbiya is saying in response. It's like, we will deal with the infrastructure. Okay, so now they're threatening United States infrastructure. So they're saying we will deal with the infrastructure of the US and its allies in such a way that they will be deprived of the region's oil and gas for years and forced to withdraw from the region. And victory is only from Allah. Nasr is like victory in Arabic. From victory only comes from Allah, the Almighty, the Wise. Hakim is wise. Yeah, guys, I remember a little bit Arabic. Hakim. So that's that news. Let me see. Ooh, more human shields. Guys, do you want to see videos of more human shields? At electric power plants. Look at this. Just in, new video shows crowds locking arms around Iranian power plants, creating human shields. How to say it? A striking scene. A striking sense as Trump 8 p.m. deadline for the Islamic Republic nears, Iran has rejected the latest terms, raising the stakes with just hours to go. So this is a new one. I mean, well, not new one, but like from a few hours ago. Honestly, I think you could hit the power. Like, look at that. I think you could hit the power plant without hurting any of these people. Oh, that's such a beautiful message. Let me respond to this. Hold on. I feel appreciated. Let me respond to this. Okay. I just got a huge motivational boost. So let's watch this. Yeah. So guys, look at this. I don't think this is a very effective human shield. You see the grid back there? You could hit that without harming any of these people. Do you guys agree? Like, you guys are not close enough. Don't let them hear this. You're not even close enough. I'm pretty sure, like, it doesn't take that much. Like, yeah, look at all of that back then. All of that back there. You could blow that, all of that up, and not a single person here has to get hurt. They're saying صنعت برق کشور مایه عزت ماست. They're saying the electric industry of our country is the source of our dignity. Okay. What a weird chant. حمایت از صنعت برق شعار ملت ماست. They're saying that this supporting our electric industry is the chant of our nation. Okay, so this is another power plant. Is this Boucher? Is this no, it's not Boucher. Is this? Because it looks nuclear. Where is this? Oh, it says farce. Well, there's two farce up there. That's one is the name of the channel. The other one is the province, I think. Where is this? Why does this look like nuclear? The only nuclear facility for electricity that I know of in Iran is in Bushehr. Where is this, guys? Oh, there we go. It's Kazarun. نیروگاه سیکل ترکیبی No, is it in Kazarun? Yeah, it's in Kazarun, yes. Yeah, so I was right. That was in Kazarun is in Fars province. So this up here shows the province. Let me see. Kazarun nuclear. What power plant is this? Oh, there is a power plant. There is a nuclear power plant in Kazarun. My bad. Okay, yeah, it looks. This is the Kazarun power plant. So this is another human shield in Kazarun. And again, I think, guys, I really do think you could hit all of this. Like, look, they're not close enough. I think you could hit all of this without harming anybody. If they wanted to create an effective human shield, they would have to be on the other side of the wall. I genuinely think you could destroy all of this inside the wall without harming a single person here. Yeah, they're on the wrong side of the wall. Look at this. None of you are gonna get hurt. What about these people? They're so far away. This is fake bravery. Okay, let's see the next one. This is Khuzestan. I think this is Ahvaz. I think we already watched this one. This is Goldi's province. Yeah, this is the one we already saw. We played this one already. There's kids under there. We remember we played the kids that were under there. So yeah, this is actually an effective human shield. Unfortunately, there's no way to hit this bridge without getting civilians killed. They're on the bridge. It doesn't look like a very significant bridge, though. It looks like a narrow bridge. It's not one of those major bridges that connects like major highways. Yeah, it's a small bridge. That's not that big of a deal. Okay, we could spare that bridge, okay? Because I know there's kids under here. We show you the video of kids being under here. Okay, this bridge we could keep, like, you could let it stay. But those power plants earlier, you could destroy all of this without harming anybody. So I think we're good. Go for it. Just don't hurt. Yeah, this bridge, don't, maybe save that one. But so there's that. Let me see if we have anything else. Guys, let me know in the chat if you want more Lego Haydar video. Lego. Oh, Sweden. Look at this. Hold on, let me see. Sweden, Princess of Pahlavi, is he already in Sweden? Look at this. We got first this. So who's this guy? Husband, father, conservative, Sweden Democrat, member of the European Parliament, and vice chair of the European Conservative and Reformers Group. So this is a Swedish politician, and he's saying, finally, thanks to the cooperation of the Sweden Democrats and the Christian Democrats, the Crown Prince is coming to Sweden. I call upon Foreign Minister Maria Stenergard to meet Princess of Pahlavi. Thank you so much. Guys, make this happen. Maria, when Princess of Pahlavi comes to Sweden, please meet with him. So guys, because these are like members of parliament, it's not as official of a recognition as much as if if a prime minister or a president or a foreign minister meets with Princess of Pahlavi, that would make it a more official recognition. That's why this guy, Charlie Weimers, I think, he recognizes Princess of Pahlavi, but is trying to get the foreign minister as well of Sweden to meet with Princess of Pahlavi when he arrives there. So I don't know, is he already there? Is this picture new? Is this a new picture? So somebody's saying, thanks for standing with the Iranian people. I think this is an old picture. I don't think he's there yet. Princess of Pahlavi is not in Sweden yet. This is an old picture. But saying, thank you for standing with the Iranian people and their leader, Crown Princess of Pahlavi, a true friend of an ally. So guys, not all of Sweden, but like some politicians in Sweden have been really good with supporting Princess of Pahlavi. Let me see. We got some super chats saying, Armin, all I need creative ways to break up with my pro-left anti-Shah girlfriend. All I need is a creative way. What? I mean, is she hot? If she's hot, don't break up with her. Okay. I mean, just don't pay attention to what she says and enjoy your time. Okay. Just you have to tell us how hot she is. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Sometimes somebody is just so hot that you know you could just tolerate the crazy. Okay. Right. I don't know. Depends. I don't know. Yeah. What do you guys think? Just let us know. Is it like a 9? If it's a 9 or a 10, then it's not worth it. Just go with the crazy. Okay, just ride the crazy train as long as you can. If it's a 9 or a 10, if it's an 8, then throw a coin. But if it's anything below an 8, then it's not worth the crazy. Anything under an 8, not worth the crazy. Right. Sorry. Okay. And then, wait, what's the creative way? Okay, the creative way is to put. So if you do want to break up, just put Princess of Pahlavi posters all over your house. That probably what does it. Oh, and when you're having fun, right at the right moment, right when you know what I'm talking about, just say Javid Shah. Okay. That will probably do it. You don't have to leave her. She will leave you. All right. So hold on. Let me see. You got another super chat saying they've abandoned the streets for power plants. Oh, yeah. Oh, actually, that's a good point. Maybe now we could take over the streets, given that everybody is basically protecting power plants. All of these Durka have abandoned the streets, and now they're all over the power plants. Maybe that's the time to go take over the streets. Somebody saying, "Oh Lord, Armin." Okay, sorry guys. This is how I am. Don't fall for crazy. Stay strong, boys. He said girlfriend. He didn't say wife. Okay, it's okay to ride the crazy train sometimes, guys. Sometimes it's worth it. Just don't marry crazy. You could date crazy, okay? You could date crazy. Just don't marry crazy. Dating crazy is fine. It's short term anyways. And then we have another super chat saying they've abandoned the streets for power. Oh yeah, I already read that one. No, here's another one. Whoever it was, get a Persian girlfriend instead. I mean, if it's anti-Pahlavi, I'm assuming it's a crazy Persian girlfriend. So you're saying, Armin, we're telling your wife, well, I didn't marry crazy. I said just date crazy. I didn't say marry crazy. What? I think my wife would agree. Oh, somebody here saying, let me see. Before see. Okay, our peace will be soon. Long, love you, and gold. Oh, thank you. Saying به فارسی قلب من شیر از ذهن من مصمم عشق در هر دو جاست ایران آزاد. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Guys, look who's here. Potipto. Oh, and Goldie at the same time. Fantastic.
درود پوتیپتو. درود درود درود.
Durud, durud.
Oh,
Oh, what happened?
maybe his connection. Hopefully he'll come back. Sorry, I'm just like fixing my screen here. So, okay. Oh my gosh.
Goldie, we have 2 hours and 25 minutes. 2 hours and 25 minutes.
Are you going to leave or are you going to stick around?
I'm going to stick around.
So you know what? Here's the thing though. I do have another interview at 8. So the deadline at 8 p.m. Eastern is also when I have to go live with Chris Cuomo. Wait, what news agency is that? I think that's Newsmax. With Cuomo. Wait. Which media outlet is Cuomo? Cuomo News. Wait, who's Cuomo with? I forget. News Nation. So I'm going, yeah, sorry guys. So that's really big. News Nation. So right at 8 p.m. I'm going live on News Nation. I mean, I'll see if I can try to find a live link. If I can't, I'm going to have to share my screen again. And Armin, you're going to have to do the same thing with the sound if you can. But that's really, really big. So I appreciate that. I was, you know what, I was feeling a little bit spicy today. I actually trolled the wait, what's this area
No,
code?
you didn't.
Wait, let me see. Hello? Hello? May I ask who's speaking? Oh, hello. How are you?
Guys, did Goldie rickroll Fox News? She was like, I trolled. She rickrolled them. I mean, Goldie rickrolled Fox News. Oh no, Goldie, you're losing control. You need to stop. Stop rickrolling everyone. Okay, it's becoming a problem now. Yes. Goldie is now addicted to rickrolling people. Oh my god. Hold on. How much time do we have? Oh, guys, did you see Mark Levin posted something? I want to share that. Hold on. It was big. It was big. It was big. It's such a big sign, I think, in my opinion, as well. Where is it? I can't. I hope I can find it. You guys know what I'm talking about? Oh no, I can't find it. Mark Levin posted something saying the Shah was right. Levin Shah. Hopefully I could find it. Oh, I found it. Look at this. Have you guys seen this? Mark Levin posted this. The Shah was right. Guys. I know what's happening. I think they first attempted to do all of this with the Kurdish separatist groups, and now that they realize that we were always right about this, that the Princess of Pahlavi is all the because when the things that President Trump says, Mark Levin usually says them earlier. Like this has been sometimes the case, where first Mark Levin says something, and then eventually President Trump says it. So I don't know if that's a trend that we could rely on, but seems like maybe they're moving closer to the position that we have been waiting for. Look at this. The Shah was right. And let's actually see what the Shah said that Mark Levin said that was right. So here, let me play this. This is the Shah's final warning. In one of his last interviews, the Shah of Iran looked straight at Western liberals and said, "Stop trying to understand the radicals." Look at this.
Now everybody's.
Oh, wow. So the Shah was saying, why are the liberals are trying to keep doing dialogue with these radicals and try to understand them? There is no understanding these people. Interesting. And then we got a super chat here saying, hold on, let's put this up. Make this tall. There we go. Armin, made the pro-Iranian freedom movement believe victory is around the corner. Oh, Armin, many in the pro-Iranian freedom movement believe victory is around the corner. I just keep thinking that after the bombing stops, the real fight will begin. The radical Islamic cult will stop. Yes, I also think that we need to keep telling people that revolutions take time. And we have to understand that, I mean, it might happen fast. But it also might not. And we're in it to win it, no matter how long it takes. Historically, these things take longer than many people might have the tolerance for, and we have to accept that it might take longer than we anticipate, and it might not. It might actually end up happening a lot faster than many people think. But we have to be ready for either way. Like we have to be ready for a short war or a long one. Yay, Goldie's back.
Sorry, I just got a call from one of Cuomo's producers just to kind of talk about the details for tonight, and she was saying that they're very excited to have me on. The show starts at 8 p.m. Eastern, but I think I'm like the third person, so I might not go on until like 8:30-ish or something. But yeah, Armin, it's going to be a late night, so just get hunkered in.
Okay.
So I'm very excited for that one. And she was, so Armin, they're watching our live stream. Chris Cuomo's people are watching our live stream.
Hello. Hi.
And apparently they were watching when we were sharing my news, like my interview on Fox News. So they were like, okay, we know what your POV is. You're fantastic. We can't wait to have you on so that you can narrative or whatever. So there you go.
Fantastic.
Very excited for that. So if you're watching, get Armin on as well. Armin is fantastic. Armin is really good.
Wow. Well, thank you, Goldie. Oh, I might be a bit out of control though, so I might so I don't I might start yelling for no reason. No, I'm just kidding.
There you go.
But,
okay.
yeah.
You know what? I actually did troll. Oh, someone is saying who is on with me. I think it's just me. I think it's just me and Cuomo. Just one-on-one. I think they wanted to have me with someone else, but I basically said, I prefer just me one-on-one because I just, and they were very respectful and they were like, okay, sure. So I think that's that's what's happening here. So we'll see. But okay, so I trolled.
Wait.
I trolled the producer from Fox News before I went on.
Did you rickroll them?
No, I didn't rickroll
No.
them. But okay, I'm gonna check the video. I'm gonna see which video it is, and then when I find it, I'll share it. So yeah, please continue with the news, and then when I find the video, I'll load it. And no, it's not a rickroll, guys. It's not a rickroll. It's just kind of funny.
Goldie, give them my email if you ever wanted them to, if they want to invite me. That's my email.
Okay,
Armin.nababi
armin.nababi@gmail.com.
gmail.com. Yes, thank you.
You might want to rewrite that because you had a typo in there. You
Oh,
forgot
did I?
that.
Oh, sorry. Armin. Thank you for noticing.
I'll be right back. Well, I mean, I'll be here. I'm just going to mute my mic. So, Armin, please continue with the news. I'm going to find the video and I'll share it because it was really funny.
Okay. But guys, by news, does she mean Lego Durka videos? Do you think that's what she means, or does she mean the news? That's my email. Okay, let's see actually if there is, because Goldie, like in Pakistan, is trying to delay the. Well, actually, let's not distract Goldie because Goldie is looking for something. Let me see what we have. Ooh, here. The IDF just posted something. Look at that. The IDF in Persian. Okay, so more. So we already saw this from Kazirun.
Okay, wait,
These
Armin,
are from-
sorry, I found it. Can I share it?
Yes, of course.
Okay, I just want to share my screen here. You guys are going to really enjoy this one. It's actually kind of funny. I don't know. I needed to like, I was just feeling a little spicy. So here you go. Just watch this. Can you hear me typing?
This is Nick in the control room. How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Doing well, thanks. Thank you for coming on the show for us tonight.
Absolutely.
We appreciate it.
Happy to be here.
At the top of the show, we'll have you do a live tease with us, so I'll tell you to stand by with the do sound.
Okay, let me go put on my burqa. I'm joking.
I'll tell you what to do a live tease, and then you'll be on after Congressman Van Orden.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Sorry for teasing you.
All good. All good.
I can't. Oh, Goldie. That was epic.
I didn't know what to say. I feel terrible.
That was so good. Oh my god, that was so good.
He was like, oh no, like what do we do? He didn't know what to say. He was so scared. He was just like,
no, he was like, what? Like, did we got the wrong person?
Let me play that one more time. But you know what it is? It's I'm so good at being serious, right? I'm so good at being serious.
Hey, Goldie, this is Nick in the control room. How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Doing well, thanks. Thank you for coming on the show for us tonight.
Absolutely.
We appreciate it.
Happy to be here.
At the top of the show, we'll have you do a live tease with us, so I'll tell you to stand by with the do sound.
Okay, let me go put on my burqa. I'm joking.
Okay. I'll tell you what to do the live tease, and then you'll be on after Congressman Van Orden.
I don't know what to say. Sounds good.
Thank you.
He was like,
He's like, I'm like, sorry for teasing you. He's like, all good.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Thank you.
I don't think he.
All good. All good.
I don't think he had that experience ever with anyone, Goldie. I think that was his first time.
No, he was like, what do I do? He's like, what do I say here?
Like, this is not in our manual.
He's like, abort mission, abort mission. I'm so sorry. That's terrible.
I haven't been trained for. I'm just a technical guy. Like, I just do the technical stuff. I don't know what to say here.
I feel terrible. But he was, you know what? He was a good sport about it. He was a very good sport about it.
Oh my god.
But yeah, I do have a sense of
More.
humor.
Oh, you do, yeah. Goldie, I showed a Durka Lego video clean where you were away. A clean one. I promise it was clean. Okay. Do you want to see it? Another? Okay. This one is clean. No swear words here, I promise.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so the context is that in the Quran there's a story of Kaaba being attacked by this elephant army, and then Allah sends like these birds with stones to destroy the elephant army. And the Islamic Republic always likes to compare its missiles to those birds, to the stones that comes out of those birds. So that's just the context. But it gets better. Okay. And then it got mummified for some
Okay,
reason.
we need to like we need to de-Durkify and
Okay. What is this?
you bring like the craziest like Durka jihad nonsense.
I have so much more if you want. So much.
No. We need to de-Durkify. So I shared this song last night. It's a new song from our favorite DJ, Siavash. He's the Khomeini Par song.
Oh, okay.
Siavash Avari. So look at this. He came out with a new song a few days ago. And it's guys, it's got English captions, English subtitles. I think it also has, wait, let me see. Yeah, so Armin, Siavash is realizing that he has a growing Israeli audience. So this song, the subtitles are not only in English, he also added Hebrew subtitles.
Wow.
For his Israeli followers. This is an Iranian DJ.
دیکتاتوری موش علی کارت تموم شد موش علی بری به جهنم موش علی پیش خمینی موش علی لاکن کیه؟ سلام خمینی سلام آمده ام به دیدنت و سلام خمینی سلام موش علیم آمده ام و سلام یه ماهه که این آمد رو کشتن توی یخچال بوی گند گرفتم چرا نمیبرن منو جهنم دیگه طاقت نمیاره این تنم سلام خمینی سلام آمده ام به دیدنت و سلام خمینی سلام موش علیم آمده ام و سلام خمینی سلام آمده ام به دیدنت و سلام خمینی سلام موش علیم آمده ام و سلام خمینی گفت در گوش به خدیج آب که اومد به جوش یه لیوان برنج اضافه کن روش یهو دیدی مشتبه هم اومد روش سلام خمینی سلام آمدم به دیدنت و سلام سلام خمینی سلام موش علیم آمدم و سلام سلام خمینی سلام آمدم به دیدنت و سلام سلام خمینی سلام موش علیم آمدم و سلام
There you go. I really had to counter the Haydar, Jihadi, Durka music with like some actual real Iranian music. And Siavash always hits the spot. So guys, this is in the Iran Revolution Live playlist already. So if you go to the playlist with all the songs and videos, I've already added it there. So there you go.
Yeah. Goldie, I haven't, I'm not going to do this, but I haven't even shown you the worst because I don't think people can take it. So I'm not going to show that one. Oh, something happened.
No. I'm just, apparently there's a troll on my X chat. So I'm just going to deal with the troll. Who is the troll? Oh, I see. Okay, guys. Thank you. Yeah, you know what? The challenge with X is for some reason, X will not allow me to add mods to the X chat, which is really weird. So, you know, the amazing people who, I found the guys. So the amazing people who are in the X chat, they always let me know, which is why I always keep an eye on the X chat. All right, guys, I got rid of that person. Thank you so much for letting me know. Listen, I would love to make you guys mods. X doesn't give me that option. I actually looked into how I can like make people on X mods. There's no possibility. So I apologize for that. It is kind of weird because I have like a few mods on, of course I have mods on YouTube. I have mods on Rumble, but I don't have any mods on X, which is strange. So hopefully Elon Musk will change that soon. But thank you guys. Thank you guys for keeping an eye on it. All right, what's going on?
Goldie, look at this. A bridge explosion.
Yeah. Shh. Don't tell Armin. Don't tell Armin we already shared this.
Don't tell Goldie that our audience rotates.
What?
Our audience rotates. So
No. I know. No, I'm teasing you. But I actually have share this. Share this, but I have a very good explanation about this too, which you're really going to appreciate. So yeah, share this.
See, people are shocked. They haven't seen it. People are like, "Oh wow!"
Yeah. No, we absolutely need to share the news. We absolutely need to like reshare this. It's very important.
Okay. Let's share it. Oh my god. See, guys, like that bridge has no one on it. Like, guys, there's so many bridges. Like they went and found the human shield video that we show you. They just went and found like a random small bridge.
No, Armin.
Like,
Armin. Oh, sorry. You're talking about the people. I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry.
No, I was just saying, like, yeah, there's so many bridges. You don't have enough people to come and be a human shield for every bridge. Just because you make a video like, oh, look, we are protecting this bridge. Okay, well, you're not protecting this one. Now you lost it. And
Armin, wait till you find out what this bridge is about. Check the link I sent you in the studio chat.
Ooh, okay. Wait, let me.
You're gonna love Israel even more when you find out.
No way.
What this bridge is. Yeah.
Okay. I don't think there's any.
Because Shin identified the bridge.
Wow. Okay. Shin is saying, interestingly, the bridge that was targeted by IIF, Israel's Air Force, was not in civilian use, and it was a gated overbridge that was under IRGC Khatam al-Anbiya's control for quick access to the infamous
Garm Dare.
Garm Dare missile site nearly 20 kilometers west of Tehran. And here are the coordinates. Alborz province, Iran. Regarding the wavy change in the video at the 1 to 2 seconds, Shockwave does that to footage with low frame rates, including the seemingly dash cam video. Oh, okay. So let's look at the. Oh, look at the people immediately geolocated that. That's pretty cool. Look at that. They identified where this is. Guys, this is from Khatam al-Anbiya. Khatam al-Anbiya, you know that guy that comes and keeps on giving out propaganda videos out there? The guy, that's a spokesperson for Khatam al-Anbiya. Khatam al-Anbiya is the most economically rich and one of the most influential parts of the IRGC.
Yeah.
Let's look at the
Armin,
video again.
okay.
Oh.
Share the
Yeah, no,
video
go
and
on.
then go to the share the video and then go to the last image because that shows you exactly the route.
Oh, okay. Okay. So let's look at this. The route here.
So zoom in.
Copy image. Share. Zoom in.
So you see where go down. Go down a little bit. So you see where it was hit over the highway, over the overpass. When you see the beginning of the road, the road leading to that overpass starts inside the gated entrance of the IRGC. And this road is basically giving direct access for the IRGC to their underground missiles. So scroll up a little bit, you'll see the tunnel entrance, right? So this overpass that the IAF targeted is not even a civilian bridge. It's literally a bridge that's only used by the IRGC. And the people filming it were on the civilian highway. But again, this is why, President Trump, Prime Minister Netanyahu, CENTCOM, and King Reza Pahlavi have been warning Iranians, stay home, do not go out, because you do not want to be collateral damage, right? Because these like the IAF and U.S. military, they're targeting bridges that are for IRGC use, and this is like literally they geolocated it and they proved it.
That's so interesting. They're still being very targeted. Do you think that at no point they're going to like once we hit the deadline, wouldn't they expand it to more? Like, because right now they're being very, very targeted. You think that's how it's going to continue?
Well, I mean, they have been targeting some bridges that are also been used by civilians in the past. But the reality is,
Right.
the country is occupied by a brutal Islamic dictatorship, and everything at this point is dual use. Right? It's being used for military purposes as well. And we know that they've targeted a lot of the rails. Right? That the rails. However, my theory is that they're basically laying the groundwork to prevent the Islamic regime and the IRGC from being able to gather or to do what they need to do, because they're basically preparing the country for revolution. And that goes back to President Trump's statement about, maybe something revolutionary will happen. Who knows? Right?
Yeah.
That's what I think is happening here. They're setting the stage.
Setting a stage, yeah. And setting a stage for maybe this, because when you weren't here, I was talking about Mark Levin posting saying the Shah was right.
Bless you.
And thank you. And I was wondering if you think this is
Armin, what do I say to an atheist instead of bless you?
I would just say bless you. because we're not religious with our atheism, so we just use the language that people.
Okay. Just want to make sure. Just want to make sure.
Yeah. But here's the thing: do you think that this? Do you think that this is the, paving the way to eventually, like, because we've seen so many times Mark Levin say something, and eventually President Trump using these people as a way to lay the foundations for, like, as you say, so I'm learning from you, right? So you think this is the same thing? Mark Levin coming here saying the Shah was right. Yeah. Okay, there we go.
And remember, President Trump in his speech yesterday said, Iran was a great country 25 or so years ago, because he was referring to pre-1979. 100%. We already know. We already know
Yes.
that the Shah and Amulinzi are very close.
Yes.
Mark Levin is absolutely paving the way. Absolutely. Why don't you play that video for people?
Yeah, okay, we do. Guys, don't tell Cody that we already played it.
Oh, okay. Well,
No, play it again. That's good. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. I'm
if
just
you already
kidding.
played it, that's fine. I'm just saying.
No, I want to play it
Obviously,
again. I want to play it
rotating.
again. Yeah, okay. No, I'm just using you.
I know.
So this is so good actually, because the Shah here is explaining that he's wondering why Western liberals keep wanting to understand and have dialogue with the radicals, right? So that's what she says.
Now everybody.
Javid Shah.
Javid Shah. Guys, Goldie, these are the things that not only even the Iranian people did not understand that at that time. And the Shah understood these things so ahead of everyone else.
He was 50 years ahead of his time.
Yeah. Everybody is saying these things right now, but we all started to understand these things after 9/11, after the mass migration, after October 7th. More and more people woke up to what the hell, like, what the Shah was talking about 50 years ago. 50 years ago. We should say the Shah is always right. We should
The Shah is always right. Well, you know
Right,
what?
yeah.
Actually, there was one or two times that he was not right. One of the like the main example I can think of when the Shah was not right is when he decided to show leniency to Khomeini because the independent judiciary sentenced Khomeini to death. And the Shah, being the kind-hearted, progressive person that he was, he pardoned Khomeini and exiled him instead. And I think that was a mistake.
I have a defense for that. I don't know if you're interested.
The Shah, you know what? I think the Shah was a little bit too merciful when it came to the mullahs and the traders and the Vatan Furushes.
I have a defense for that if you're interested.
Yeah, go for
when
it.
it comes to his mercy and leniency. The reason why, because you could say that the Shah, Goldie, that he also had the ability to crush the revolution, and he didn't. And he decided to leave Iran. He said that I'd rather not rule if I have to rule by shedding Iranian blood, right?
Yeah.
So many people say that was a mistake as well. He could have easily just crushed the revolution and continued the Pahlavi dynasty, but he didn't, right?
He did it because he loved Iran. He loved Iranian people. Guys, that's the difference between our beloved Shahanshah Aryamer, God rest his soul, versus the brutal Islamic dictatorship. The Shah did not want to spill blood, and so he left.
Even mullah blood. He didn't even want to spill.
He didn't even want to shed mullah blood because he was a progressive. He was a humanist. He was such a good person, right?
And this is why I want to defend him, because the worst way that our enemies could defeat us is by making us more like them. and the Shah didn't want to become like them even a little bit. And I think that the result of his leniency and his mercy is Iran today, like the Iranian people today. The problem with Iran back then was that our Shah was more mature than the people. He was ahead of the people. And the only way for Iran to completely be mature is for us to understand and appreciate what we lost. Like, I think that if the Shah showed brutality and crushed these mullahs in the way that we wanted to, the Iranian people would have never learned and would have never been as grateful as they are today for Pahlavi as they are today. Goldie, the Iranian people are more pro Pahlavi today than they were when the Shah was alive, because we didn't understand what we have. We weren't grateful for what we had. But now we understand. Now we understand everything that he stood for. We understand why they were valuable. And we couldn't have reached to this point if we didn't go through what we went through for the past 47 years. So you could have a mature ruler that wants to force his way upon the people who do not understand, or you could have a society where the people also understand. It's not enough for the ruler to understand. We cannot have liberty, we cannot have progress being forced upon the people from the top down. The people have to mature, the people need to be on the same page. And the Shah didn't want to force us to progress. The Shah wanted us to want progress. And because we lost, because we were ungrateful, because we didn't understood what he stood for, after the past 47 years, now we're on board. Now we don't have a mature Shah. We have a mature Shah and a mature people. And the only way to get here is by going through what we went through in the past 47 years. That's why I defend what he did.
I have his full interview. It's about, let's see here.
What do you think about that? Do you agree with that?
I mean, yeah, like the Shah was so educated, so progressive, and so advanced. And unfortunately, the Iranian population at the time, they didn't know how good they had it. And what happened in 1979 was a combination of the woke left and the Marxists and the socialists and the Islamists. It was the unholy alliance of the red and the black. And what's the saying in Persian? Namak nashnas budim or something?
There's two saying with Namak. One of them is that. The other one is هرچی که بگن داد نمکش میزنه.
نه نمک نشناس بودیم. That's it. نمک نشناس.
That's it. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, that's the entirety of it.
That's the one. Yeah, نمک نشناس بودیم. قدر
ungrateful.
Yeah, we were. The people were ungrateful, and it wasn't just the people who were. It wasn't just the Islamists and the communists and all the foreigners they brought in, but it was also the silent majority. And I think part of the reason, the silent majority was silent because they never actually thought, like it never actually, like when I speak with my family, right? It never actually crossed their mind that they would wake up one day to the news that the Shah has left the country, right? Like it was just so unbelievable for them. Like they didn't take the jihadis and the communists seriously. Everyone just sort of assumed that the Shah would take care of it. And so by the time the silent majority woke up, it was too late, and people were already under occupation.
And Goldie, we also have to admit that the people back then were too Islamic. It wasn't like right now. The Shah had the people's blessing to go after the communists. He didn't have the people's blessing to go after the mullahs. He didn't. there were too much respect for the mullahs back then. It wasn't.
People at that point trusted the mullahs because they didn't realize how evil those mullahs actually were. And then also when the communists and the mullahs did the whole Cinema Rex false flag event, right, where the communists and the jihadis murdered 400 people in a movie theater in Abadan, and then they blamed the Shah, right? Everyone believed the mullahs because they're like, well, why would a man of faith, why would like a cleric, why would like a mullah lie? Like, this is supposed to be a man of God and blah 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 blah. Yeah, like no one realized how evil the mullahs were at the time, and it was only
And now we do.
Yeah.
So that's why I think Goldie, like that's why I think he should have let us learn this. Like this has been the most expensive education in history. But if you want the people to understand what the mullahs represent, what Islam represents, like what and what the values, what our king's values represent, this is what we had to go through. There was no other way.
I actually have the full interview of this. It's about 14 minutes long. Maybe we should play that. I think it's kind of fitting for tonight, given that the deadline is coming up, and who knows, this could be it. This could be it. Like the Islamic regime could finally be over. I don't know, but I think this is really important for us to watch, because this is the final interview with Shahanshah Aryameh before he passed away. So let's watch this together. I'll be right back.
When I committed, I think, the mistake of changing the Almozagar government and precipitate the liberalization program, I wanted to create, as I said, a coalition to form a national government representing all shades, especially the opposition people. I tried very hard, I worked very hard on that, but it did not come true.
And do you think that Mr. Sharif Imami initially at the beginning did the right things or not?
Well, you can say yes and you can say no, because it was surrendering on all fronts to everyone, opening the jails and giving freedom to all, and at the same time asking for martial law. So it was a mockery. We had officially the martial law, but it was not put into practice.
At what point, you said yesterday from September onwards, but was it really from when Sharif Imami was appointed? At what point did you decide to step back? I mean, Sharif Imami's actions were his actions or your actions?
Goldie, I haven't had food for a very, very long time. Is it okay if I just go eat? I'm gonna go. I'll be right back. Okay.
Yeah, take your time. I'll play something else after this.
Okay.
You have like 30 minutes, because after this, I will play Richard Nixon's interview about the Shah.
With this government, they started to weigh on their own completely. He would come and see me, obviously. He would telephone to me. I would telephone to him. But the question of what the system that used to work before was absolutely changed. They would adopt and decide about things that they would never even report to me. It was not so much to question that I was thinking that it was time to go. I was rather thinking that like an end to something.
Without thinking of going, you were thinking maybe this is the end of an era.
of something, of me, of an era, or of something. So the question is that, so all those forces which were liberated, and we should have established this beautiful democracy, where are they today? And as I said, either outside the country or in hiding. 1.5 million people, Iranians, have left the country. Not only the rich people, but the best brains of the country, the best minds of the country. They have all left. Everybody who can leave the country is leaving the country. So where are those people in the Bar Association and in other places who were promising democracy and these things? Where are they today? You ask me why they are concentrating so much against me, my person, and accusing me of mass murdering or even money manipulation, which is very far from my nature. They're adopting this Nazi-like propaganda is something quite curious.
Do you see, like, even in 1980, the Shah is like, they're starting to create all this Nazi-like propaganda about me. They're accusing me of being like a mass murderer, blah, 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 right? Like, the Shah was calling this out because that's exactly what was going on. Like this propaganda, disinformation campaign from the jihadis and whatever, like, this is not new. This has been going on for over 50 years.
It comes in the picture that the man there.
Yeah, and you're right. This is exactly what they're trying to do to President Trump right now. 100%. That's exactly what they're doing to President Trump. Guys, it's the same ideology. It's the woke left. It's the communists. It's the anti-imperialists. It's the jihadis. They've all united the same way that they were attacking our beloved Shah of Iran 50 years ago. Now they're doing the exact same thing to President Trump. And that was basically, and of course, 100% Israel. Yeah, 100% they do it to Israel. Yes, of course, they do it to Israel. But in the American context, right now, that's what's happening. That's what's happening. And so, that was basically like my whole segment on Fox News.
You see, he doesn't want to hear about the history of our country. One day before he came back to Tehran a year ago and took over.
He's speaking about Khomeini.
He says the history of the country does not exist. There has not been a single good king in the history of Iran.
So he's referring to Khomeini. That's the founder of the Islamic regime. Remember, Khomeini is the pedophile who wrote a book saying that it's okay to have like sexual contact with infants or whatever. But right, so that same jihadi Islamic foreign occupier back then was trying to erase Iranian identity, saying there was never a good king. Did you know, like, in 1979, when the Islamic regime took over, they actually tried to destroy Persepolis. They tried to destroy the tomb of Cyrus the Great.
So he thinks that the history of Iran starts with him on whatever it was, February of 1979.
Guys, that's how Islamic occupation works, right? Like they literally believe that history and civilization starts with them. Why do you think like all those like terrorist Islamic groups in Afghanistan, they destroyed all of the Buddhist temples and the Buddhist statues? Why do you think they destroyed pre-Islamic statues and cities in Syria and Iraq, right? This is what Islamists do. This is what jihadis do. When they take over, they try to destroy the pre-Islamic civilization because according to their messed up, jihadi logic, right? Nothing existed before Islam and everything is Islam, right? And that's what they tried to do to Iran. Like, they're literally trying to rewrite history. They tried to do that with us, like Persians, and with the Persian civilization, the Iranian civilization. They weren't able to, though, because like our Iranian identity has existed for thousands and thousands and thousands of years before Islam was invented. But that's what they tried to do.
So he thinks that the history of Iran starts with him on whatever it was, February of 1979. That's why they are concentrating so much on me, because I was the king. The history of Iran must disappear. With I as a king, with the other kings, with everything that existed before February 1979. A patriot must think of the future. I'm thinking of the year 2000.
Guys, back in 1980, the Shah of Iran was thinking of the year 2000. Well, before 1980, in the 70s, the Shah of Iran was building up Iran because he had a plan in mind for what he envisioned Iran to look like in the year 2000.
If we kept our youth and our population out of the orbit of the new technology, how could we be competitive with the rest of the world in the year 2000? Unless we are ready to fall in the category of the 5th or 6th grade nations. Now they say that boys of 15 and girls of 13 could marry. Our population explosion is 3.2 already. Soon it will become, I don't know, in the category of 5 to 6%.
So, guys, under the Shah, before 1979, the legal age of marriage for girls and boys was 18. Okay, so the Shah of Iran, he banned child marriage, right? Which is what any like normal society does, right? Like, you don't allow children to get married, right? Like, you ban pedophilia. So because the Shah of Iran banned child marriage, that upset the mullahs, that upset the jihadis, right? Like, they were like, oh, this is Islamophobic. It's Islamophobic to not allow 13-year-old girls to marry a 60-year-old pedophile, right? So the Shah of Iran banned child marriage back in the 60s and 70s when he was modernizing Iran. One of the first things, guys, that the Islamic regime did when they occupied our country in 1979, right? One of their sick, messed up priorities was lowering the age of marriage. They lowered the age of marriage. For boys, it was 15. For girls, it's 13. However, girls as young as 9 can still get married if they have permission from their father. Like, guys, pedophilia was one of the priorities of the Islamic regime. Okay? Pedophilia was one of the priorities of the Islamic regime. Okay, let me see what's going on here on Truth Social. Okay, Armin. Okay, well, guys, I see it. We will wait for Armin to come back. I see the post, but I'll wait for Armin to come back so that we can analyze this together. Guys, okay, listen, this is good news. Guys, don't freak out. Don't freak out over this. Guys, this is good news. Remember people were freaking out about, oh no, Trump is gonna genocide the Iranians. Trump is gonna destroy the power plants. Trump is gonna destroy the electrical grids, blah blah blah. Come on, guys. Guys, this doesn't mean anything. No, he didn't, Taco. Guys, he didn't. Okay, anyone who says he Taco, just ban them. Just ban them. These people don't understand how President Trump negotiates or operates. Okay. Armin, he's eating. I can't just tell him to come back. Okay, we'll go to this and I'll explain it, and then when Armin comes back, I will explain it again. Okay, guys. So, guys, I told you. I told you that President Trump is not going to destroy civilian infrastructure. I said this from the beginning. Okay, اینو سریع به زبون فارسی بگم برای هم میهنان ایرانی. Okay? Oh wait, that weird account is back. I'm just going to ban that account again because that account like insults me. Okay. دوستان اینو من خیلی سریع به زبون فارسی میگم. Let me just say something in Persian really quick. Okay? دوستان این آتش بس هیچ ربطی به کاری که الان دارن میکنن نداره. اوکی؟ ببین این پرزیدنت ترامپ فقط داره میگه که همون چیزی که ما میخواستیم، نمیره سراغ برق، نمیره سراغ چی میدونم پاور پلنت، گاز، whatever. اوکی؟ داره باشون بازی میکنه. ببین امروز صبح گفت که اگه اینا چه میدونم به اون چیزی که ما میخوایم قبول نکنن نابودشون میکنیم. حالا اینا ترسیدن و ببین داره میگه که من الان دیگه تصمیم گرفتم که نمیرم سراغ برق، نمیرم سراغ چه میدونم گاز، نمیرم سراغ نفت، نمیرم سراغ بقیه زیر ساخته ها و من مثلا فرصت 2 هفته میدم که اینا تسلیم بشن. Guys, I don't know if 8 p.m. Eastern is off the table. I don't know because this isn't saying that. This isn't saying that 8 p.m. Eastern is off the table. We don't know what the terms of the ceasefire is. What I do know is that the booming is continuing. The booming has continued nonstop, right? Listen to this. We have received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it's a workable basis on which to negotiate. And then guys, this is the important part. It is an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution. یعنی داره میگه که این مشکل هنوز حل نشده. مشکل نزدیکه. ببین دوستان، من اینو الان بهتون میگم. ببین نظر شخصی من اینه. حالا میتونم شاید درست باشه، شاید اشتباه باشه، ولی ببین کاری که پرزیدنت ترامپ داره میکنه، اوکی، یه جوری ببین پرزیدنت ترامپ نمیذاره رژیم بمونه. اوکی، اینو بدونین پرزیدنت ترامپ اصلا نمیذاره که رژیم بمونه. پرزیدنت ترامپ میخواد اینا رو نابود بکنه. اینا الان خیلی ترسیدن و من حدس میزنم که شاید یه جورایی آمریکا خارگو گرفته. این حدس منه که یه جوری آمریکا یا خارگو گرفته یا خیلی نزدیکه که خارگو بگیره. و ما میدونیم که اگر که رژیم خارگو بگیره دیگه that's it، تموم. اوکی؟ و هممونم میدونیم توی مثلا نگوشیشن یا سیسفایر یا همین چی، همون موقع است که آمریکا همیشه حمله میکنه. اوکی؟ و اینجا پرزیدنت ترامپ نگفته که جنگ تموم شده، داره میگه که ما الان یه آتش بس داریم و پرزیدنت ترامپ هم گفته که تنها مذاکره‌ای که میخواد انجام بده unconditional surrender. یعنی چی؟ یعنی تسلیم بدون شرط. حالا بریم ببینیم اون 10 point proposal چیه. بعد اینم جالبه، پرزیدنت ترامپ نگفته که به این 10 نکته قبول کرده، داره میگه ما فکر میکنیم که این 10 نکته شاید مثلا یه جای خوب باشه که مذاکره رو شروع بکنیم. اوکی؟ یعنی پرزیدنت ترامپ داره میگه اوکی ما اینو گرفتیم، این 10 نکته بد نیست، ما میتونیم مذاکرهمون رو از اینجا شروع بکنیم. حالا چرا پرزیدنت ترامپ داره اینو میگه؟ چون که 100% من بهتون قول میدم خود سپاه پاسداران و بسیج، اوکی، اونا الان دارن یه جوری یعنی اونا هیچ کس رو قبول ندارن. حالا ببین ما اصلا نمیدونیم پرزیدنت ترامپ با کی مذاکره کرده. ببین اصلا اسمی هم نگفته اینجا، ما نمیدونیم با کی مذاکره کرده و این از امنه. این پرزیدنت ترامپ از عمد داره این کارو میکنه که یه جوری داره رژیمو میندازه به جون هم. و جالب اینه که من فکر میکنم که با این کار حالا اونایی که تو سپاه پاسداران هستن 100% حمله میکنن. اوکی؟ بعد تا رژیم بیاد دوباره حمله بکنه، همین آتش بس that's it. اوکی؟ یعنی من فکر میکنم پرزیدنت ترامپ میدونه که سپاه پاسداران حملهشون رو ادامه میدن. بنابراین وقتی که سپاه پاسداران میان حملهشون رو ادامه بدن، این دیگه این راهو برای پرزیدنت ترامپ باز میکنه که دیگه راحت بره تو و نابودشون بکنه. چرا؟ چون که پرزیدنت ترامپ گفت خب ببین ما سعی کردیم باشون مذاکره بکنیم و ببین اینا حملهشون رو ادامه دادن. پس خود جمهوری اسلامی و سپاه پاسداران به این آتش بس احترام نگذاشتند و دیگه ما میریم نابودشون میکنیم. That's it. تموم شده رفت. پس هم میهنان مخصوصا ایرانیا یه نفس عمیق بکشین، به پرزیدنت ترامپ اطمینان داشته باشین و به پادشاهمون اطمینان داشته باشین، چون که من بهتون قول میدم این یه بازیه. پرزیدنت ترامپ داره یه کاری میکنه که راهو باز بکنه که بره تو و نابودشون بکنه. اینو من بهتون قول میدم، شک نکنین. و ما الان به عنوان ایرانی تنها این چیزی که ما باید بگیم جاوید شاه و کینگ رضا پهلوی. That's it. Okay? All right. So Armin is still gone. But I had to calm our Iranian viewers and listeners and followers. نه ببین دوستان، عزیزم اصلا به 2 هفته نمیرسه. نه ببین اصلا به 2 هفته نمیرسه. پرزیدنت ترامپ داره با اینا بازی میکنه. این به 2 هفته نمیرسه. شما فکر میکنی که سپاه پاسداران اتفاقا شاید هم دارن موشک میزنن؟ ببین با این پستی که پرزیدنت ترامپ گذاشته در واقع داره یه کاری میکنه که اولین موشک که سپاه پاسداران چی بدونم لانچ بکنن، با همین اولین موشک پرزیدنت ترامپ میاد میگه خب آتش بس تموم شد، ما میریم نابودشون میکنیم. اصلا نگران نباش. شما واقعا فکر میکنین که سپاه پاسداران و بسیج برای 2 هفته موشک نمیزنه؟ همه نفس عمیق بکشین. ببین این پستایی که پرزیدنت ترامپ داره میذاره برای من و شما نیست. این پستا برای جمهوری اسلامیه و سپاه پاسدارانه که میخواد اینها به جون هم بیفتن. در واقع الان این کارو داره میکنه. داره یه کاری میکنه که اینها به جون هم بیفتن. شما اصلا نگران نباشید. نفس عمیق بکشین. Trust the process. Okay? نه اصلا نگران نباشین. نه این با جنگ 12 روزه خیلی فرق میکنه. این با جنگ 12 روزه خیلی فرق میکنه. Okay, guys. آره اینم مهمه. داره میگه به شرطی که تنگ هرمز رو سریع باز بکنه. فکر میکنید سپاه باز میکنه؟ معلومه که نه. الکی استرس نگیرید. دقیقاً. ببین دوستان این کامنت از پرژن پیس خیلی مهمه. خیلی مهمه. ببین ترامپ داره باشون بازی میکنه. و ببین الان یکی هم داره میگن به اسرائیل همین الان دوباره موشک گایز. اوکی سو پس تموم شد. اگر که واقعا آتش بسته پس چرا سپاه پاسداران و رژیم اومدن به اسرائیل حمله کردن؟ یعنی دیگه that's it. ترامپ داره راه باز میکنه که اینا رو نابود بکنه. همه چی اوکیه. Alright guys. So I did have to explain a few things in Persian for our Persian language followers. So we'll wait for Armin to come back, but basically, just guys, what I want to say is that this post is not meant for you and me. It's not meant for Iranians. Armin, I don't know if you heard my Persian language.
Oh no, I didn't hear but
Okay.
I did hear the news. My Telegram is exploding with messages.
So what I was saying in Persian, and I'll say this again really quickly in Persian. ببین این پست برای من و شما نیست. این پست برای ایرانیان نیست. این پست برای رژیمه. ترامپ داره این کارو میکنه چون که میدونه که سپاه پاسداران الان they're out of control. Okay, so IRGC is out of control. And what's really interesting is he doesn't actually say who he was negotiating with. Okay, so who is this ceasefire being made with? First of all, he doesn't mention who he's negotiating with. So I think this is a psychological plan to get the Islamic regime, the IRGC, to go after one another even more. Okay, plus this also confirms what we said. President Trump is not going to go after the oil. He's not going to go after electricity. He's not going to go after the grid. Nothing like that. This is how you negotiate with Islamic regime terrorists. He also said the ceasefire is subject to the Hormuz Strait being opened. So the ceasefire is not even effective unless and until the Hormuz Strait is open, which is not open yet. Plus, we just heard people are saying this on the chat that the IRGC just launched a missile at Israel. So my theory here is President Trump is basically saying, yeah, sure, we'll have a ceasefire. But now that the Islamic regime literally just launched another missile at Israel, President Trump is going to use that to pave the way to completely and totally destroy them. But we should go through this. But he hasn't agreed to anything yet. Armin, this is the critical part here. Okay, this is the critical part. Subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. Has the Islamic regime agreed to that?
Islamic Republic can't agree to that because they're so fragmented.
There you go. There you go. So Armin, this is where the wordplay and the legality comes in. Okay. So Armin, he's saying, I will hold off the destructive force subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to complete, immediate and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. یعنی داره میگه که اگر که رژیم قبول نکنه که تنگه هرمز رو باز بکنه آتش بس نیست. یعنی آتش بس فقط اگر که رژیم قبول بکنه که تنگه هرمز رو باز بکنه. That's it. تنگه هرمز رو باز کردن؟
Nope.
Okay, so تنگه هرمز رو باز نکردن. Oh my gosh, all these people are like yelling taco. I'm just going to ban you all because you guys are idiots. Anyone who just randomly says taco, you guys are idiots and you don't understand English and you're just trolls. This is mind games. Guys, remember, okay, former lawyer, former politician. I was a politician for, I was in politics for 10 years, elected official for 7. Guys, I understand Trump speak. And everyone's going to focus on the ceasefire, but no one's going to focus on subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. Also, Armin, who's he speaking with? داره با کی حرف میزنه؟
Probably Ghalibaf.
No, but okay, no, probably. داره با کی حرف میزنه? Who is he speaking with? Does he say?
We don't know.
Okay. So داره با کی حرف میزنه؟ کی قبول کرده؟
We don't know we don't know who he's talking to. But whoever he's talking to cannot represent the entirety of IRGC right now. Whoever he's talking to.
This is all psychological mind games. This is all psychological mind games. Talk to me. What are your thoughts? What are your concerns?
Can I read a message that I got, Goldie, and you respond to that?
Absolutely.
So my Telegram is now filled with messages from Iranian, and I'll just read this one. آتش بس شد. از فردا اعدام‌ها شروع میشه. بدبخت شدیم. Which translates to, they did a ceasefire. From tomorrow, the executions will start. We're ruined.
So this is where what President Trump is saying is very important and has to be properly translated. Okay? Properly translated. Again, let me put this. How do I do this? Okay. Shoot. Let me just okay. Look at this. اینو توضیح دادم. Like the grammar is really important here. The grammar is really important here. Okay. ببین دوستان. بر اساس گفتگوهایی که با whatever فیلد مارشال پاکستان در آن کردن نیروهای امشب به ازا می شود را متوقع کنم اینجاست. آرمن read this part. اوکی از اینجا از اولش بخون تا اینجا که میگه خواهد بود. اینو بخون به زبان فارسی.
اوکی. بر اساس گفتگوهایی که با نخست وزیر شهباز شریف و فیلد مارشال آسم منیز از پاکستان داشتم و در آن از من درخواست کردند که نیروی مخربی که امشب به ایران اعزام می شود را متوقف کنم و مشروط به اینکه جمهوری اسلامی ایران با بازگشایی کامل، فوری و ایمن تنگه و هرمز موافقت کند، من با تعلیق بمباران و حمله به ایران به مدت 2 هفته موافقت می کنم. این یک آتش بس 2 طرفه خواهد بود.
اوکی، حالا من سوالم برای شما و به اون هممیهنی و عزیزی که اون پیام رو تلگرام برات فرستاد. خب جمهوری اسلامی به باز کردن تنگه هرمز قبول کرده یا نه؟
So, do you want me to translate what you're saying to our English audience as well?
نه این برای الان فقط برای شما. پرزیدنت ترامپ برای اون دوستی که داره به زبان فارسی میفرسته، جمهوری اسلامی قبول کرده که تنگه هرمز رو باز بکنه؟
Let me write that to him then. So, Goldie, should I mention the concern or not?
Yeah, absolutely. Mention the concern. Okay. Listen, it is concerning. It is concerning. But what I'm trying to do is I'm basically trying to explain what President Trump means.
The concern is that the regime might, because the regime might want to do something in the Strait of Hormuz where President Trump could sell it as the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, but in a way that this regime could internally sell it as not an opening of the Strait of Hormuz. So usually when it comes to a tough situation like this, when both sides are dealing with their own internal politics, they're like, we need to do something that both sides could save face internally, where we could go and say we didn't do it, and you could go say they did do it. So that's the concern, if they could find a way to semi-open the Strait of Hormuz so both sides could go home and say we won. That's the concern.
ببین ترامپ داره رژیم رو به جون هم میندازه. همین. ترامپ داره رژیم رو به جون هم میندازه. اصلا آتش بستی وجود نداره و همین الان اتفاقا شنیدیم که رژیم یه موشک به اسرائیل همین الان پرتاب کرد. They just sent a missile to Israel. Does that sound like a ceasefire to you? همین الان این کارو کرد بعد از اینکه پرزیدنت ترامپ این پستو گذاشت بیرون. ببین پرزیدنت ترامپ امشب گفت که رژیم نابود میشه. شما واقعا فکر میکنی که پرزیدنت ترامپ بعد از اون صحبتی که دیروز کرد که گفت دید چجوری رژیم داشت زنا رو میکشت، پرزیدنت ترامپ به دنیا گفت شما نمیدونین ایرانی‌ها تو چه جهنمی دارن زندگی میکنن. واقعا فکر میکنی که پرزیدنت ترامپ الان میاد همینجوری میگه اوکی باشه آتش بس؟ دوستان پرزیدنت ترامپ داره با آخوندا بازی میکنه، داره با رژیم بازی میکنه، مثلا یه گربه که مثلا یه موش میگیره بعد هی با موشه بازی میکنه تا موشه بدبخت دیگه اینقدر زجر بکشه تا موشه رو بکشه و بخوره. خب پرزیدنت ترامپ داره همون کارو با رژیم میکنه. پرزیدنت ترامپ مثل یه گربه است، این موشلی و حالا هر که گرفته دستشو اینجوری داره میکنه. داره باشون بازی میکنه. Guys, this is a psyops. This is a psyops. Do not freak out. Guys, this is President Trump. Basically, like, you know, like how a cat, when they have a mouse and they play around with the mouse until they eat the mouse? That's what President Trump is doing here. Trust the process.
So the regime right now is selling this as a victory.
Of
on
course
their
they are.
on state TV. Yeah, I know. I'm just I'm just reporting it to people.
Of course they are, because they're a bunch of inbred, savage, durka jihadis. Remember the Armin. They also painted the F-15E, even though there was no American casualties and both American pilots were saved. The regime still portrayed that as a victory. Who cares what the regime is doing? Who cares?
Well, I know. I'm just reporting what they're, just in case people want to know what's happening. Oh, you got a big super chat talking. Do you
Oh.
want to highlight that?
Sure. Where is it? Okay, guys. Goldie, Trump said earlier that maybe tonight the people would revolt. I believe that was messaging. The ceasefire is so the people can go out on the streets. That is an excellent point. You know what? You're absolutely right, because you know what? That is such a smart point. That's very, very true. Because President Trump has said that unless and until, the boom booms are happening, Iranian people can't go out. And even yesterday he said, why would they go out when there's bombs dropping? Why would they go out when they're unarmed? There's more happening here behind the scenes. And I find it insane that people are freaking out. I absolutely, I find it insane that people are freaking out and thinking this is it. Do you guys actually think that President Trump spent so much time and taxpayer dollars and invested so much into this just to be like, oh yeah, okay, we're gonna have a ceasefire? Do you actually think that's what's happening here? But Kendra, you make an excellent point. Guys, you have to take a step back and you have to look at the big picture. If you guys think that President Trump sent all these military assets to the Middle East, guys, this is just another play. Armin, they destroyed so many military assets on Kharg Island.
Yeah. 50.
Yeah. And remember, everyone was freaking out about, oh no, President Trump is gonna he's gonna nuke. Remember? So all the lefties that were like, oh no, President Trump is gonna genocide Iranians at 8 p.m. He's gonna destroy the power plants. He's gonna destroy whatever, the electrical grid, the infrastructures, whatever. That was all trolling. It was all trolling to pressure the Islamic regime. Guys, trust the process.
I mean, I understand why they are. I understand why they're nervous though, because it is.
ببین این یه بازیه ولی پرزیدنت ترامپ داره چرا من اینقدر مطمئن حرف میزنم؟ خود ترامپ نمیفهمه کلمه من اتفاقا خیلی مطمئن صحبت میکنم، چون که من 10 سال تو سیاست بودم و 7 سال سیاستمدار در کانادا بودم. پس به خاطر این دلیلش که من خیلی مطمئن صحبت میکنم همینه. و اگر که شما از ابتدا برنامه ما رو نگاه کردی میدونستید که از همون اول که من دارم توییت های پرزیدنت ترامپ رو ترجمه میکنم یک بار اشتباه نبودم. هر چیزی که من از پرزیدنت ترامپ ترجمه کردم و راجبش صحبت کردم همیشه 100% درست بوده. به خاطر این من خیلی مطمئن صحبت میکنم. حالا شما میتونین منو باور بکنین یا میتونین منو باور نکنین، ولی من دارم از تجربه سیاسیم صحبت میکنم. حالا قبول بکنین یا نه دیگه that's up to you. هیچ کس شما رو به زوری نمیگه که باید حرف منو قبول بکنین، ولی این نظر منه و تا حالا نظرم 100% درست بوده راجع به حرفایی که پرزیدنت ترامپ داره میزنه.
So, Goldie, you said it doesn't matter, but do you want to see what the Islamic Republic State TV is putting as their headline on their State TV, or no? You don't want to.
Yeah,
You don't
I
care.
mean, sure. Let's go for it. Let's go
Oh,
for it.
just so they are putting this right now in Iran on State TV. They're saying this is the headline news. عقب نشینی حقیرانه ترامپ از لفظی ضد ایران ترامپ شروط ایران برای پایان جنگ رو پذیرفت. So they're saying the humiliating retreat of Trump. Trump agreed to Iran's terms of ending the war. So they're saying this is a humiliating retreat by Trump.
But Trump
They're selling
hasn't.
this as him being afraid. They're
Of
selling this as
course.
him being afraid. Yeah.
Of course, but President Trump hasn't actually agreed to the terms. He hasn't actually agreed to the terms. نه این اصلا هیچ ربطی به ببین این هیچ ربطی به جنگ 12 روز نداره. صحبتی که پرزیدنت ترامپ الان داره میکنه خیلی فرق میکنه. President Trump hasn't agreed to anything. Sorry guys, I know I'm speaking Persian, but there's a reason. It's because this is heavily impacting our Iranian viewers. They're freaking out, so I just want to calm them down a little bit. But now we'll switch back to English.
Yeah, I feel bad for our English audience.
I know. I apologize.
Yeah.
I do apologize for English audience, but we will go back to. We will switch
Because our Persian-speaking audience, they speak English as well. So I don't know why.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Well, no, not all of them. We do have some people who don't speak English as well. So I just wanted to, give that.
So I also want to give this update that Israel just has also announced. Israel has also agreed to the temporary ceasefire, White House official says. Israel is part of the 2-week ceasefire President Donald Trump announced just an hour and a half before the deadline for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face escalated military attacks on civilian infrastructure. A senior White House official tells CNN Israel has agreed to also suspend its bombing campaign while negotiations continue, the official said. So there's that.
Well, Armin, I mean this falls in line with what President Trump said, that Iranians can't go out when the boom booms are happening. Also, why the ceasefire now? What's happening with Kharg Island? What's happening with the Marines?
Yeah. Oh, Goldie, look at this. Saeed Qasim-Nejad, Princess of Pahlavi's #1 main advisor, he said right before the ceasefire, he posted this. He's saying, as the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, headquarters of Sunni terrorism, tries to save the Islamic Republic of Iran, headquarters of Shia terrorism, the regime chief judge orders the judiciary to expedite the execution of imprisoned protesters. So that's his point. His position on all of this.
Well, I mean, all this is doing is just making the case for why the Islamic regime must be completely annihilated.
Let's see if he posted anything after the ceasefire was announced. Because, guys, when Saeed Qasim-Nejad, when he posts something, we need to take it very seriously because he's the closest person to Princess of Pahlavi. Oh, look at this. He did post something about the ceasefire. He's saying, as I said 2 weeks ago, a temporary ceasefire was possible, but not the right move for the U.S. A deal, however, is very unlikely despite what the president says. A ceasefire is not the right move because it allows the regime to breathe when it's under massive pressure. 2 weeks of reopen Hormuz is not worth the price. Oh, so Goldie, Saeed Qasim-Nejad is disagreeing with the ceasefire. He's saying this is his response to the ceasefire. He's saying this is going to give the regime breathing room. And they're going to be able to sell their oil through the Strait of Hormuz, and it's going to help them rebuild.
But Armin, how are they going to do
Yeah.
that if Kharg Island is controlled by the United States? Because
is it controlled?
well, we don't know.
Right now? Yeah.
All we know is
Yeah.
that there was a huge attack against Kharg Island, right? And we also have to be honest. His Royal Highness's team, they may be doing some diplomatic talks or negotiations behind the scenes, but they're not going to have access to military or strategic plans or information. And I'm now hearing reports that the Strait of Hormuz was opened. Who opened it? The Islamic regime or someone else?
The part of IRGC close to the Strait of Hormuz. This might cause other parts of IRGC to hate them, though.
Well, that's what I mean. Like this post by President Trump is pitting the IRGC against one of the guys. I don't know if it's open or not. I don't know if it's open. We're starting to get some reports. Guys, remember, it's the fog of war. It's the fog of war. We have no idea what's going on.
Okay, they're saying the B-52s are turning back. I don't know what this is.
Okay, but we never knew if the B-52s were going to attack anyway. Listen, President Trump is speaking the language of terrorists. President Trump, listen, you can only negotiate and speak with terrorists in the language that they speak. So remember, this morning, President Trump apparently was threatening to genocide and nuke Iran, which wasn't the case at all. Now he's saying, yeah, sure, maybe we'll have a 2-week ceasefire. But throughout this entire process, he has been going after Kharg Island. They've destroyed the railroads, right? Armin, don't forget, they've destroyed the railroads to prevent the IRGC from moving around. They've destroyed military bridges and overpasses. Armin, they're laying the groundwork for revolution. Remember, President Trump said, who knows what will happen tonight? Maybe something revolutionary. Who knows? And don't forget, he said that the ceasefire must be double-sided. What does double-sided mean? That means it both sides, which means the Islamic regime must also agree to not shoot missiles or do whatever. Double-sided ceasefire. And then he said, we received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. What's this 10-point proposal? Have we looked up this 10-point proposal?
No.
Okay, so let's look it up and see what this 10-point proposal is. By the way, President Trump hasn't even agreed to this. He says, we have received. All he's saying is we've received a proposal and we believe it's a workable basis on which to negotiate. So he's not agreeing to the proposal. He's saying this is a good start. We don't know, right? We don't know. But again, like I'm seeing this, I don't know if this is true. This is like, there's so much fake news going around, Armin. Iran's 10-point plan includes, apparently, guarantee that Iran will not be attacked again, permanent end to the war, end to Israeli strikes in Lebanon, lifting all of U.S. sanctions on Iran. Okay, Armin, do you think that the United States is going to agree to lifting all U.S. sanctions on Iran?
No.
Okay. end to all regional fighting against Iranian allies, which is not going to happen. In return, Iran would open the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, look, Armin, look. So apparently part of the 10-point plan is they're going to impose a fee of $2 million per ship. They're going to split these fees with Oman, and they're going to provide safe passage, and they're going to use the fees for reconstruction instead of reparations. Oh, and then look, President Trump's deadline for a peace deal is 25 hours away. Oh, Armin, look, Armin. So basically, the Islamic regime gave like a peace deal to President Trump, and they're like, شما 25 ساعت وقت داری که اینو قبول بکنی. گندگوزی رژیم دیگه.
It's weird because the last three is not even a request from the Americans. It's basically for them request to themselves. No, the last four. Weird. Oh no, the last three. Yeah.
I mean, that's all I'm seeing here. I don't actually see anything else about like a 10-point plan. Where's this 10-point plan?
It's more like a 7.
I mean, maybe the 10-point plan is what like it could be that. I mean, we have no idea. We have no idea, guys. This is everyone needs to calm down. President Trump has not agreed to a ceasefire. He's saying subject. And once again, the mainstream media is going wild with this.
But here's the thing, Goldie. Even if it is a ceasefire doesn't mean that it's over. Even if it was a ceasefire, because you could have a ceasefire and then you could get back to it after the ceasefire is over. Like you have to. Ceasefire doesn't mean that the end of the military operations. Like even if there is a ceasefire, because the Islamic Republic, guys, is even worse than it was before. You cannot, like, the world is not just going to sit back. You're not even listening to what I'm saying.
No, I'm listening. I'm listening.
No, what is this? What is this?
I don't know. Apparently you. Okay, so the Islamic regime ambassador to Pakistan, apparently the guy that's like helping to broker this peace deal or whatever, right. Or not peace deal, like ceasefire, temporary ceasefire. The ambassador to Pakistan is actually wanted by the Department of Justice.
Wow.
Guys, come on. Like, President Trump is trolling them. Guys, President Trump always does this. He always does this. Remember the day before he boomed Khamenei, literally 12 hours before he sent Khamenei to hell, he was like, yeah, we're negotiating with them. Let's see how it goes, blah, blah, blah. Come on, guys, come on.
So do you still think that the Islamic Republic is going to fall within like 2 weeks or so from now? Like I mean, you still think the end is close? You still think that?
Well, President Trump said that the Islamic regime is going to end tonight, so let's see what happens.
Oh, so you think something big is still might happen tonight? Something big?
If President Trump was actually thinking about a ceasefire, why would he destroy all of the military assets and bases on Kharg Island?
Do you want me to play devil's advocate, or should I stop?
I mean, yeah, sure, you can.
Okay, so guys, don't hate me. I'm just playing devil's advocate, okay, in the chat. Devil's advocate would be like just to show the Islamic Republic that they're serious so that they come to the table.
Yeah, but who's they? Who's going to come to the table?
Well, that's the problem. The mosaic nature of the Islamic, the IRGC is both a. Okay, somebody's spamming. I already know. So okay, so somebody Armin Chimigi Hami Alam Mushak Zadanira. Like you, what do you mean Chimigi? Goldie already mentioned it multiple times. Should I ban you? Let me just ban this person, like, for spamming my channel. Like, didn't you hear? Goldie already said that to me. I already know. How does that negate anything that I'm saying? You goddamn idiot. Like, I told you not to get butthurt because I'm playing devil's advocate, and you got butthurt. Bunch of babies. So, Goldie, to your point, see, this is both a strength and a weakness of the IRGC. This guy, let me actually bring this up. If you look at this IRGC chart, okay, this guy over here, Muhammad Ali Jafari, he used to be the head of IRGC years ago. Okay, guys, pay attention because this is important information for you guys to have if you want to know more nuanced understanding of how the IRGC operates. Sorry, Muhammad Ali Jafari came out with a design of IRGC that is mosaic in nature, meaning that is decentralized, and it doesn't it created different segments of IRGC that is 32 segments in different parts of Iran, which each one of them can operate semi-independently. And he did that years ago exactly for preparing for a day like this. So that if one day they behead the IRGC by killing so many of their top officials, the IRGC can continue to resist because it has this mosaic nature. That was his design. Okay, Goldie, you want to say something else? I'll just stop talking. Go on. What is this thing? Okay, Goldie, what is it? You send me something else. All right, I'll just stop. What is this, Goldie?
Just read it.
Okay, statement of the Islamic Regime Supreme National Security Council. And let's see what the statement is. Wow, this is a long statement. The enemy, it is in its unfair, illegal, and criminal war against the Iranian nation has suffered an undeniable, historic, and crushing defeat by the blessing of the pure and holy blood of the martyred leader of the Islamic Revolution, His Eminence Ayatollah Al-Uzma, oh my God, Imam Khamenei, peace be upon him. The strategies of the supreme leader of the Islamic Revolution and commander-in-chief of the armed forces, His Eminence, oh my God, His Eminence Ayatollah Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei, just, oh my God, may Allah protect him. Guys, look at this. All from here to here is basically Mujtaba. All the way from here to here is just referring to Mujtaba. Okay, the sacrifices and bravery of the warriors of Islam on the fronts, and especially the historic, lasting, and epic presence of you, the dear nation, on the scene since the very first days of the war. Oh, kill me. Iran has achieved a magnificent victory. This victory forced criminal America to accept Iran's 10-point plan, in which America is fundamentally committed to non-aggression, the continuation of Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz, the acceptance of enrichment, شطور در خواب زی خیال باطل
Well,
زی خیال باطل
Armin, that
removal.
part right
Yeah.
there. So the Islamic regime is claiming that the United States has agreed to allow them to continue with the uranium enrichment.
Yeah, sure, buddy, sure.
Listen, Armin, this is
Yep.
President Trump. I told you, President Trump is laying the foundation که نابودشون بکنه.
But yeah, but Goldie, they say whatever BS they want to say to their audience, anyways, regarding what objective reality is. Like they don't care if it's true or not. Yeah.
But that's fine. That's fine. This is giving President Trump what he needs to go and just destroy them. Like these savage jihadis have played into President Trump's hand.
But
Right?
why didn't? Okay, so here's a question, Goldie. You're saying they played right into his hand. Didn't he already have all the cars to destroy them anyways before this? Like, what else how is this going to give President Trump more advantage to hit them? Like, what
I
did
don't know.
he?
Maybe they need time to get their military assets in place. I don't know.
So you're saying President Trump did not have something that he will have because of this now?
No, all I'm saying is this just gives him this is just more like how do I explain this? This is just building the case for why he's going to be destroying the Islamic regime. And they fell into his trap.
But didn't he already have a case?
Of course, but that doesn't mean of course he had a case, but you saw my Fox News Live interview today where everyone is accusing President Trump of war crimes, right? Listen.
Right.
Just trust the plan. And President Trump has the one thing that him and his team have been very clear about is no nuclear uranium enrichment. And yet now the Islamic regime is boasting and they're saying that apparently President Trump has agreed to nuclear enrichment. Come on.
Yeah, guys, I know you're getting butthurt in the chat, and maybe hold on. Let me see, where's this person? Hold on. Look at this. No, wait, somebody. Where is that comment? It's moving. Stop posting so I could get that comment. It moved. Oh, here. Got you. Okay. Somebody's saying, look at this. Goldie plays 5D chess so much better than Armin. Okay. I'm asking the right questions here. If you like Goldie's responses, I think it's important to ask the questions that I'm asking.
Listen, I 100% listen. Armin plays just as good 5D chess as I do. The only reason that I'm able to answer these questions is because Armin is asking the right questions. So the fact that Armin and I are talking this out, we're doing it for your benefit because Armin and I already know what's going on. So we are having a conversation. Armin already said that he's playing devil's advocate here. And if you're too low IQ to understand that, then I don't know, maybe you should go and play not checkers for sure. Maybe you should go play, I don't know, like chess or not chess, like checkers or I don't know, some kids game. Go play Uno. Go play Uno. If you can't understand, if you cannot understand go play with like the Stones. Right? Like Armin and I are having a debate. We're having a conversation. We're bouncing ideas back and forth in order to expand upon ideas and possible theories and analysis here. So yeah, if you don't appreciate that, go to like a different channel. But please don't insult like Armin's intelligence. That would be very inappropriate.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Goldie, here's the difference between. Oh, let me turn this off. This is the difference between us. Okay, you're on the left. I'm on the right. This is guys. True. This is Goldie is on the left. This is me on the right here. We're just playing our roles. All right.
So true, man. Okay, you know what? Tusi just went live. I haven't eaten anything all day, and I have to log into Cuomo at I think around 8:30 or right before. So I don't know. I don't think you finished eating either, but maybe.
I was just I wasn't eating. It was just like as soon as I prepared everything, I got bombarded with messages like, Armin, we're doomed. Okay. We're doomed. And I was getting so many messages like that in Persian, and I was like, what the hell is happening? And I'm like,
so why don't we both take a quick break, eat something We'll watch Tusi. I don't know if Tusi is going to have the right analysis, but he is great.
I'll
So
bomb his straight, Goldie. I'm Azure proxy if he doesn't.
thank you. No. But like he just started. So how about we take like a 20-30 minute break, and then we'll come back, and in the meantime we'll go to Tusi, and we'll be back in about half an hour. And then that gives you time to eat as well. All right, Armin, see you soon.
See you soon.
Conflict in the Middle East, a ceasefire, a 2-week ceasefire has now been agreed between the United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran. The IRGC have a few things that they have to now follow. Things are still escalating in the region. We're going to give you guys the latest updates on this. And more information is coming out in the next few minutes about this 2-week pause, and also what's been going on just hours and minutes before the ceasefire was agreed. Of course, we have all the live details on the screen for you guys as well. First, we're going to talk about the actual ceasefire that has now been reached between the two sides. Then we're going to talk about how the Israelis have now confirmed that the operation against Hezbollah in Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire, which was a big red line for the IRGC. Somehow they have managed to mess that up and surrender. The state of Qatar have confirmed that their schools will remain closed for a week, despite everything that has happened. And the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, the leader of the opposition in Iran, has now sent out an urgent message to the armed forces of the country, specifically the regular army. We're going to give you guys some videos as well that are coming from inside Iran, despite the lack of internet access. First, we're going to read out the statement from President Trump. Based on conversations with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan and Field Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent to Iran tonight, and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of the past contentions have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. On behalf of the United States of America, as President, and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. And this is where it's going to get very, very interesting. Of course, the next phase of the battle against the Islamic occupation of Iran, led by the Iranian people, the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, and the Immortal Guards. So, earlier today, we had a bit of a situation as the IRGC had a huge number of red lines. They also said that we have cut off all diplomatic ties. We're not talking Hezbollah of Lebanon has to be part of any ceasefire. And we don't actually want a ceasefire. We want a complete end to the war. And then obviously President Trump started to threaten the Islamic Republic. The IRGC came crawling back and begged for a ceasefire. And now they've got it for 2 weeks at least. But they also decided to use their own family members and the relatives of the IRGC forces to create a human chain outside the infrastructure, including power plants. This is what we had to deal with earlier. Watch this. And then they had the same thing. Let's get rid of that. We had the same thing in Khuzestan as well, the power plant near Bushehr. All members and relatives of the IRGC, right? But then The Israeli Defense Forces made an announcement. Obviously, since this morning they started, well, this afternoon they started hitting some of the infrastructure and the bridges and train stations in Iran. The Israeli Defense Forces announced that they attacked 8 bridges across the country. That includes bridges in Tehran, Kharg, Tabriz in the northwest, Kashan in the center, and Qom, which is also near the capital. All this, obviously, were being used by the IRGC military to transport their equipment, the ballistic missile launchers, the drones, and everything else. They all got paralyzed. And then I think we get more information now. Okay, so we have some more details about what is going on with the ceasefire. The Islamic Republic's Supreme National Security Council says the United States has been forced to accept Iran's 10-point proposal, which includes, okay, we have a whole list apparently. That's interesting. A commitment to non-aggression. That's literally by default the point of ceasefire. You don't have to put it on a list, you weirdos. A continuation of Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. They have to keep it open, by the way. Acceptance of uranium enrichment. That is not part of the ceasefire. That's supposed to be negotiated. You can't put that on the list. Lifting of all primary sanctions, not all sanctions. And then secondary sanctions. That's followed by any deal that's signed, by the way. Termination of all UN Security Council resolutions. Termination of all Board of Governors resolution. Payment of compensation to Iran. Now, this is fascinating because this is not confirmed by the United States. The Islamic Republic are now saying that the Americans have agreed to give us reparations. Yeah, I don't think that's the case because the Americans did not say this. And withdrawal of U.S. combat forces from the region. That is definitely not happening. So these guys are drunk for now. There was also a last-minute intervention by China that helped lead the final points of the ceasefire for the 2-week period. Of course, China helped Pakistan to make this happen. The IRGC now says, at the beginning of this unjust war, the enemy believed it could quickly achieve total military dominance over Iran. That literally happened. Create political and social instability. That happened. And force Iran into submission. You literally submitted. They assumed Iran's missile and drone capabilities would be quickly neutralized, most of it was, and did not believe Iran could respond so powerfully beyond its borders and across the region. Most of them got intercepted. They were convinced this war would end Iran and allow them to eliminate what is described as the last stronghold of humanity. Okay, now they're drunk again. Enabling further unchecked actions. They envisioned dividing Iran, plundering its oil and wealth, and leaving its people in prolonged instability and insecurity. Despite deep grief over the martyrdom of their leader, Iranian fighters and their allies relied on faith in Allah, Allah, and inspiration from the leader of the martyrs to deliver a historic lesson to their enemies. Basically, anything that they say is the opposite at this point, considering that they eventually submitted to a 2-week ceasefire. Now, the talks will now begin on Friday, 2 days from now. Well, technically 3 days from now. It's Wednesday now, depending on where you are. If you're in the United States, 3 days from now. Let's quickly, I'm going to get some reaction as well, but let's quickly go to the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, who confirmed that the reason that the bridges and the railway network was hit early today was because of the transport of military equipment by the IRGC. And then we're going to go to the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi with his urgent message to the army in Iran.
אבל אנחנו עושים זאת ביתר שאת ובעוצמה הולכת וגוברת. אתמול הטייסים שלנו השמידו מטוסי תובלה ועשרות מסוקים בבסיס של חיל האוויר של איראן. היום הם תקפו את מסילות הברזל והקשרים שמשמשים את משמרות המהפכה. הם משתמשים בהם להעביר חומר גלם לנשק, כלי נשק, ואת הפעילים שתוקפים אותנו, את ארצות הברית וגם את מדינות האזור, ואותם פעילים שגם מדכאים את העם האיראני. וזו הנקודה המרכזית. הפעולות הללו, שאני אישרתי יחד עם שר הביטחון, אינן נועדו לתקוף את העם האיראני. להפך, הם נועדו להחליש ולקטוש את משטר האימים שבדכא אותם מזה 47 שנים. זה כבר לא אותה איראן, זה גם לא אותה ישראל. אנחנו משנים את מאזן הכוח מן הקצה אל הקצה.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have some breaking news coming from the Middle East. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps have now launched an attack on the United Arab Emirates, which is technically almost an hour after the ceasefire has been agreed. Also, 5 minutes after the ceasefire was announced, they also launched missiles towards Israel. We're going to show you a video from that. But the UAE is now under attack. They have launched both missiles and drones. And the Emiratis' defense system is currently intercepting the drones and missiles that are being launched from Iran. There is a couple of things happening, I think, and Yemen, the Houthis have now started launching missiles towards the state of Israel as well. We're going to go to that, all of them, in a few minutes. It's absolute insanity right now. And let's quickly go to the Azerbaijan province in the northwest of Iran, as one of the bridges in East Azerbaijan was destroyed just before the ceasefire was announced. So this was there in East Azerbaijan. And then we also have an ongoing situation as we speak, by the way, in Iraq. There is a whole list of chaos, clashes happening in the capital of Iraq, in Baghdad. The headquarters of the IRGC linked militia is now getting attacked. That is absolute insanity. So until now, we've had a lot of attacks from the IRGC side in Iraq towards both the Kurds and also the Americans and everybody else and the rest of the Iraqis. Tonight, we are seeing the exact opposite. There is now a massive wave of attacks against the headquarters of the IRGC proxies. Let's go to the first one. This is tonight. So we don't know when that's going to stop now. Busy night in Baghdad. That's the headquarters. Someone in the live chat says 5 minutes is a new record for ceasefire violation. No, Pakistan holds the record of 2 minutes against India. Okay, so that's still going on at the same time. So I'm assuming these are the Kurds behind it. I'm not really sure exactly. We're going to find out who's doing this. Having said that, the U.S. military obviously achieved their goals so far, and it took them just over a month. To be fair, they reached it within less than a month, which was to eliminate the nuclear threat, the imminent nuclear threat, as well as minimizing the threat of the ballistic missiles, missile launchers, and everything else that they've had. There was also a bit of a bonus on top of it, which was the political leadership in Iran getting completely annihilated. Now there's a massive split. There's a huge division inside the Islamic regime, and they're all up against each other. So it's all completely chaotic now for the IRGC. The President Trump continued, even though the strike could have ended weeks ago, based on what the Americans wanted. Obviously, the Israelis have a different objective, which is to completely bring down the regime in Iran. This goal also goes hand in hand with what the Iranian people want, and the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, as their leader, he has now published and released the latest urgent video message to the armed forces of Iran, not the IRGC, but the regular army. Let's go to him with the subtitles.
خطاب به ارتشیان ایران. شما میراثدار سرداران میهن‌پرست و خوشنام این سرزمینید. از آریوبرزن و بهرام چوبین و سورنا تا بابک خرمدین و یعقوب لیث و مازیار تا جهانبانی و خسروداد و رحیمی. چگونه می توانید در برابر جولان و رجزخوانی عوامل بیگانه و جنایتکار وابسته به جمهوری اسلامی در خیابان‌های ایران از هشت شعبی و حزب الله لبنان تا تروریست‌های افغانی و پاکستانی سکوت و بیعملی پیشه کنید؟ جمهوری اسلامی و سپاه تروریستی و سرکوبگرش در برابر دیدگانتان ده‌ها هزار تن از پاکترین و شجاعترین فرزندان این کشور را سلاخی کردند و هر روز شماری دیگر را به کام مرگ می‌فرستند. این اشغالگران خاک ایران با جنون ویرانگر و آخرالزمانی کشور را در آستانه نابودی قرار داده‌اند. چگونه چشم بر این واقعیت‌ها بسته اید و از ایفای نقش در دفاع از ملک و ملت کناره گرفته اید؟ تاریخ و نسل‌های آینده ایران چگونه درباره شما داوری خواهند کرد؟ پیمان و تعهد ملی و میهنی خود را به یاد آورید. به میدان بیایید. از شرافت و اعتبار ارتش ملی ایران در برابر جمهوری اسلامی و مزدوران بیگانه اش دفاع کنید. و خطاب به شما ملت بزرگ ایران، با صدای رسا خواستار ایفای نقش ملی ارتش شوید. از آنها بخواهید به وظیفه خود در قبال میهن و ملت عمل کنند تا بیش از این دیر نشده در کنار ملت بایستند و ایران را نجات دهند. پاینده ایران.
And this is the key point, by the way, in terms of what is next. Obviously, the strikes can't continue forever. And this is also, by the way, the 2-week ceasefire is not the end of the war just yet. This is just a 2-week pause to see if the Islamic Republic would be willing to sign the surrender deal that is now going to be negotiated from Friday, the 10th of April. That's going to be a massive challenge for the IRGC guys, because we just got the confirmation that there is a bit of a miscommunication inside the Islamic regime. As expected, what the Supreme Council, the National Council in Iran, gave us, which I read out, the 10-point plan, the 10-point agreement, that clearly wasn't it, because the Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi, has just released another statement that has 15 points, and none of the 15 points are about the 10 points that they were talking about, including the US withdrawing from the Middle East completely, their forces, and lifting all sanctions, all that nonsense. So that's what the council said is very, very different to what has actually been agreed as of now. So the conflict, the internal conflict, will also continue. But now, obviously, it's up to the people in Iran and the armed forces and the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi as their leader. Of course, we were talking to a number of sources in Iran. They are all still waiting. They are waiting for an order coming from the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, whenever that's obviously appropriate and suitable for people to take the next action, and obviously the army, the armed forces. But obviously there is a bit of an uncertain situation because this is a 2-week pause. It's not the end of the war. Anything could happen. Firstly, anything could happen between now and the end of 2 weeks, but anything could happen after the 2 weeks. We could potentially have the end of the actual military action from the US and Israel, which that will be the perfect opportunity for the Iranian people to take advantage, because the regime is now weaker than ever. But obviously, it's up to the Crown Prince as their leader, and it's up to the Immortal Guard to decide when they should take action, if they are going to be taking action, obviously. Is it going to be between now and the end of the 2 weeks, or are they going to be waiting to see what happens during the 2 weeks with these so-called negotiations and then take action? Of course, 2CTV will continue our daily coverage to keep you guys posted. Now, let's quickly go to the IRGC, because just minutes before the ceasefire, obviously they were saying throughout this whole time, we're never going to do a ceasefire. We will only agree to a permanent end to the war. They submitted, and they were they had all these red lines that they had to back down on. This is also what our favorite IRGC spokesman said about the red lines, which is we're going to take away the oil access to the Americans.
ما با زیرساخت‌های آمریکا و همپیمانان آنها کاری خواهیم کرد تا سالها از نفت و گاز منطقه محروم و مجبور به خروج از منطقه شوند و من نصر الا من عند الله العزیز الحکیم.
Okay, darling. Okay, if you say so. Now, we also have this video from earlier tonight. This is absolutely disgusting behavior by the IRGC. What a surprise. They have been obviously stationing and positioning their military equipment and their military personnel inside children's amusement parks. This one is in Ahvaz. We have this video from Iran International. So this is an amusement park for children, as you can see, and playgrounds and everything else, theme parks. They're all being used by the IRGC, and they're still going to be used because these guys are now, a lot of them are going to come out of their holes. Because there is a ceasefire, the only thing that they're worrying about is if the people in Iran decide to take to the streets now, during this 2 weeks. Now, we could potentially see, I think it's a tiny percentage of the chance that the Iranian people would take to the streets soonish. But it's still unlikely because I think there needs to be some level of coordination. And I think that this 2 week so-called negotiations will basically make people stay at home. Having said that, the IRGC guys who have been hiding in tunnels and bunkers and hospitals, of course, now they're going to take to the streets because now they know, at least for 2 weeks, they're not going to deal with American fighter jets or Israeli drones. So we are going to see a lot of checkpoints. Again, we're going to see all the checkpoints across the country. We're going to have the Arab proxies from Iraq who have arrived, the Afghanis, the Pakistanis, all the terrorists who are now in Iran, because obviously the main group of the IRGC military have all been wiped out. So they had to bring in help from the foreign countries. So they're now going to take to the streets. So that's why also it's going to make it very unlikely during the 2 weeks for people in Iran to instantly take to the streets. So there's going to have to be some sort of guerrilla campaign slowly to take action if they are going to be doing it. We also now have confirmation from Iraq that the IRGC's Hezbollah branch in Iraq, who kidnapped the American journalist Shelley Kittleson, they are now going to be releasing her, and they have said that she must leave the country immediately. Now, apparently there have been negotiations with the Iraqi government in order to release her. They also managed to get her to do a forced confession, which is a very classic style and a tactic that is always used by the Islamists, the Shia Islamists. They always do forced confessions, which is complete nonsense, by the way. But we can actually go to the video that Shelley allegedly, basically, released. Let's watch this.
My name is Shelley Renee Kittleson. I am a freelance journalist and an American citizen. I live in Italy. I speak English, Italian, and Arabic. I have worked in Iraq as a conflict journalist since 2015. I am in contact with Peshmerga and Iraqi armed forces. I have also worked in Afghanistan, Ukraine, and Syria. I received training from American officers in Syria in 2025 for 3 months, and also in Ukraine. The American consul in Baghdad asked me for information in these years about Hashd al-Shaabi and the resistance factions, Kataib Hezbollah and Nujaba, and especially about the security chief of Kataib Hezbollah, Al-Ahmadawi, and other leaders, but I've forgotten their names. I collected information, but it wasn't enough, and they asked me for more. In my latest travel, they asked me for more information of a political and intelligence nature of the positions of the Iraqi population about the war, and I made studies on this, and also about the basis of the resistance actions in which there are the leaders. The lives of Americans were safer before the Trump administration. We walked freely in the streets of Baghdad without needing any security escorts, and our lives are now in danger, and this is entirely because of the Trump administration's stupid policies. Thousands of Americans that worked here have lost their jobs and have left, and their families don't have money in America to live. This is entirely because of the Trump administration's stupid policies. I am asking the courageous men to defend their country in this armed resistance to free me. I promise not to do anything ever to harm their country, ever. And I know
so
that these courageous and honorable men will do this because I am a woman and they respect women.
I love that last bit. Yeah, I'm sure the Islamists will do this because I'm a woman and they respect women. How did she manage to do that with straight face on? Although the last bit before that clearly wasn't a they didn't have to force her to say that when she was essentially attacking President Trump, because obviously she's liberal, so she's not a Trump fan. So you don't have to force her to attack Trump. She was always going to say that. The rest of it was obviously a script that was written for her. Okay, so as I said, the Islamic Republic broke the ceasefire within 5 minutes, both against Israel and against the United Arab Emirates. We also have the Houthis from Yemen launching against Israel. We actually have one of the missiles from Iran that hit southern Israel, open area, didn't harm anybody. Let's quickly go to that.
Yo, oh my God. Yo, is it?
Yeah, okay. And also, again, minutes before the ceasefire was announced, we got this confirmation from the Israeli Defense Forces that there was a joint attack on Iran's Arak Aluminium Company, the country's largest aluminium producer, which is also a huge hit. Now, Qataris have been under attack tonight from Iran. Despite the negotiations that were ongoing to come up with some sort of ceasefire, we have this statement from the Qataris, from the Interior Ministry, saying, as part of the ongoing monitoring of field developments, the Ministry of Interior confirms that security authorities have responded to an incident resulting from an interception of Iranian missiles by Qatari air defense systems, which led to debris falling on a citizen's residence. The incident resulted in 4 moderate injuries, including a Qatari child. The competent teams responded immediately, providing on-site assistance and transferring the injured to receive the necessary medical care. Limited material damage was also reported at the site. The relevant authorities continue to operate in accordance with approved response plans, ensuring a rapid response to incidents, containment of their impact, and the enhancement of public safety. The Ministry of Interior urges the public to adhere to issued instructions, refrain from gathering, approaching incident sites, or filming, and to allow ambulances, civil defense units, and security patrols to carry out their duties without obstruction. And then the rest obviously is a message to the citizens and residents of Qatar to be on standby. There is a couple of things happening as well. Let's quickly go back to Iraq. We have more developments from Baghdad, continued clashes at the IRGC's Hezbollah headquarters, or the PMF headquarters in the northern part of the capital in Baghdad. The fire rises. Oh, wow. That is okay, we can go back to Israel, I believe in Tel Aviv. Following the announcement of the ceasefire, the IRGC have launched nine missiles. Not all towards Tel Aviv, some of them towards the UAE. We have another video coming from Tel Aviv, I believe. Is it? Yeah, let's quickly go and see. Oh, sorry. I got the sirens now, it's too late. It's been intercepted. They're still firing. Now you can see oh, there's an attack on Saudi Arabia as we speak. Okay, there's clearly a problem with communication inside the IRGC military right now. So it's like the Japanese soldiers just still fighting in the forest for years and years after the Second World War ended, because we now have this from Saudi Arabia. Oh dear. Okay, let's have a look at the statement. There is an imminent attack again on Saudi from Iran. And I believe we now have the statement from the government in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Okay, so an early warning has now been issued in the eastern province to warn of a possible incoming attack from Iran. Remain calm and follow official instructions. Immediately proceed to the nearest safe place inside a building or an interior room away from windows and stay there until the danger has passed. Do not leave your home or building until the danger has passed. Stay away from open areas, windows and glass, and do not stand on balconies or roofs. If you are outdoors, enter the nearest building or take shelter behind a solid barrier. Avoid crowds or going to dangerous areas and refrain from taking photos. No selfies. If you receive the warning message while driving, pull over to the side of the road, away from bridges and high-rise buildings. If you notice any danger, call the emergency number. In the regions of Mecca and all the others, Medina, Riyadh, and Eastern Province, follow the instructions issued. Okay, so that is now happening in Saudi Arabia. They are now expecting a launch from Iran shortly. Let me quickly, I'll get some reaction in the live chat, but there's a lot of super chats, but I'll get some of them if that's okay for you guys. Before we do that, earlier on, I was also on Fox News to discuss the whole situation with both the human shield nonsense that the IRGC
Let's bring in
constantly use with their so-called human chain, which were not actually Iranian people. It doesn't represent the Iranian people. It was the IRGC members and their relatives, but also the situation with the human rights issues in Iran. I was on Fox and I discussed this. Let's quickly watch this, a couple of minutes, and then we have more imminent updates about more missiles being launched from Iran.
Let's bring in Tusi TV founder Meyer Tusi. He
Hang on.
escaped Iran to the UK as a teenager, but his father.
Hang on, apologies for this. We're going to get back to it in a second because I think there's an imminent update. Okay, so 1 second, something is happening in UAE. I believe it's been hit. 1 second, we're going to get this confirmed. The Emiratis are... What is happening with this? Do they want to die? Yeah, the Emiratis are still intercepting drones now, not just missiles from Iran. Okay, we're waiting for a statement from the Ministry of Defense in Israel. I'm not really sure why this is happening right now. The only explanation I can give is that there has been a miscommunication or lack of communication between the IRGC forces. Otherwise, none of this makes any sense.
Guys, did I not call it? Did I not call it? Right? I said President Trump said this because he's pitting the IRGC against one another. And why is it that apparently there's supposed to be a ceasefire, but the Islamic regime is still boom booming? I told you. I told you. Goldie is always right. And even Tusi is like, wait, this doesn't make any sense. Yeah, because President Trump is pitting them against one another. Wait, there's a new Truth Social? There's a new Truth Social? Sorry, I posted a quick video in Persian because I know like the Iranian people are freaking out. So Are you talking about the Truth Social about President Trump and CNN? I don't know what that is. Oh! Interest. Oh my God, guys! President Trump is calling out the Islamic regime. Oh my God, guys! Guys, look at this! Official statement of Iran. So Arakchi posted this. Armin, I told you President Trump is trolling them because the regime is going crazy. Daran divune mishan. Apparently they've attacked Israel, Saudi Arabia, a bunch of other things. Mahyar Tusi was just commenting on this and he was like, this is confusing, it makes no sense. And President Trump posted the statement that Arakchi just posted.
Yeah, the White House just posted that as well. The White House official account.
Well, yeah, because the White House will post everything that President Trump posts on his Truth Social, right? So look at this. On behalf of the Islamic Republic of Iran, I express the gratitude and appreciation of my dear brothers, blah, 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 Pakistan, blah, 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 for their tireless efforts to end the war in the region. In response to the brotherly request of PM Sharif in his tweet, and considering the request by the U.S. for negotiations based on his 15-point proposal, as well as announcement by POTUS about acceptance of the general framework of Iran's 10-point proposal as the basis for negotiations, I hereby declare on behalf of Iran's National Security Council, if attacks against Iran are halted, our powerful armed forces will cease their defensive operations. For a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration of technical limitations. Armin, this is the ultimate troll.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. But Goldie, if you look at the comments, I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm just saying that the people are seeing that. I'll let you know what people are seeing this as, and you tell them why they're wrong. Okay, people are seeing this as President Trump celebrating that the negotiations are going forward. So tell us why that's wrong. Or is it in Persian?
It is in Persian, so let me play it, and then you'll have to.
Sorry, guys. Yeah. Okay.
درود دوستان. یادتون میاد موقع جنگ 12 روزه پرزیدنت ترامپ گفتند که آره ما حالا در عرض 2 هفته تصمیم میگیریم اگه میخوایم به جمهوری اسلامی حمله بکنیم یا نه. بعد در عرض 24 ساعت رفتند و به فوردو، نتنز و یه جای دیگه هم حمله کردند و اونجا رو نابود کردند. یادتون میاد؟ بعد یادتون میاد فوریه 27 پرزیدنت ترامپ گفت که آره ما داریم با رژیم مذاکره میکنیم ولی خب زیاد ازشون راضی نیستیم. بعد 12 ساعت بعد خبر اومد که آمریکا و اسرائیل به جمهوری اهریمنی اسلامی حمله کردند، حملهشون رو شروع کردند و خامنه‌ای رو کشتند و رفت جهنم. یادتون میاد؟ دوستان یه نفس عمیق بکشیم. جمهوری اهریمنی اسلامی دارن یه قل دو قل بازی میکنند، ولی پرزیدنت ترامپ داره شطرنج بازی میکنه. الان موقعشه که فقط و فقط بگیم جاوید شاه. پس پاینده ایران و ایرانی جاوید شاه.
Sorry, guys, English speakers. I know some of you get frustrated when we go on Persian.
Don't worry, Armin
Goldie,
will translate this. I just posted.
I'll just give it like the summary is, guys, like President Trump has already done before. We've already been here before, that whenever President Trump like makes these negotiations, eventually he blows them up. Like, and also, you know, if when they're playing kids game, Trump is playing chess, but these people are playing you know, like kids game. And whenever you're stressed out, just go take a take a deep breath and say Javid Shah, right? That was that. Yeah. And guys, I see so many of you get frustrated when I keep telling you the other side of what people are interpreting this. I don't know what to tell you. If you keep getting upset, do you want me to not say that? Like, you guys want to get half of the information out there. I could not give you the other side of this if you guys want to just hear only the half of
No,
it.
Armin, ignore the people who are coming after you. I think it's important to hear the other side, because that's how we're, you know, explaining and like, guys, like, you know, ultimately, this is a very emotional time, right? Like, not just for others, but like this is stressful and emotional for me. This is stressful and emotional for Armin. This is stressful and emotional for every single Iranian who's putting their face out there, right? Like, you know, we're here giving the news, sharing it, but, you know, we're also kind of keeping our emotions inside, right? But we are here to share the concerns and the thoughts. Like, guys, this is a very stressful situation. But ultimately, President Trump, listen, he has a plan, trust the plan, but this is my point. Right now, it's more important than ever for us as Iranians and for our, you know, our allies, you know, we have to continue being a loud voice for people in occupied Iran and making it very clear exactly what we want. I have a feeling that this is all part of the plan to destabilize the Islamic regime to a point where Iranians can take over. Because let's not forget what President Trump said on the first day of the attack on February 28th. He said, when we are done, okay, all he said is when we are done the military operation. He didn't say ceasefire. He didn't say peace deal. He didn't say anything like that. All he said is when we are done, Iranians, you will have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reclaim your country and take your country back. So now, more than ever, it's our responsibility to say exactly what we want and to make it clear to the world what we want. But again, Armin, President Trump also said this yesterday. He said, why would I reveal my plans to the media or to the Islamic regime? Why would I? And then he even mocked them. He was like, yeah, okay, like, you know, at some point, you know, I'm gonna like attack so and so. I'm gonna attack Khamenei at like 9:47 a.m. or whatever the case might be, right? Like, President Trump is not gonna do that. He's not gonna do that. Wait, is my screen freezing? Oh, there we go. I'm back.
Do you have my audio? Because I'm freezing as well.
Yeah, I have your audio now.
Okay. Well, I'm freezing.
Oh no.
It's okay. I'll be back soon.
Also, I do have to go soon because I'm going to be on Cuomo. Wait, what channel is on? What channel is Cuomo on again? News Nation. News Nation. Yeah. Oh yeah. No. I haven't forgotten about Cuomo. Listen, this is a very, very stressful time. I appreciate that. I understand that. Listen, Armin and I, like we're Iranian. This is just as stressful for him, just as stressful for me. But when I'm looking at this from like an objective perspective, there's something bigger going on. There's something bigger going on behind the scenes. And the fact that President Trump is now trolling the Islamic regime by sharing that sentence, like sharing that statement, something's going on. Something.
Can I share to why this is stressful to like for
Yeah.
us to okay, look at this. Iran Judiciary Chief Ejei urges faster verdicts for enemy agents. So this is why sometimes like if you guys tell us like, oh, be patient, this is why it's hard for us to be patient. Iran's judiciary chief said on Tuesday that legal cases against people accused of helping the country's adversaries should be handled more quickly. Ghulam Hossein Mohseni Ejei, this is the head of the judiciary, said verdicts involving execution or confiscation of assets should be issued faster against enemy agents. He said the Islamic Iran is exercising its undeniable right to legitimate self-defense, and we will continue this defense in the most powerful manner possible until our national security is guaranteed, he said. His remarks came as Iran has intensified arrests since U.S. and Israeli strikes began, with the authorities detaining people accused of aiding adversaries. This is why it's so hard for us to wait. It's so hard for us to be patient, because as every day that goes by, they take some of our best people from us.
It is horrifying and it is scary. And this is why our patience is running thin. But President Trump said that 47 years of basically President Trump said that the Islamic regime is going to be ended. And I think the fact that as soon as President Trump said what he said, and now the regime is claiming that there's some sort of victory, and now AJ is coming out and he's saying execute everyone. This is going to impact President Trump. This is going to this is. I just have a feeling something's going to happen. I don't know when, but I have a feeling something is going to happen because we all saw how and even you pointed this out. You saw how upset President Trump was when he was talking about seeing the videos of unarmed women who were out protesting for freedom being shot in the head. Remember that? That was yesterday. That was yesterday. Do you think President Trump within 24 hours is going to go from, speaking about how these poor innocent women were shot in the forehead to now he's like, oh yeah, ceasefire, we're going to back off? There's something else happening. We don't know what it is, but it's the fog of war.
Yep, I mean, this is why I say that even if there is a ceasefire doesn't mean a ceasefire doesn't have to last.
Yeah.
Even if there is a ceasefire, we're going to get. Even if, guys, I'm not like, don't panic. Even if there is a ceasefire, I don't see the world being able to tolerate the Islamic Republic. We will be back here again. It's just how long the issue the question is how long is this going to take? That's the question. I mean, the nature of Islamic Republic to me shows that the military operations or conflict will not end until the regime falls. But that's not what I'm questioning. What the question is, like, how long? Because you could see that every day that passes, the Iranian people are paying a huge price for every single day.
Listen, I know that, and I agree with you on that, but all I can say is we, like, as Iranians, we just have to continue saying what we want and what our demand is, right? But I think what the Islamic regime is doing right now is they're exposing themselves for who they are. President Trump is not going to like that. President Trump is not going to like that. Like, literally, as soon as he says, yeah, sure. And he doesn't even say that we've agreed to a ceasefire. He said, we're considering it if they open the Strait of Hormuz. Okay. So President Trump says, we're going to consider this. And then as soon as he said, we're going to consider this, the Islamic regime is portraying this as like a victory. And United States has like surrendered. And now they're going to go on this huge killing spree, which is horrifying. It is horrific. It is horrific. But
oh my God,
someone is saying they hit Kermanshah. Guys, I don't know. Is that a thing?
Oh my
Honestly,
God.
I have to go. I have to go because
Goldie, look at this.
What is that?
Well, this is the market thinks that their ceasefire is likely because look at the Brent crude oil price just dropped. Like dropped significantly.
So that's helpful for the market. But just because the market thinks the ceasefire is likely, that doesn't actually mean anything. Remember, people were also claiming that, like, I don't know, oil's going to go up to I don't know, whatever.
200.
Yeah. Listen, there's no ceasefire. Okay, let me share this really quickly. It's from Shin's account, and then I have to go for like Chris Cuomo. And then I will share my screen so that you can, like, I guess, play it here. Actually, you know what? That's fine. I don't know what you want to do, but like I have to go do this thing really quick. But look, so there's a blast in Kermanshah. So what sort of ceasefire? What sort of ceasefire is there when they're boom booming Kermanshah? دارن به کرمانشاه حمله میکنن. اون وقت ببین, these are sirens in southern Israel. So the Islamic regime is going after Israel right now. Okay, this is 38 seconds ago. 1 minute ago, boom booms in Kermanshah. 2 minutes ago, the ballistic missile launch from Isfahan. Intense jet activity over Baghdad. Another ballistic missile launch from Isfahan. Ballistic missile launch detected from Iran towards southern Israel. Ballistic missile fired by Iran at central Israel a short while ago carried cluster bomb warhead. Armin, does this look like a ceasefire to you?
No.
Exactly. So something
do we know what?
bigger
Do
is
we know
going
that?
on.
Do we know that maybe they had a certain hour for when the ceasefire starts?
No, Trump didn't say anything. All he said is we have maybe. He said we're considering a ceasefire if they also agree to a ceasefire. The Islamic regime has not agreed to a ceasefire. I don't know how else to explain this.
Yeah. So maybe what the way people are reading it is like this is not a ceasefire.
I'm sorry, I have to go. But
okay, I'll just talk to the chat.
Yeah, and then I will like record. I'll record my screen on Cuomo, and then I can come share it after. But I got to go get ready for that.
Okay. So yeah, I was saying that maybe the way that people are looking at this is that it's not a ceasefire yet, but it's the beginning of a ceasefire. That's what people are reading it like. And you could see, guys, look at this. This is a 15% drop. Like, look at this. It was all day until right now. It was at 111, and then it went down to 107. It went back to 110. And then all of a sudden, as soon as the announcement came, look at it. It dropped like a rock. all the way down to 92 to 90, and then it adjusted back to up 93, 94, and then now it's around 93. This is the market, and market's impression is that this was significant, that this announcement was significant. This is according to the market. Oh wow, really? Somebody's saying it's fine, Armin. The market moves with the news. Really? Like, I don't like what kind of, well, I didn't know that. I mean, what is that? Okay. The market moves with the news. What, like, oh my God. Really? No shit. Wow. God. Well, thank you for that educational point there. I mean, I do have a finance degree, but I think that was very valuable. I think I learned something today. I think everybody here knows that. So the IRGC affiliated channels are posting that Trump chickened out. By the way, guys, if you have any questions, let me know now in the chat. This is what IRGC is putting out there. I mean, obviously they would do that. Let me see if there's any important news. Let me know if you have any questions right now. No, I'm not gonna. Okay, saying something. Okay, so saying something to lighten the mood. Thoughts on Ashrishta. I love Ashrishta. Okay, but I do want to focus on what's happening right now. But yeah, I do love Ashrishta. Let me see what you guys are asking. Let me remove this from the screen here. Let's just go back here. Let me see what you guys are asking. So somebody's asking how many people are in. Why can't I? It's moving so fast. I can highlight it. Nope, I can't highlight. It's just every time I click, it just clicks on something else. It's moving too fast. Somebody was asking how many people are in jail right now. Nobody has that information. We know it's like tens of thousands, but we don't have the exact number. Oh, what is stupid. Let me tell you what I think regarding, a potential ceasefire. Okay, I'm not saying a ceasefire will happen or will not happen. Honestly, I don't know. Okay, there might be a ceasefire, there might not be a ceasefire. Usually, when a ceasefire is announced, usually until even if it works out, I'm not saying it will work out, but usually until it works out, there's some extra military activity before we get to the point where the ceasefire is in place, right? But even if this ceasefire works out, it's really hard to make it work out, but even if it does, the situation with this current version of the Islamic Republic is not at all stable. It's not stable internally. There's so much division within the IRGC right now, so much internal fighting right now. And the new nature of the Islamic Republic is even more, without Ali Khamenei, the Islamic Republic is actually even more dangerous to countries in the region than the old one. So this is not something like, it's not sustainable. That's why I'm saying, like, even if we get to a ceasefire, it doesn't mean that this is the end of it. Like, obviously, we're going to be back here all over again at some point. Saying, Armin John, your thoughts on Trump's end of civilization comment. I mean, you could see how when President Trump says that, if the interpretation was that he doesn't mean that destroying the entire, civilization of Iran, that was the correct interpretation, given how hesitant he is to hit anything that hurts the Iranian people. Like, with President Trump, you need to judge it more, in my opinion, you need to judge the actions more than the statements. And the actions to me suggest that he tries to be he wants to avoid hurting the Iranian people as much as possible. I judge it based on his actions more than like, because when he says these things, he sometimes uses vocabulary that we wouldn't, and it confuses the crap out of people. And that's why I go based on what he does to judge what he meant. And what he does suggests that he doesn't want to hurt people. Does that make sense? Based on his actions. I think his actions are louder than his words. Oh, guys, I heard somebody happened in Israel. Like, you guys, Israelis are there. Well, I mean, you shouldn't be at your computer if this is true. But was there alarm in somewhere in Israel? So I'm saying, dude, what do you know about geopolitics? Well, more than you probably. Definitely. Well, no, definitely more than you. Yes, Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv. Okay, Tel Aviv. Okay, guys, people in Tel Aviv, I'm so sorry. Stay safe. This also suggests that maybe. Oh, okay, let me actually interpret it, the current attacks on Tel Aviv. I'll let you know something, but after I read the super chat. So we're gonna super chat saying, Army, do you think the IRGC heads will start killing one another now, since they are paranoid about who was supposedly talking to the United States? I don't think it will go as far as killing each other, because if anybody starts killing others, then they're putting their own lives at risk. I mean, if we get to that point, then they're basically like, if you see one IRGC segment start assassinating another IRGC segment, you basically have opened a door to a scenario where you are now at risk as well. I don't think they will go that far. At least we're not to that point yet. But this is, let me tell you how they will work against each other, right? The missiles at Tel Aviv right now. Why are we, guys, let me know in the chat if you understand what I'm saying. Why are there shooting missiles at Tel Aviv? Why are they shooting missiles at Tel Aviv right now? Anybody? Even though Israel also agreed to the ceasefire, so why are they shooting missiles at Tel Aviv right now? Oh my god. Oh, I'm seeing some updates. Because I think, in my opinion, because some part of the IRGC is telling the other part of the IRGC, like, yeah, no, F you, what ceasefire? I think this is the way. This is why it's difficult to negotiate a ceasefire by the Islamic Republic, because the part of the IRGC. So here, okay, so the part of the IRGC that doesn't want ceasefire has leverage over the parts of IRGC that want ceasefire. Because if you are part of the IRGC that doesn't want ceasefire, whenever there's a ceasefire being negotiated, all you have to do to stop that is to shoot missiles, and that will end the ceasefire. But the part of IRGC that wants a ceasefire, they don't have such a leverage over the parts of IRGC that doesn't want a ceasefire. Does that make sense? You see here, super chat saying, because Iran doesn't have communication working, they probably are far away. I mean, they have radio. What do you think about that interpretation that I just had? I think the missiles that are being shot at Tel Aviv right now is a message of disagreement by some parts of IRGC with what just happened. Do you guys agree? What do you guys think? Somebody saying that ignores that these terrorists always try to get shots in just before a ceasefire. Yeah, I did. Yeah, that is also true. That is also true. Guys, look at this announcement: Operation Epic Fury press conference, 8 a.m. ET. What is this? Oh, when was this? Is this still going on? This was posted at 5. Okay, well, sorry, this must have already passed. Never mind. You're saying I disagree. Somebody's saying I agree. Oh, in the morning. So this passed. Oh, tomorrow morning? Okay. We need some updates really fast. Let me see what some people there are certain people that I really trust in analysis. Let me see what they're saying. Oh, let's look at what the Islamic Republic State TV is saying right now. In response to this.
بر این اساس در عالی ترین سطح تصمیم گرفته شده ایران به مدت 2 هفته و صرفاً بر مبنای این اصول مذاکراتی را در اسلام آباد با طرف امریکایی انجام بدهد.
Okay, so they're announcing the ceasefire. Somebody saying regime is fractured, like what you said. They are probably fighting each other internally. Your theory, yeah, that's what I think might be happening behind the scenes. We'll see. But guys, the Islamic Republic State TV is announcing the ceasefire.
بر این اساس در عالی ترین سطح تصمیم گرفته شده ایران به
So you're saying based on the highest officials within the Islamic Republic,
2 هفته
for 2 weeks
و صرفاً بر مبنای این اصول مذاکراتی را در اسلام
and based on these negotiations, based on the principles of the negotiations
با طرف امریکایی
in Islamabad, Pakistan, with the Americans,
انجام بدهد.
So they're going to have these negotiations in Pakistan. So guys, apparently the Islamic Republic officials are going to meet with the Americans in Islamabad, Pakistan, to talk about the ceasefire.
تأکید می شود این به معنای خاتمه جنگ نیست.
Guys, this guy agrees with me. He says, like, I have to emphasize, this does not mean that the war has stopped. So he's saying this person is saying this does not mean that the war has stopped. So he's reading the messages that was handed to him from IRGC. And he's saying that does not mean that. Guys, let me know if you understand. Why is he emphasizing that? Why is he saying that this does not mean that the war has stopped? So I said ceasefire doesn't mean that the war has stopped. This guy is from the state TV of the Islamic Republic is also saying the same thing. Because the reason why he has to say that is because the pro-regime Iranians will be very, very angry if they hear that there's no more war. Because the pro-regime Iranians have been told that we're winning, so they see the ending of a war as a treasonous act. And that's why they would be angry with any officials who would want to end the war. And this is why the state TV is like, don't worry, guys, don't worry. The ceasefire doesn't mean that the war has stopped. So he's telling the pro-regime people, don't worry, the war will continue.
و ایران خاتمه جنگ را تنها زمانی خواهد پذیرفت که با توجه به پذیرش اصول مد نظر ایران در طرح 10 ماده.
So he's saying that he says Iran, but he means the Islamic Republic. He said the Islamic Republic will only accept the ending of the war if the principles are agreed upon. In the 10 conditions that they have as agreed upon, which includes, by the way, guys, the enrichment of uranium.
جزئیات آن نیز در مذاکرات نهایی گردد.
and they're going to basically discuss the details of these 10 points in the discussion in Pakistan.
این مذاکرات با بی‌اعتمادی کامل به طرف امریکایی از روز جمعه 21
Oh, so they're going to start negotiations on Friday. On Friday, the negotiations will start in Islamabad, Pakistan, and he's saying the negotiation will start with zero trust for the Americans.
فروردین در اسلام آباد آغاز خواهد شد و ایران 2 هفته برای این مذاکرات زمان اختصاص خواهد داد.
And Iran will give 2 weeks for allowing these negotiations to happen.
این زمان با توافق طرفین قابل تمدید است. ضرورت
So, oh my God, he's saying that these 2 weeks can be extended based on the agreements from both sides.
دارد در این مدت وحدت کامل ملی حفظ شده و جشن‌های
Like it's important that we keep our national unity for these 2 weeks.
پیروزی با قدرت
Oh, and you need to have celebrations in the streets for our victory. Guys, by the way, I heard China was responsible for making this happen. Did you guys hear this as well? I heard China was responsible for making this happen. Oh my God, the pro-regime people are celebrating. When is this from?
کرده و همچنان تاکید
Look at this. They're celebrating this as a victory. Hold on, let me see. Don't lose hope. IRGC greatly weakened. Neighbors want them out of power. Unfortunately, U.S. politics have to be appeased. Democrats rooting for IRGC. Really? That's disgusting. So look at this. Look at this. They're celebrating this as a victory.
ضرب العجل‌های ارائه شده از سوی رئیس جمهور امریکا را رد کرده و همچنان تأکید می‌کند هیچ اهمیتی برای هیچ نوع ضرب العجلی از جانب دشمن قائل نیست. اکنون به ملت بزرگ ایران بشارت می‌دهیم که تقریباً تمامی اهداف جنگ محقق شده و
Oh, they're saying that all of the goals of the war has been achieved by the Islamic Republic.
فرزندان دلاور شما دشمن را به عجزی تاریخی و شکستی ماندگار کشیدند.
He's saying that they have humiliated the Islamic Republic has managed to humiliate the United States in a historical way, and this has been a historical defeat for the United States.
تصمیم تاریخی ایران که از پشتوانه یکپارچه تمام ملت برخوردار است این است که این نبرد را تا هر زمانی که لازم باشد ادامه بدهد تا دستاوردهای عظیم آن تثبیت شده.
It's like we're ready to continue this war as long as it's necessary so that what we have achieved in this war becomes fully recognized. Oh wait, we've got another super chat. He's saying Russia and China also voted a resolution in the UN which Bahrain brought forward against Iran. Oh, they did. Oh, that's a huge FU from Russia and China. Wait, so they didn't abstain? They didn't vote against and they didn't abstain. They voted for it. That is pretty remarkable. That's good. That's good news. Thank you. We needed that good news. Let me see here. I got a news from Iran International regarding China's involvement in all of this. Look at this here. شورای عالی امنیت ملی جمهوری اسلامی دستهای ما روی ماشه است. No, this is not that one. But that's important as well. I will read that soon. Oh, here. Wait, we got another super chat. I will read that soon. Let me hear. A last-minute intervention by China helped lead to Iran accepting Pakistan's 2-week ceasefire proposal. 3 Iranian officials tell the New York Times. Well, take that with a grain of salt. Somebody's saying the ceasefire is over. Israel is retaliating now, Pertusi. Yeah, here's the thing, because the ceasefire is still not in place. So if you're looking at people shooting at each other saying, oh, the ceasefire is over, usually what happens, I mean, this is what usually happens. I don't know if this is the case right now, is that when people notice that they're getting to a ceasefire, they shoot extra. They shoot extra hard because, like, oh, we're getting to a ceasefire, so let's unload everything that we have. So I don't know if you could say the ceasefire is over because the missiles are being shot, because the ceasefire is not in effect yet. In fact, I don't know. What do you guys think? But at the same time, shooting before a ceasefire does show that some certain people might be not are trying to make sure the ceasefire doesn't take into. I mean, has it been official? Like, do we have an official announcement that the ceasefire has happened? Do we have that? Because I don't think we have that yet. I thought like what we're saying is that we're considering a ceasefire. We don't have a ceasefire yet. Saying goal was to Kotla Supreme Leader. Dumbest takes on this are escalations between Trump doing war crimes and Trump a week. Oh, one has to pick his lane. Oh, you're saying that's a contradiction? Yeah, maybe. I mean, those are all retarded takes anyways. Let me see. Vetoed means Russia and China saved Iran from a resolution which would have... Oh, vetoed or voted? Oh, did I read that wrong? Did I read that wrong? Oh, I'm sorry. They vetoed it. So that's bad news. Sorry, guys. It's been a long day. So Russia and China vetoed. I'm so sorry, guys. It's a little bit it's been a long day. So okay, vetoed, meaning Russia and China saved Iran from resolution which would have put the blame squarely on Iran. There was a vote of 11 yes and 2 no from Russia and China. Oh, okay. So you said voted for. They vetoed. Sorry, guys. Okay, well, that is bad then. خاک تو سرشون. Let me see if that has been confirmed anywhere. Here, Iranian state media reported on Tuesday that Tehran imposed 10 conditions on the United States to end hostilities, which President Donald Trump was compelled to accept. The conditions reportedly include no further aggression, continued Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, of course they're not going to accept that. This is guys, this is why I don't see this being a stable situation at all. Continued Iranian control of the Strait of Hormuz, yeah. Acceptance of uranium enrichment, no shit, no way. That's not gonna. They're not gonna accept that. And guys, this is the most important part, because if I was the Islamic Republic, what I would want right now is to give United States something that President Trump could go home and say, like, we won, but also I could have something that I could go home and I say, we won, right? This is usually how you get ceasefire, because all politics are internal politics. You have to be able to sell it internally, right? But this acceptance of uranium enrichment makes it difficult for us to get to a position where both sides could go home and say that we won. Because it's so obvious, like it's such a clear, like if you have vague lines, like vague conditions, then you could dance around them. But this whole enriched uranium, both the ability to enrich and both the already existing enriched uranium that the Islamic Republic has on their hands, it's such a binary yes or no situation, has it happened or not, that it's either Americans have won or the Islamic Republic. There is no in between where you could sell internally to both sides. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Like there is no half measures. There's no gray area between is the Islamic Republic able to enrich uranium? Between the yes and no answer, there is no middle answer. There's no middle answer. And this is the most important red line. So, and that's what makes it a narrative that both sides could go and home and say we won. Impossible. Because either we get to a situation where the Islamic Republic will continue to be able to enrich uranium, which means that the Islamic Republic has won, and President Trump could claim that we have won, or not, which means like that we get to a situation where the Islamic Republic accepts the complete abandonment of the enrichment of uranium, which means that the United States has won. And if we get to that position where the United States has won, that is not going to be acceptable by the most important people here that a lot of people don't include in their analysis, and that's the regime supporters. Somebody got a super chat saying the US has stopped hostilities, but Israel has not. Good cop, bad cop. Interesting. I mean, the Israelis can't stop right now because they're being shot at with missiles. I mean, the Israelis came out and said that we agreed to the ceasefire, but as we're talking, Tel Aviv is being shot. Like the Islamic Republic is shooting missiles at Tel Aviv. And then it continues: removal of sanctions, termination of UN and IAEA resolutions. Oh my God. Compensation for damages. Oh my God. Guys, شطور در خواب بیند پنبه‌دانه. Withdrawal of US forces. Yeah. And halts to conflicts on all fronts, including Lebanon. So one of the conditions is for Israel to also not attack Hezbollah. Yeah, this is a very extreme ask. Very extreme ask. I don't see it happening. I don't see this happening in 1,000 years. Any of it. Especially this one, the uranium one. This is all of this sound ridiculous, but just this one part. This one part is even more the worst one, the one that is the least likely. The least likely to happen. Ooh, guys, look at this. Let's see what Mark Levin says about this. So Mark Levin just posted saying the 2-week ceasefire is being violated right now by the Iranian Nazi regime. Okay. So apparently the ceasefire is already in place and it's being violated. Missiles are being fired into Israel and perhaps other countries in the region. Are they able to defend themselves? We have the right man as president, and I bet he's furious about this. I don't personally know, but this will be the question throughout. That is, do we expect the Iranian regime to honor a deal? How will we monitor it, and how will we enforce it? These will all be very difficult issues to resolve. Okay, so Mark Levin is not very optimistic about this. Let's see, we got a super chat saying Trump already offered the regime free material for energy and scientific study, and the regime said no. Also, when does Goldie go live? Goldie's right here. Hi, Goldie.
Hi.
Goldie, look at this Mark Levin post. It's very much in agreement with your analysis.
What are you saying?
He says the 2-week ceasefire is violated right now, by the Iranian Nazi regime. There you go.
I told you! What did I tell you? Oh my God, what did I tell you?
Oh, yeah. Goldie is always right, guys. Put it in the chat.
مگه بهتون نگفتم.
Okay. It says missiles. By the way, Goldie, when you weren't here, people from Tel Aviv said like, "Oh, they saw the alarms went off and they went to their shelters while we were live on air." So missiles are being fired into Israel and perhaps other countries in the region. Are they able to defend themselves? We have the right man as president, and I bet he's furious about this. I don't personally know, but this will be the question throughout. That is, do we expect the Iranian regime to honor a deal? Well, no. How will we monitor it, and how will we enforce it? These will be very difficult issues to resolve. So there we go.
Sorry, I
know.
No. I'm blocking a jihadi in the X chat. Sorry guys. Like, this is a problem with X, is that once in a while, like a jihadi comes into the X chat, but unfortunately, I don't have moderators, so I'm sorry guys. I'm sorry. Thank you for letting me know. Guys. I got rid of him. So there you go. Yeah, but no, Armin. Yes, see guys, I told you. Trump is playing checkers, and the Islamic so someone came back, and this is your democracy. No, you idiot. This is not a democracy. My X chat is not a democracy. It's a dictatorship. And if you don't like it, you can borogomsho. And I just muted you again. So there you go. There's no freedom of speech. If you're a terrorist, I'm gonna like boom you, right? If you're a terrorist, I'm gonna like boom you the exact same way that President Trump like sent Khamenei to hell. Wait, this is a democracy, freedom of speech. Go learn what the concept of freedom of speech means. It has nothing to do with private chat rooms, buddy. So take your jihadi nonsense somewhere else.
Can I explain that for everyone else here? The whole free speech thing. One more time. One last. Okay, let me explain this, guys. Free speech means that the government, not Goldie, not me, not anyone else, that the government is not going to come after you. It doesn't mean that you're not going to get banned on social media. It doesn't mean that you have access to every platform. You have the right to free speech. You don't have the right to every audience that you want. A lot of retards don't understand the right to free speech is not the right to every single audience. People get to choose who are they being surrounded by. Free speech means that the government will not imprison you, will not fine you, will not torture you, will not execute you, and will not withhold protection from you because of what you're saying. It doesn't mean that you get to come to my platform. You don't, just in the same way that you don't get to come to my house and preach to my family members. I get to kick you out of my house because this is my private property, and I get to do that to you. I get to do that the same thing to you on my YouTube channel, on my Instagram channel, on my Twitter. Has nothing to do with free speech. It just means that you don't get the freedom of speech. Means you're free from the consequences from government. It doesn't mean you're free from all consequences. There you go.
No, I agree. Do you want me to play my interview? Oh, also, someone is saying, Goldie, please tell Armin I was messaging Durka, and Armin thought I was talking to him. So apparently she was Durka-ing the troll in the chat, not you. So she just wanted to let you know that.
Okay.
Because people in my X chat, that's how they kind of let me know that there's like a troll. But guys, when I'm not around, like Armin can't ban people in the X chat because he's not the owner of the account.
I didn't ban anybody.
No. That's not what I mean. What I'm saying is when they were saying Durka, they were trying to alert you that there's a troll in the chat. But what I'm trying to explain to them is Armin can't ban trolls in my X chat because the X chat isn't linked in the studio. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I wish you could have banned them, but you can't.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, so I guess I could go to Chris Cuomo if you want. And I can share my interview. Oh my gosh, Armin, it was so crazy before.
Change its posture has
but I was like blowing my nose. Like this is me when I was like behind the scenes. So I don't want to play this part because I'm like, it's me like blowing my nose, and I'm like, what's going on? Okay, here we go. Here's the part where it gets to me. Let me just. All right. The audio is going to be a little like. Okay. Here we go. Okay, it's going to come in like a few minutes.
Up until a few hours ago, we were really wondering whether or not the President of the United States was going to bomb so heavily in Iran that he would kill a civilization. Now, I know people are saying, well, he didn't mean that. He meant the regime. Isn't that a pretty easy word to distinguish? Destroy the regime versus destroy the civilization? Look, for me, it's a sigh of relief. I don't know how this situation gets any better for America. I don't have any reason to believe that the regime, which is still in place, there's no indication it won't be in place, and it clearly still has weapons, and we don't know anything about its nuclear capabilities. But here's the other factor that matters. What does this mean for the people living under the yoke of the regime's oppression? I want to bring in an Iranian-born human rights activist, all right, Goldy Gamari, who was just, 1 year old when her family fled Iran after an assassination attempt on her father. Just last month, an Iranian-linked, or really regime-linked hacking group placed a bounty of 250 grand for her head, literally. Goldy joins me now. Thank you very much for taking the opportunity. This is a tricky situation for the American people, okay? You know very well, I don't have to tell you, you understand us and our culture. It is your culture as well. You understand what's going on here. What do you want to say to people who say, we want good things for you, we just don't want to do it this way, and we're afraid of that it never ends, and the regime is still going to be in place? What does this mean to the people that you protect and defend?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me on. It's an honor to be here. I'm very thrilled. By the way, Arvid, feel free to just like if you pause, like if you want to comment on anything. I don't know how I did here. I don't know how I did. So I'd love to get like your thoughts on this and like the thoughts from the chat on this. And you know, I'm actually more American than you might think. My dad actually lived in Texas in the 70s for a decade.
I know.
He went to Texas Southern University. Yeah. So Texas is my favorite state. With respect to what's happening right now, I mean, the reality is that the 1979 Islamic coup d'etat basically was successful because of Jimmy Carter and the Democrats. These are the same Democrats that today are attacking President Trump and trying to justify and defend a brutal Islamic dictatorship that has been murdering Iranians for the last 47 years. I don't know if you know this, but I actually noticed a few days ago, I was monitoring Islamic Regime State TV. The Islamic regime was actually using social media posts by Chuck Schumer, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Jon Stewart to attack President Trump and
I think that's a winning point, Goldie. I'm so glad you keep bringing it up. Yeah.
And you know, defend what it's doing. So you know, it also just to everyone in the chat who's like attacking Chris Cuomo, please don't. Like, I have a lot of respect for him. I thought this was a fantastic interview, and you know, he was playing a little bit of like devil's advocate, right? So guys, like I'm actually thrilled that I was on Cuomo. And like I really enjoyed this interview. Like I appreciated the back and forth. So stop attacking Cuomo. I don't appreciate that. And yeah, there's 3 Goldies right now. There is a problem within the United States, I would say, with how the Democrats are attacking President Trump, and they're basically being useful idiots for the Islamic regime. Now,
Well,
with respect to what's
here's the other
yeah, of course.
Well, hold on, Goldie. Let's go one point at a time. Here's the other side of it. One, you got a lot of people within MAGA who don't like this. You got a lot of people who voted for Trump because they never wanted to see anything like this happen again in terms of military intervention without Congress, that we're not sure where it's going to lead. The second thing is, there is a big difference between wanting the regime to win and not liking how the government is going about dealing with the regime. Those are two very different things. For instance, I would automatically understand getting rid of the regime in Iran. I'm not saying there's political will for it in America. What I don't understand is the president told the Iranian people, told the American people, I'm not here to change the regime. Then how does anything get better for the Iranian people?
Well, because the Iranian people are going to change the regime.
Why is that not worthy of criticism from your perspective?
Well, ultimately, it's not up to the United States to instigate regime change. That's the right of the Iranian people, right? So it's our right to self-determination. What President Trump is saying, and I think it's really important to remember what he said back on February 28 when he announced that he has exterminated Khamenei and sent him to hell where he belongs. President Trump said that when our operation is over, the people of Iran will have a once in a lifetime opportunity to reclaim control of their country and take their country back. That's exactly.
See, guys, Goldie says what I said, but with the right reference. Like I would just say, like, well, I would just come and say, like, oh, well, because the Iranian people are supposed to do that. President Trump is just creating the conditions. But the reason why Goldie is so clever when it comes to these interviews is that she just doesn't make the point. She makes the reference to then make the point, which gives that credibility to the claim that she's making.
What I think is happening here. So no, President Trump, it's not up to him to instigate regime change. It's up to the Iranian people.
I agree.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing here is there is an alignment of interests here, right? The Iranian people and the people of America are on the same side. We have one common enemy. That's the Islamic regime that's not only been occupying Iran, but a regime that has been murdering Americans for the last 47 years, a regime that chants death to America, a regime that is responsible for all of the IEDs in Iraq, by the way. No one ever considers the fact that there's a lot of proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, other Hashd in Iraq, that are all responsible for the deaths of American soldiers.
It's very real. One of those IEDs blew up a foot from my face. I understand very well what they're capable of and what they do. I'm fine. The fighting men and women did what they do best. We rely on the majesty of our military. They are amazing individuals who are capable of amazing things. Kept me alive, did everything they had to do, just like they do day in and day out. The question is
thank you for your service
whether we're abusing... No. I'm just a reporter. I was just there watching what they do. My point is this, Goldie. Before this, the regime was in place. We don't know what the situation was with the nukes. We don't know what the situation was with the missiles, but they clearly have them because they're using them like right now as we speak. The strait was open. Gas was in a different place, which matters to Americans as it should. And we were ready for a war at home over what is going on with affordability and healthcare. Now the strait is closed. It is a calamity. We don't know whether the regime, you can do enough to degrade it. And there are big economic reverberations. And many of us are worried that our military families are going to once again have to carry the load. What do you say to America?
So the way I would respond to this, and I think Goldie would have a better response, but the way I would respond to this is that if you allowed the Islamic Republic to go nuclear, and you didn't stop them, at some point they would close the Strait of Hormuz, and there would be nothing that you could do about it. Once the Islamic Republic is nuclear, why wouldn't they close the Strait of Hormuz? And at least now you could do something about it, but then you wouldn't.
Americans who have these concerns.
So the price of oil, if it has been down, it's been artificially down, and it's been down because of the blood of the Iranian people. It's because 90 million Iranians have been held hostage. But I want you to think about this. The Islamic regime was incredibly close to having nuclear weapons. Even now, as part of this fake ceasefire deal that the Islamic regime claims that they have made with the United States, which is false, by the way, and we can get into the terms of the fake ceasefire deal that the Islamic regime is putting out. But they're claiming that the United States has now agreed
to allow the Islamic regime to uranium enrichment, basically. And I just want you to imagine, if you think the price of oil is bad right now, this is temporary. Just imagine what would happen if a nuclear Islamic regime had control of the Strait of Hormuz. So what's happening right now?
Be terrible.
Short-term pain for long.
On point. There you go. Fantastic. You guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, there we go. God, you're amazing. Good job.
So are you, because you had the same answer as me.
Yeah.
You had the same answer as me, right? Great minds think alike.
Oh, thank you. Amazing. Good job.
Long-term gain. What I can tell you is that prior to 1979, when Iran was an ally of the United States, the price of oil was down. And President Trump is a very, very smart businessman. He knows that in a free Iran in the future, the price of oil will go down, because at that point, instead of Iran selling its oil or giving oil to China, we're going to be, selling that oil to the United States or whoever else that needs.
We're wrapping.
Right. That's understood.
Yeah.
That's understood. Look, a free Iran is better any way you look at it. The question is, what can America do to motivate that? Is this the right thing? But I'll tell you something, as you well know, America controls a lot more of the world oil market than Iran ever has or ever will. So this shouldn't be just about oil. But it is definitely a very tricky bit of business there for the Iranian people who are in such a desperate position, and for the American people who are also, a lot of them, in a desperate position. Goldie, thank you for coming on. Thank you for making your case. You are welcome here to make the case as we go forward. This is certainly not the end. Thank you very much, Ms. Gamari. Appreciate it. Thank you.
10 out of 10.
15 seconds. I want to get...
You did great, Goldie. That was amazing. All the right answers, as usual.
Thank you.
That was good. 10 out of 10.
Appreciate that. All right. What's the latest news now? So it's past the 8 p.m. deadline. What's the news?
So I played some state TV propaganda regarding the ceasefire when you weren't here. They were celebrating it. They were, cheering, saying like, "Oh, Trump retreated." Like all that stuff. So that's the stuff that I was playing when you were away. We also got news that China apparently was involved in convincing the Islamic Republic to accept the deal. Lindsey Graham also made a post about this.
What did he say? No. What did he say? I'm looking at the Iranian OSINT accounts, and this is what's really interesting. So Shin reposted this account. Despite the announcement of a ceasefire, the Israeli Air Force continues to carry out strikes in Iran. Meanwhile, has fired several salvos of ballistic missiles at Israel since the ceasefire was reportedly supposed to take effect.
So, Goldie, I have a theory about this. I shared it with the audience when you weren't here, so I want to see what you think about it. I think some parts of IRGC is basically saying F you to the other parts of IRGC who are responsible for this attempt ceasefire. I think the missiles that are being shot at Israel right now is a message of disagreement between different segments of IRGC.
Yeah, so this is actually what I was explaining very briefly before you came back. But I was like, I think this is a ploy from President Trump to pit the various broken factions of the IRGC against one another, right? Because the IRGC has gone rogue. They've fractured. We don't even know who's in charge. We don't know who's in charge. So all this is doing is just giving President Trump the excuse to just exterminate them. And that's what we're seeing right now. Remember, President Trump said there is an 8 p.m. deadline, but we don't know what the 8 p.m. deadline was. We don't know what it meant. So you're absolutely correct. And now we're seeing the IRGC go berserk. One faction is attacking, one faction, we don't know what's going on. Like literally, it's the fog of war. Meanwhile, what we do know is that today there was a heavy military attack against Kharg Island. And for all we know, Kharg Island might have already been taken. Like we literally don't know what's going on. So we all just need to like take a deep breath, relax, and keep calm and bapish. Oh wait, there's another troll in my chat. Okay, let me get
So
rid of the troll.
as you take care of the troll,
oh my gosh,
look at this. The Islamic regime is not just firing at Israel. So Islamic regime firing at everyone in the region now, with explosions reported in Kuwait, Iraq, Bahrain, UAE, and Saudi Arabia, as well as waves of ballistic missile attacks on Israel. Goldie, do you? I know you already talked about the fragmentation, but do you think that this is an FU? Oh wait, I'm not sharing my screen. Here, I'm gonna wait until you finish getting
Yeah, just give
rid of
me a
that troll.
moment here. Let me just deal with
Yeah.
this troll.
Okay, thank you for the super chat. Then I'm gonna respond to super chats for now. Goldie, I think at some point you have to give up on the X people trolls, because you're going to at some point it's going to get so filled with trolls, or half of your live stream you're going to have to remove them if you wanted to remove the
No,
trolls
I
from
can't.
your-
You know what? I can't leave. Listen, I have some very, very loyal viewers on X, and they're fantastic. They provide some amazing commentary. They send me some amazing links. I mean, I wish I could make some of them mods.
Admin.
Yeah,
Yeah.
admin or mods. I just unfortunately I can't. But they do a fantastic job of monitoring the chat, and they let me know if there is like a troll in
Can-
there. So I have to
Is it possible to give access to your actual account to somebody
No.
that you really trust?
No.
No. Okay. Okay.
That's Armin, that's a terrible. Why would you even suggest that? That's a terrible suggestion. I would
Well,
never
like-
do that.
like
No,
if-
no, I would never do that.
Okay, well, you asked me a question. I was saying like a family member, like I would do it to a
No.
family member, not like this. Why is that a terrible suggestion?
Because it's my personal X account. It has like all my personal info on that. Why would what?
I was like if I was thinking like a wife or a husband, like a sister, like a brother, like that's what I was thinking.
No,
Not
that's a
like
terrible suggestion.
Okay, for you, for me, it's not a terrible suggestion.
Well, for me, it
I
is.
already have. Yeah, okay. I already have family members that have access to my
Well, lucky
accounts.
you.
That's why. Yeah. Okay. All right.
No.
So, yeah. So now can I ask the question then?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So do you look at this? Emily Schrader saying Islamic regime firing at everyone in the region now with explosions reported in Kuwait, Iraq, Bahrain, UAE, and Saudi Arabia, as well as waves of ballistic missiles attacks on Israel. Like you already talked about the fact that the IRGC looks very fragmented, but what do you think about the specific theory that I mentioned, that this is a message from parts of IRGC to another? Because the way I look at it is that if some parts of IRGC wants a ceasefire and the other parts of IRGC doesn't want a ceasefire, the ones who don't want a ceasefire have the upper hand, because by just shooting missiles at everybody, they could end the ceasefire. But the parts of IRGC that doesn't want, I think you're looking at the chat. But the parts of the IRGC that doesn't want a ceasefire, does want the ceasefire, has no leverage. There's no way that they could force their way upon the ones that don't want a ceasefire. I think you're busy with something else. So I'll just ask the chat if they agree
No,
with me.
I'm paying attention to you, and I agree with
Okay.
you. This is
Okay.
like you said. This is President Trump exposing the weakness of the Islamic
Right.
regime and the IRGC. Right, President Trump has been saying consistently, especially in the last week, he's like, well, we're trying to negotiate with them, but we don't even know who we're talking to. And remember, yesterday he said, we're trying to talk to them, but we feel like, we've gone 2,000 years in the past and we're passing like notes, right? It's like children passing notes, right? So remember when President Trump said, we're trying to talk, but we don't even know who we're talking to right now. This is the ultimate epic troll from President Trump. And what he has done is he has pitted the Islamic regime against one another. And they're now literally going after one another because they are now trying to figure out like who's responsible for what.
For the negotiations, right?
Yeah. Like, because
Yeah.
I want to know, right? President Trump.
And if it, yeah.
Go ahead.
No, and if it fails, then President Trump could say like, "See, I tried over and over and over and over and over and over again, but we have to blow these people up because even when you give them the chance to ceasefire, they can't help it. They keep shooting missiles at everybody, right?"
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And so what sort of ceasefire is this where they are basically like attacking everyone?
Yeah.
Like, what sort of ceasefire is this? Like, how is this a ceasefire in any way, shape, or form? Oh, someone is saying we're missing a lot. Check Truth. We've already gone through Truth Social. What do you want us to check on Truth Social? We've already gone over Truth Social and we've interpreted it. So maybe you're the one who's missing stuff because we've already shared our analysis. Oh, is Mark Levin going live? Where? On Fox or somewhere else? Guys, don't just say Mark Levin is going live. Can you tell us where he's going live? Because I would be very interested in hearing what Mark Levin has to say right now. But don't just say he's going live. That doesn't mean anything. Where is he going live? On Hannity? Like what? Fox News? Is that what you're talking about? Okay. I mean, I have Fox News here. I can pull up Fox News. But it's commercial right now. So this is right. Is this the right one? Okay.
Up to the minute. The White House is still
Is this the right one? Oh wait, let me refresh this.
And built to recharge faster with
Oh, Goldie.
What?
They're now using Mujtaba Khamenei, claims from Mujtaba Khamenei to try to control parts of IRGC.
But he's dead. How is he controlling?
Mujtaba, I mean, like he's in coma, I think. I don't know. So he's not controlling anything. But now the IRGC, look at this. Or do you have something else you want to show?
Well,
can I show
Mark Levin. We'll show it really quick, and then when Sean Hannity and Mark Levin come, we'll go to them because Sean Hannity and Mark Levin are really important.
Guys, I think my theory is correct because the parts of IRGC, I told you the parts of IRGC that wants a ceasefire doesn't have leverage over the parts of IRGC that wants the attacks to continue. But now they're using Mujtaba Khamenei, putting words in his mouth to get the other parts of IRGC to stop. Look at this. They're saying Mujtaba Khamenei, who can't speak because he's in a coma, have came out and gave an order to ceasefire. He said, "Don't worry, this is not the end of the war. I just want a ceasefire." Unbelievable.
Right, this is a Fox News alert. Only moments after President Trump announced a ceasefire in the Middle East, Iran, in fact, launched drone and missile attacks against Israel and other nations in the Middle East. So that aggression does beg the question, can Iran be trusted? All right, here with our continuing coverage, we call him the Great One himself, the host of Life, Liberty, Levin. Mark Levin is with us. I guess the party line is that the message has not gotten down to the ranks in the battlefield that fired those missiles. I find that somewhat questionable, but let's see how that plays out. We'll know more by, I would say, the end of this hour or midnight tonight. Mark.
Oh, wait. Oh, my gosh. What? No,
There's
what's
no
going
YouTube?
on? No, it's like this random channel. Shoot. Okay.
60% enriched uranium. The president has been unambiguous. He has been crystal clear. That has been the main goal from the very beginning. Under no circumstances do I see the president allowing them to keep that 60% enriched uranium. What's your thoughts?
All right, I think there's some fundamentals, some truisms here. Number one, thank God Donald Trump's president of the United States, because no president would have done what he's done and what he's doing. None, period. And that's my fear. If we're going to have some kind of deal, Donald Trump won't be around forever to ensure that it's enforced. That's number one. So I trust him. Number two, I don't trust the enemy. The enemy has shown for half a century that every deal it signs, it violates. So what's going to be different this time? What's going to be different 4 or 5 years from now? Number three, everybody says we don't want regime change. Okay, then we're not going to have regime change. So what does that mean? Well, the regime still exists. Maybe not the top 3 tiers, but the fundamentals are still there. And some strong man will rise to the top, as they always do. So that's a question. The president is up against really unbelievable obstacles. He has a Democrat Party that basically would rather destroy him than the enemy. And that is their focus. Number two is woke right, self-aggrandizing so-called influencers that are used by the media to attack him and to try and undermine his base. Number three, his base is solid as a rock. 100%, 92% are with him. That's the Republican Party. But there are other issues that nobody's talking about, and I want to raise them because at some point somebody's going to have to talk about it. What do we do to enforce whatever it is we agree to? How do we enforce it? Are we going to have a rearrangement of our military? We're going to have another base there? But how are we going to do that? Number three, what about the people of Iran? What are we going to just leave them there? There's nothing that we can do and we're going to wash our hands over that? That to me is morally very difficult to accept. And then what about the proxies, Hezbollah? I was reading these statements. Hezbollah has killed more Americans than Iran directly. Hezbollah is Iran. Hezbollah is firing missiles into Israel by the hundreds still. And here we have a ceasefire that they've already broken. And so, yes, the argument will be, well, they don't have control of this and control of that. Well, if they don't have control of this and control of that, how do we even enter into an agreement? There's a lot of complicated issues still on the table. I trust President Trump. I know his heart. I know he wants to do the right thing. I know he has Lilliputians who are telling him to do something else. I know he has other advisors telling him to do something else. He's the most understanding, competent of the bunch, and he's the president of the United States, and his instincts are very, very good. But I would say this enemy is still the enemy. They're still surviving. Their military may be destroyed, but the communist Chinese will still help them. The Russians will still help them to rebuild. And so this thing's not over. And it's not that I'm a warmonger. It's that they're a warmonger. It's not that I'm an interventionist. They're an interventionist. I agree with the president. We need to protect our country. We need to protect our homeland. And to pretend that this enemy hasn't killed American soldiers and American citizens is ridiculous. To pretend this enemy is executing its people left and right as we speak. This enemy is shooting missiles into not just Israel, I think some of the Arab countries tonight as well, as we've entered into a 2-week ceasefire. What is it exactly that we are going to be able to do that the Europeans weren't able to do, that the IAEA wasn't able to do, that prior administrations weren't able to do? We agree that Donald Trump is a once-in-a-century leader, which means the next leader and the leader after him, they're not going to be Donald Trump. And so somehow we have to figure out how to do something that's very complicated and difficult. These are terrorists. What makes anybody think that we're going to change their thinking? We're not doing regime change. Everybody says no regime change. Okay, then the regime survives in one form or another. The fundamentals survive. And so the question is, how do we keep this enemy, this poison, this cancer, these Islamist radicals, 7th century barbarians, how do we keep them in a box? And that's what we have to figure out. If we're not going to completely take them out because of the huge isolationist strain in the Democrat Party among the woke right, but again, MAGA, the Republicans are behind the president. But if we can't do it because of the political wins, if we can't do it because of other reasons, then how are we going to keep them in a box? It can't be just peace in our time. We have a 10-point deal and they've agreed to this. I just think it's going to be very, very complicated, very, very difficult. And I would say this to the President of the United States. I personally know that you will do the right thing, that you're going to try and make sure that it works for now and forever. And so I have complete faith in this man because he's brought us to this point where he's blown out their nuclear systems, where he's taking out or trying to take out all the enrichment, where he is not taking them at their word, where he has used our military in one of the most brilliant, spectacular military campaigns in American history. I'm glad he's there as President of the United States. There's some very complicated and difficult issues on the table. And I think if anyone can handle it, he can handle it. But this enemy, make no mistake, they are the enemy. They're not going to go away if there's not regime change. And we're going to have to figure out, and it's not going to be easy, how to keep our foot on their throat. It's not going to be easy, especially since we change administrations typically every 4 or 8 years. That's it. I'm done. I pray for the president and our troops. I pray for the people in the Middle East. I pray for the people of Persia. And I pray this enemy drops dead. How do you like that?
I kind of like it. A couple of things, and I just get a quick comment back from you, Mark. Number one, we will remove any enriched uranium. I don't think that's going to be negotiable. The president confirmed that we are trying to arm the people of Iran. You can't win a revolution with a slingshot. Obviously, the proxies, we cannot allow them to revitalize their ballistic missile program. On top of it, there's got to be a trust and verify component of all of that. We can't stop the North Koreans, the Chinese, and the Russians from offering their technology and assistance the way they have because they've helped them build up all of this. I don't have all the answers, but certainly that will set them back dramatically for at least a decade, as far as I can see. But it's more complicated than that. And hopefully, if we can get arms in the hands of the people, they'll take over. I'll give you the last word. We have about 30 seconds.
That to me is very key. I've been talking about that in multiple appearances here and on radio. We have to arm the people because if we're not going to do regime change, they need to have the ability to do it. Reagan did it in Afghanistan. He did it in Nicaragua. He did it in Honduras. He did it in Angola. Donald Trump can do exactly the same thing. Somehow, some way, those people need to be able to get armed. They need to take their future into their own hands. And I think they will.
I think with the freedom fighters against the Contras, it worked. The Mujahideen in Afghanistan helped beat the Soviet Union. That would be very effective. The great one, Mark Levin.
Yeah, Mujahideen, fighters of Allah,
another
fighters of
day
jihad.
full of anti-Trump hysteria. Once again, the president proved
Fine. It was effective against the Soviets.
They'll never
That's
learn.
that's
will
the
they?
point.
Anyway, great job, Ari
educate
Fleischer. They are next
humanity
as
on
we
what
continue our
Mujahideen
coverage.
means.
I'm a martial artist, a sky.
So,
Armin. Okay, so first of all, that was amazing. What'd you think of that?
I think I'm so glad that we're talking about arming the Iranian people. I've been waiting for this forever. This is the conversation. This is the conversation we need to be having. Guys, none of this will be solved unless we have regime change. And regime change will only be done by the Iranian people. And the Iranian people are unarmed. This is where the conversation needs to be moving towards to, finally. So thank you, Mark Levin.
Listen, Mark Levin, no, well, not listen to you, but listen to the chat. I'm saying listen. Mark Levin and Sean Hannity are two of the closest people to President Trump. Guys, I'm telling you something, because I've been monitoring Sean Hannity and Mark Levin. Whenever Sean Hannity and Mark Levin are having a conversation together on Sean Hannity's show, something big is about to happen. I can't recall, don't quote me on this, but I have a feeling the last time that Sean Hannity and Mark Levin had a conversation was February 27 And then hours later, that's when we heard about the news of Khamenei being boomed and the attack starting. So do not take it lightly that right now, Sean Hannity and Mark Levin just had a live conversation. Okay? That's very important. Very important. Now, Armin, look at this. Like, I didn't have like time to fully digest this because I was working on like my interviews and stuff. But look at this. President Trump posted an hour and a half ago. The alleged statement put out by CNN World News is a fraud, as CNN well knows. The false statement was linked to a fake news site from Nigeria, and of course, immediately picked up by CNN and blared out as a legitimate headline. The official statement by Iran was just released and posted on Truth below. Authorities are looking to determine whether or not a crime was committed on the issuance of the fake CNN World statement, or was it a sick rogue player? CNN is being ordered to immediately withdraw this statement with full apologies for their, as usual, terrible reporting. Results of the investigation will be announced in the near future. So Armin, this post that President Trump put of IRGC, okay, so he put the IRGC post at what time was this? 7:42. Okay, so we went over the IRGC post and we're like, oh, look, like President Trump is posting this probably because he's calling out IRGC. No, he's posting that because he's actually calling out CNN because CNN put out a fake news report, right? Oh, and then for the person that's saying Trump is allowing the regime to survive, I'm just going to ban you. Like, take your like jihadi nonsense somewhere else. Anyway, so Armin داره میگه که داره میره دنبال CNN and he's gonna like investigate them. So what was the report by CNN? Wait, I just had it here. Rapid Response posted this. Wait, where is it? Where's the okay, here it is. So Rapid Response just posted. Attention CNN. As POTUS just said, Iran's official statement is linked in his truth below and posted by the Iranian foreign minister. This alleged statement by Iran is a fraud. Correct immediately. So CNN, remember the propaganda that we were just sharing? You were just sharing on Islamic Regime State TV, and you were like, oh, look, the regime is saying that they've won and America has like capitulated or whatever. So CNN posted this news article saying Iran claims victory, says it forced US to accept 10-point plan. Iran says it has achieved a great victory and forced the United States to accept its 10-point plan, according to a statement from Iran's Supreme National Security Council report by Iranian state media. As part of the plan, the US has, in principle, agreed to lift all primary and secondary sanctions against Iran and to withdraw U.S. combat forces from all bases in the region. Oh my gosh!
Are they retarded? CNN? What the hell?
CNN posted this. It has also agreed to accept Iran's nuclear enrichment. Remember nuclear? I told you about nuclear enrichment, and recognize its control over the Strait of Hormuz, according to the council. Controlled passage through the waterway would be carried out in coordination with Iran's armed forces, it added. So Rapid Response, like President Trump basically, is calling this out, and they're saying, like, this is basically fake news.
Wow. Yeah, guys, CNN is reporting that President Trump has agreed to allow the Islamic Republic to enrich uranium. Who would believe this? So what the hell? Who's in charge there? Like, how is this allowed to be published? Unbelievable. Goldie, I truly do think that this news regarding Mujtaba is more important than people are realizing, because I think it confirms a lot.
Let's share it again.
Okay. Because I truly think that this is a sign of internal competition, like a conflict between the IRGC. They just came out and so this is what I was discussing. I think parts of IRGC they are against the ceasefire. Parts of IRGC want a ceasefire. The parts of the IRGC that don't want a ceasefire, they're going to shoot missiles at everybody that they can to ruin the ceasefire. And the only thing that the other parts of the IRGC could do to force the rest of the IRGC to do a ceasefire is to put words in Mushtaba's mouth, Mushtaba being in a coma, not being able to speak, and coming out and saying, hey, Mushtaba said stop. This is what's happening. The IRGC is like, Mushtaba is telling you to stop, so stop. Okay, so guys, remember Emily Schrader posted this, that the Islamic regime is firing missiles at not just Israel, but Kuwait, Iraq, Bahrain, UAE, and Saudi Arabia. My interpretation of this was parts of IRGC is trying to stop the ceasefire from happening. And now my interpretation of this part, let's read this. My interpretation of this part is that they're trying to use a dead Mushtaba as a way to force the rest of the IRGC to comply with the ceasefire. And Goldie, and guys, you know what I think will happen because of this? I think now we might see parts of IRGC challenging whether Mushtaba is alive or not. We might see. My prediction is that at some point there will be some parts of the Islamic regime itself that will come out and say, where is this Mushtaba that you guys are talking about? Show us Mushtaba. Show us Mushtaba. Show us the Mushtaba. So because they're being controlled by this whole Mushtaba said this, Mushtaba said that. And because there is internal division within IRGC, and some parts of the IRGC is not going to like the fact that is being controlled by this narrative out there that they're putting, that's using Mushtaba said this, Mushtaba said that. They're going to be like, okay, well, show us or shut up. So let me read this caption, and this is translation from Persian, so it might not be very accurate, but I'll see. Saying Islamic Republic of Iran Broadcasting, IRIB, read out a statement attributed to Mushtaba Khamenei, the third leader of the Islamic Republic who has not been seen in public for the past 40 days, approximately 2 hours after Donald Trump announced his agreement to a conditional ceasefire contingent on the immediate reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. The statement said that Mushtaba Khamenei has ordered, this is a wrong translation, let me correct, has ordered a halt and a ceasefire to all military units. The statement declared this is not the end of the war. Guys, remember the reason why they're putting this, let me translate Durka for you. The reason why they're saying this is not the end of the war, is because they don't want to make the pro-regime people angry. Because the pro-regime people have been told that they're winning this, and anybody who says that we should be ending the war is a traitor and a spy. And this is why you saw calls for execution for Rouhani and Javad Zarif. So that's why in Mushtaba's statement, they're putting guys, don't worry. This is a ceasefire. This is not the end of the war. So this is this is not the end of the war, but all branches of the military must obey the order and ceasefire. The London Times reported on Tuesday that intelligence estimates indicate Mushtaba Khamenei is in a coma in Qom. His physical condition is not good, and he lacks the ability to make decisions and manage the regime. So this to me is signs of more internal divisions and the semi-corpse of Mushtaba being used as a puppet by the parts of the IRGC that want a ceasefire. That's what I think is happening. Yeah. But what do you agree, Goldie?
No, I agree. ببین الان پرزیدنت ترامپ اینو باید به زبان انگلیسی ترجمه بکنیم. پرزیدنت ترامپ یه کاری کرده اینا رو دیگه گذاشته به جون هم افتادن دیگه.
Yes. So Goldie is saying President Trump has done something that is turning these people against each other.
Like they're literally all imploding. They're infighting. They don't even know what's going on right now. They've gone full Allah Akbar, Durka, Jihad, cannibal, and they're attacking one another. No one knows who's in charge. No one knows who President Trump has negotiated with. No one knows who the regime leaders are. Who's in charge? We don't know. Who did President Trump make the deal with? We don't even know.
Yeah, but guys in the chat, do you agree with my interpretation that this Mujtaba coming out and saying this is a way for parts of IRGC to try to stop the other parts of IRGC? Oh, somebody's saying, well, but Armin, do you think the message from Mujtaba will work? That's a very good question. It's really hard because of the mosaic nature of IRGC designed by Jafari a couple of years ago. Is going to make it very difficult because Mujtaba not being present is going to make some of these IRGC commanders, like, guys, some of these IRGC commanders, they're not as retarded as you think. If I figure this out, they have figured this out as well. Like, so some of these IRGC leaders are going to be like, screw you. We know that this is not Mujtaba. You're just using a body of a semi-alive supreme leader as a way to control us, and we're not buying it. So if I was a local IRGC commander, one of the 32 branches of the local branches of the IRGC who is against the ceasefire, I would have to find a way, without getting myself in trouble, to challenge the idea that this is from Mujtaba. But that is dangerous because, guys, if you look at the command structure right now, one thing that has happened that is very unique is that the state media over here is now part of the decision-making process because they are the voice of the pro-regime supporters. So they have a lot of say in what the IRGC does, because the IRGC doesn't want to turn the pro-regime people against it. And the state media is now basically making statements on behalf of Mujtaba. So this supreme leader here is not very relevant. The supreme leader is the state media, because they could put whatever they want into his, put in his mouth. The state media is the new supreme leader. The Mujtaba is not the supreme leader. State media is the supreme leader. So the challenge, the competition between powers used to be between the supreme leader and IRGC. Now it's some parts of the IRGC that is independent and some part of the IRGC that have the state media, because the state media right now represents the voice of the regime supporters. And because of years of making these people addicted to victory narratives, they have maximum requests, like they expect the highest level of victory. So any form of ceasefire will be portrayed by state media as would be seen by them as a betrayal of what they want, and there's no Ali Khamenei to hold them back. So the state media can convince the pro-regime people to chill the F out by saying Mujtaba said so. And then that's the only way that you can make them chill out. The same way that Ali Khamenei would tell them that chill the F out, we need to capitulate a little bit here, but they will sell it as a victory to them. Now the state media is doing that without Ali Khamenei by speaking on behalf of Mujtaba. That's what's happening. Do you guys get it? Does that make sense to you guys in the chat? Let me know, because I want to make sure that you understand this. This is some really high level stuff. You're not going to see this anywhere else. And then Murad Vaisi posted this. Okay, let's see what Murad Vaisi said.
Guys, remember who Murad Vaisi is. Murad Vaisi is the guy that I've tried to translate some of his live streams for you. He's the Iran international analyst, and he is excellent. So, and Armin, I just read through this really briefly. Like, Murad Vaisi agrees with everything that he's basically saying the same thing that we've been saying for the last few hours.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, well, let's read it. This is a very long post.
Yes, it is.
34 points on it. Okay, ceasefire. 1. The United States gained a 2-week window to control the oil and gas market and confront the Islamic Republic from a higher and better position. 2. The Islamic Republic lost its card to create a crisis.
Sorry, someone just said, was this a guy that you were excited to see speak English? Yes. That's Murad Vaisi, because he always speaks Persian. We've never heard him speak English. And Armin was like, when he heard him speak English, that's the guy.
Yeah, so the Islamic Republic lost its card to create a crisis in the oil and gas market. 3, Trump's threat to destroy power plants and bridges elevated the threats from the United States and Israel to the level of threats against the survival of the Islamic Republic, forcing the regime to retreat. Ooh. Okay. 4. This retreat is like the retreat after the final defeats in the war with Iraq, when the regime was forced to accept Resolution 598 to avoid collapse. So what happened after that? It did collapse. 5. The retreat under pressure is similar to the acceptance of the JCPOA in 2015 due to fear of economic collapse during that period. 6. Trump intends to include 4 main conditions in any agreement, which again means the surrender of the Islamic Republic. The 4 conditions are halting enrichment, halting the ballistic missile program, cutting support for proxies, and handing over the enrichment uranium. Guys, this is the most key point in all of this. The reason a lot of people don't understand, like, why would that be a total surrender? Because if the Islamic Republic does that, it will collapse from the inside, because it would not have the support of anti-regime people, but it will also lose the support of the pro-regime people. If this is a summary of it. I could go into a lot of more details but this is a summary. If the Islamic Republic does any of this, it would not only have it already doesn't have the support of the anti-regime people, but by doing this, it would also lose the support of pro-regime people, and that would be the end of it. And this is something that the President Trump will not, back down on, especially this enrichment part. So then 7, if the Islamic Republic accepts these conditions, it is surrender. If it does not, the likelihood of war restarting is very high. See, guys, this is what I said. I said even if there is a ceasefire, it's a temporary ceasefire because of what you just saw up here. This halting of enrichment of uranium not being able to be accepted by the Islamic Republic means that even if we have a ceasefire, we will be back here all over again, unless the regime falls before. 8, the Islamic Republic has lost Khamenei and a very large number of its commanders and officials, making this top level of the government structure fragile, while the Islamic Republic has not been able to kill any of the commanders and officials of the United States and Israel. 9, the IRGC Navy commander was killed, and the force itself was severely damaged and cannot be rebuilt anytime soon. 10, the Islamic Republic's Air Force has been almost completely destroyed, with many bases and aircraft demolished. 11, the country's air defense has been almost completely destroyed and is ineffective. 12, the country's skies are still under the control of the United States and Israel. 13, most petrochemical industries as a source of foreign currency revenue have been destroyed. 14, many military industries across the country have been destroyed. 15, many Basiji headquarters and bases have been destroyed. 16, police command centers in the provinces and many police stations have been demolished. 17, the Minister of Intelligence and many of the main managers of this ministry have been killed. 18, the head of the IRGC intelligence organization has been killed. 19, the head and deputy of Faraja intelligence have been killed. Overall, it is a major intelligence failure. Guys, these last 3 points, remember I told you the Islamic Republic has 17 intelligence agencies, but 3 of them are the most important one. These 3 are the ones that he mentioned. The head of the intelligence within the executive branch, which is the Minister of Intelligence, guy has been killed. The IRGC's head of intelligence has been killed just recently, just yesterday. Khademi was his name. And this one, Faraja, is the police anti-riot, anti-protest unit. That's the 3rd most important intelligence unit. The head of their intelligence unit was killed as well. 20, the head and deputy of the Basij has been killed. 21, chief of staff of the armed forces have been killed. 22, Shamkhani, secretary of the Defense Council, has been killed. The council was unsuccessful in managing the war. 23, the IRGC commander-in-chief has been killed. 24, 2 heads of the Sepand organization responsible for building nuclear weapons for the regime have been killed. 25, the Minister of Defense has been killed. 26, the Gulf Cooperation Council member the Persian Gulf Cooperation Council member states have joined the ranks of the enemies of the Islamic Republic. 27, The route to bypass sanctions through Dubai has been shut down. 28, friendship with Qatar has been lost and turned into an enmity. 29, the country's economy is facing a wave of accumulated demands from the war period and war damages that were deferred during the war and are now flooding the government. 30, the people of Iran, as the most important opposing force against the Islamic Republic, still demand the overthrow of the regime. And after the January massacre, a sea of blood, hatred, and anger has been created between the people and the regime. 31, the ceasefire does not yet mean the end of the war. Goldie, that's what I said. I said even if there is a ceasefire, that doesn't mean the end of a war. Oh my God.
That's what we both said. Ceasefire doesn't mean like end of the war.
Exactly. Yes. And 32, the Islamic Republic has become even more discredited in the eyes of the people because it abandoned the people and civilians during the war. Guys, regarding this point, the Islamic Republic, even after the 12-day war, did not invest. Forget shelters. They didn't even invest in sirens. Not even sirens for the people. Like people are like, oh, why didn't you build shelters? Guys, after the 12-day war, you would think at least they would put sirens across the cities. They didn't even do that. Okay, 33. The Islamic Republic calls these things victory because it hasn't fallen yet. Okay. This but a scratch. 34. Politics has many ups and downs. Patience is required. I have a picture for that. Politics is up and down. Patience is required. Here it is. Here's the picture I have for that. Here's the picture for the last ups and downs like a roller coaster. Okay, there we go. All right. There's that. That was good. That was epic. That was really good. I enjoyed that. Okay. Guys, let me tell you something while Goldie is busy. Let me tell you.
Sorry,
I think
a random message popped up on my Instagram, and they're like, Goldie June, I'm very interested in you. Are you single and available? I live in the Washington, D.C. area. So I'm just responding to them, and I'm like, Chafe Shobi Sharaf, with like a barf face. And then I'm going to block them.
Really? Don't respond, Goldie. Some people enjoy even like the insult.
Yep.
I would just block and ignore. Why would you even respond? Some people enjoy the insult.
Well, I don't know. I sent it anyway.
Okay.
It was just like, yep. So
okay. I was gonna give everybody my theory on what is the best solution to all of this. Should I let me just do that really quickly, okay? This is how you fix all of this. Guys, there's only one solution to the Islamic Republic problem. There's only one solution, and that is regime change. It has become obvious that without regime change, the problem of Islamic Republic will continue and it will eventually become nuclear. There's no way that you could stop them from becoming nuclear if they continue to live. At some point, they will become nuclear. And once they become nuclear, there's no more chances for regime change. So they will, with much more confidence, and go out and expand their pan-Islamic Shia empire and terrorism everywhere in the world. With the sense of security that nobody's going to do regime change. So we know that there's only one solution, and regime change has to happen. That's one. Number two, there's only one solution to regime change, and that's the Iranian people. You can't do regime change with drones and missiles from the sky. So once you come to the conclusion that you need to do regime change, then you will come to the conclusion that you need to empower the Iranian people to do regime change. You will come to that conclusion. And empowering, so guys, you're with me? That's the only way. So the only solution is regime change. And the only way to do regime change is empowering the Iranian people. There's two sides to empowering the Iranian people. One is reducing the forces against them. And the second is that strengthening the Iranian people. So there's two sides to this. When it comes to reducing the power of the forces, the powers of the obstacles in their way, we already did as much as you could do, most of what you could do when it comes to bombing their bases and drone and hitting all their checkpoints and stuff like that, but that could get you so far. The problem is that the Islamic Republic can continue to sell its oil and gas, and that's a huge source of revenue for it. It could continue to collect toll from the Strait of Hormuz, even if it stops at some point, it will could get back to it. So you need to cut off the revenue. You need to basically maintain control around the Strait of Hormuz or the rest of the Persian Gulf, or else no matter how much you hit their suppressing ability, they will be able to use those US dollars to get militias from Iraq, Afghanistan, and Pakistan, and then recover from the loss that was inflicted on them with the bombing from the air, right? They have enough US dollars to be able to hire terrorists from other places. So you need to cut the revenue source. And so that's the removing the obstacle part, but you also need to strengthen the Iranian people. And the Iranian people, the already existing advantage that they have is that they're high in number. They're anti-regime people, they're very high in number. That's their advantage. The disadvantage is that they're unarmed. So let's put this together. You need to arm the Iranian people. You need to cut the revenue from the Islamic Republic, because with that money, with the US dollars, the Islamic Republic could hire mercenaries, terrorist Shia mercenaries that are already armed, and it doesn't take that many of them to be able to kill tens of thousands of Iranian people. So you need to, guys, even though these people are very jihadi minded, if you cut the US dollars, they will not show up to fight for the Islamic Republic. They need to get paid. So you need to cut the source of the revenue. So how do you achieve this? There's a solution that you could do both of these at the same time. This is what I think would make the most difference. You could you could kill two birds with one stone. If you start liberating one city, preferably Bandar Abbas, and turn that into the base of operations, you don't need to send American troops all over Iran. You need to just liberate one city, Bandar Abbas, and hold it and use that as a base of operations to train Iranians with not just guns, but this is very important, drones. This has already been done. Like, I'm not making this up out of nowhere. Ukrainian soldiers trained as opposition against Assad in Syria. They trained opposition against Assad in Syria with drones and how to use drones, and it took only a few months. I think it takes around 4 months to train them properly, and they were very effective. They were pivotal. They were so crucial to the Assad falling. And this is why I'm saying you don't even need to have the Americans training the Iranian people. You could get the Ukrainians to train the Iranian people, because Ukrainians are very good at using drones, cheap drones, in making the biggest difference. So you only need Americans to liberate one cities, and the Ukrainians and the Iranians could pick it up from there. You could get the Ukrainians there to train the Iranian people on how to use drones. And the reason why this needs to be in Bandar Abbas or a city close to the Strait of Hormuz is because this is why I'm saying you kill two birds with one stone. Is because as that Iranian army expands, so you could basically make an announcement. Iranians all over Iran, if you want to liberate your country, come to Bandar Abbas, get armed, get vetted, get trained, and then get armed. Vetted is very important. Vetted, trained, armed with guns and drones. And as this army grows and as this army expands, the Strait of Hormuz would be liberated. Because as this army geographically expands into Iran, the Islamic Republic will lose its control over the Strait of Hormuz, and the Strait of Hormuz will not be under the control of the Islamic Republic anymore. And this is how you cut the revenue from the Islamic Republic as well. So you will stop the US dollars that are going to the mercenaries that are paid to kill the Iranian people while you're growing the Iranian army. And this is also politically very a savvy move, because you can't sell regime change to an American voter, but what you can sell is that we're only liberating one city and then it's hands off. After that, it's up to the Iranian people. we're not doing regime change. We're only empowering the Iranian people to liberate themselves. We're not making American soldiers go do regime change for Iranians. You saw what the Islamic Republic did to the Iranian people. All we're doing is creating them a base of operations without American boots on the ground, without risking American soldiers' lives. We're just giving them the tools to liberate themselves. This is more sellable politically to an American audience. So it politically makes sense. It strengthens the Iranian people to liberate themselves. It cuts the revenue source from the Islamic Republic and basically gets us to the only solution to the Islamic Republic problem in the best way, which is regime change. That's what I think needs to happen. Let me know if you agree. What is this? The American Strategic Playbook. Ceasefire, time buying, negotiations, hidden fist, and then pressure, economic and military chains, and then final strike, decisive blow. Oh, wow. Oh, this is from Shabnameh. This is the Goldie way. Yes. This is what Goldie. Yes.
I mean, this is pretty much how President Trump has been dealing with the Islamic Republic every single time, right? Since starting with Soleimani, they boomed Soleimani, and then they boomed the nuclear facilities. Then they boomed Khamenei, and they boomed everything else. And yeah, now I feel like we're getting into the final boom. But this strategy is pretty similar to everything. Right?
Yeah.
I also agree with your analysis. Like, your analysis is spot on.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
thank you, Goldie.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree 100%. I know it's getting late, so you probably have to go. Guys, like, I was going to, like, I want to watch Morad Vaisi tonight because, I watch Morad Vaisi every night. I just checked his live stream, and his live stream, it appears that it has English subtitles. So, when Armin leaves, like, I'm more than happy to stick around, and we could watch like Morad Vaisi together. The only thing is, though, like, I can't really like, I'm not gonna translate the subtitles, right? Like, I can't read the subtitles out loud. So if it's up to you guys, if you guys want, like, I can stick around and I can just like do a watch party here, but you guys are gonna have to like just read the subtitles, right? Because it's like a 1 hour, it's a 1 hour live stream, and if I was gonna live stream the whole thing and then read the captions as he goes along, it would take me like 3 hours to explain everything. So it's up to you guys. I mean, if you're willing to just follow along and read the subtitles, I can play it here. Otherwise, I can just end the live stream, and I can just watch it on my own. So what would you guys prefer? I mean, if he says something crazy, or not crazy, but like if he says something and the translations like are not accurate, like, I can pause. But I don't know. But we can do that after Armin's gone, and when Armin calls it a night. Let me know in the chat what you guys want. Okay. All right, you guys want to watch together? Armin, do you want to stick around, or?
I'm gonna watch it on double speed on my own.
Oh, okay.
Because I need to go take care of a whole bunch of other stuff as well. But I usually listen to these different analysis on double or sometimes triple speed. I'm getting used to triple. Yeah.
You can do that because your Persian is really good, but I can't, right? Like, I can't.
Oh, okay.
I can't actually do that. But can you at least give me your opinion on like the intro, like the first like 5 minutes of what he says, and then you can head out? Is that okay?
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, let's Okay. You guys see what I have to put up with? You guys see? Okay, Goldie. You know, Goldie, today I filled in for you when you were away on your interviews. I was, doing the audio adjustment. This is how you treat. This is how you think. I'm just kidding.
I mean, would you rather you leave frustrated and angry, or would you rather
No, I'm
leave,
kidding. I'm teasing. I'm
happy
teasing.
and smiling? You know what?
I'm
I made
teasing.
you laugh, so it's worth it. So
I'm teasing. I'm teasing. It's okay.
you know,
It's
Armin,
okay.
you were so last night. You actually missed it. Our favorite DJ who has the songs, Khamenei Parpar and all these other songs. He actually has a remix of Hava Nagila that I played last night. So maybe one evening during our random dance parties, if you're sticking around, I'll play Hava Nagila for you. But
I don't know. I have trust issues. I don't even know what's going to happen next. Yeah.
It was good though. It was good. All right, Arvin. But no, you know what? I had to make you laugh before you leave.
That's okay. All right, guys. By the way, before I go, subscribe to Atheist Republic because soon it's going to be rebranded to another channel. Guys, it's been 15 years of Atheist Republic. Is now going to be rebranded to a new name. So
it's going to be rebranded to Praise Be to Allah.
Praise be to Allah. Yes. Subhanallah. Yeah.
Subhanallah. Astaghfirullah.
Subhanallah. Okay.
Too funny.
All right, guys. Love you guys. I'll see you same time tomorrow. I'm Israel Chai. Long live America. Javid Shah. Payan Iran. And praise be to Allah.
I don't endorse that one.
And hey there. Okay, how about that? All right, guys. See you soon. Bye.
All right. See you tomorrow, Armin. Thanks for everything. Okay, guys, let's go to Morad Vesi. Again, I'm not going to translate. So for those who can't read the subtitles, I apologize in advance. But like I said, I could do this on my own, but many of you wanted me to watch it with you guys. So the YouTube translation's pretty accurate. If there's something that he says that is if there's something he says where the translations are completely off, I will let you guys know. But barring that, I'm just gonna play it and it'll just be a watch party. So there we go.
درود بر شما. چهارشنبه 19 فروردین 2585 در ایران و 7 آوریل 2026 در شرق آمریکا. بعد از تلاش‌های مستمر پاکستان به عنوان میانجیگر، دقایق پیش دونالد ترامپ رئیس جمهور آمریکا اعلام کرد که آتشبس 2 هفته‌ای رو پذیرفته به شرط باز شدن فوری تنگه هرمز.
Look, guys, that's exactly what I said. Remember earlier when President Trump's statement came out, I said President Trump has only agreed to the ceasefire if the Strait of Hormuz is immediately opened. Remember? I spoke about this condition. I said this exactly. So this guy, his name is Morad Vesi. He's the chief political analyst for Iran International. Very respected, very well liked. We basically love him. He's like our uncle. And he always gives the best analysis. But we're watching this because I always watch Morad Vesi because I watch him and I'm like, oh yeah, I said that. So pretty much right off the bat, he's pretty much saying the same analysis that I said. So there you go. And we respect him very, very much. He's fantastic.
ترامپ اعلام کرده که یک تقاضای از طرف ژنرال قاسم منیر فرمانده ارتش پاکستان و شهباز شریف نخست وزیر پاکستان اومده برای اینکه آتش بس باشه 2 هفته به شرطی که تنگه هرمز باز باشه. ترامپ گفته من این رو پذیرفتم. بعدش یک مقام آمریکایی به نیویورک تایمز اعلام کرده که حملات نظامی آمریکا در ایران مطابق با آتشبس 2 هفته‌ای متوقف شده. اسرائیل هم اعلام کرده ما هم حملات رو متوقف کردیم. رسانه آمریکایی آکسیوس به نقل از این مقام آمریکایی گفته که آتشبس با باز شدن تنگه هرمز آغاز میشه و قرار دو طرف 21 فروردین با همدیگه مذاکره کنن. یعنی اگر الان تاریخی که اینجا خدمت شما عرض کردم چهارشنبه 19 فروردین، جمعه قراره با هم مذاکره بکنن و شورای عالی امنیت ملی ایران اعلام کرده خبر آتشبس موقت و مشروط رو. گفته که ایالات، این ادعای جمهوری اسلامی میگه که ایالات متحده طرح 10 ماده تهران را به عنوان مبنای مذاکرات 2 هفته آینده پذیرفته و مذاکرات روز جمعه آغاز میشه. ترامپ در پست خودش گفته پذیرش آتشبس مشروط بر بازگشایی کامل، فوری و امن تنگه هرمز، هم کامل باشه، هم فوری باشه، هم امن. در این بیانیه به عبور کنترل شده از تنگه هرمز با هماهنگی نیروهای مسلح ایران به عنوان اولین اصل طرح 10 ماده اشاره شده. یعنی جمهوری اسلامی گفته میتونن عبور کنن با هماهنگی ما. شروط دیگه که جمهوری اسلامی آورده، گفته پایان جنگ علیه همه اجزای محور مقاومت، یعنی به حزب الله هم حمله نکنن، به هشت شبیه هم حمله نکنن. بیرون رفتن نیروهای رزمی آمریکا از
Sorry, I was on mute. So it's not Arshabi. He's referring to Hashtishabi. It's just a not proper translation. Hashtishabi is the Iraqi terrorist forces.
تمامی پایگاه و نقاط استقرار در منطقه. اینو آمریکا نمیپذیره. ایجاد یک پروتکل عبور و مرور امن در تنگه هرمز.
So that's important. So the part, so he's basically agreeing with everything we've said, right? So he's saying that part of the so-called deal, right, the ceasefire terms that the Islamic regime has provided, where, some news media outlets like CNN International or whatever was like, oh, America has agreed to this, right? Part of that was apparently America and Israel agreeing not to attack Hezbollah or Hashd-e-Shabi, which he says, and then also he also mentions the withdrawal of U.S. combat forces from all bases and deployment points in the region, which of course he continues by saying, anyway, so he continues with this. So, and then he says that United States does not agree to that.
بیرون رفتن نیروهای رزمی آمریکا از تمامی پایگاه و نقاط استقرار در منطقه. اینو آمریکا نمیپذیره.
Right? So he says America is not going to agree to this, right? So he also does not agree with the fake news, but he basically shares his analysis in Persian.
ایجاد یک پروتکل عبور و مرور امن در تنگه هرمز به گونه‌ای که تضمین کننده تسلط ایران طبق پروتکل توافق شده باشد. اگر منظور باشه که جمهوری اسلامی بخواد پول بگیره این رژیم جدید، بعید میدونم قبول کنه.
So he's also saying if this means that the Islamic regime wants to collect a toll, he's like, it's very unlikely that the United States is going to agree to this term. Guys, so they do realize they're losing? No, the Islamic regime does not realize that they're losing. They don't, maybe some of them, but they're desperately trying to portray this as a win. Remember, on Islamic regime TV, they're already claiming that the United States has surrendered, President Trump has retreated, blah, 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 which is not the case whatsoever. So Morad Vaisi is pretty much giving this analysis, the same analysis that Armin and I gave, he's giving the same analysis in Persian to his Persian speaking audience.
شروط جمهوری اسلامی طرح 10 ماده‌ایش پرداخت کامل خسارت ایران مطابق برآورده است. اینم بعید میدونم بدن. رفع همه تحریم‌های اولیه و ثانویه. اینم بعید انجام بدن اگر 3 تا شرط آمریکا رو برآورده نکنن.
So he's saying part of the like ceasefire terms is for the United States to lift all sanctions on the Islamic regime, and he's saying it's highly unlikely that the United States is going to agree to that as well.
و رفع تحریم‌های سازمان ملل هم گفته جمهوری اسلامی. آزاد شدن کلیه اموال و دارایی‌های بلوکه شده ایران در خارج از کشور و نهایتاً تصویب همه این موارد در قطعنامه الزام‌آور شورای امنیت. این بیانیه جمهوری اسلامی شورای عالی امنیت ملی.
Right. So he's saying this is all of these terms. This is a statement by the Islamic Republic of Iran's National Security Council. Remember, that's the same post that Armin and I shared with you earlier and Armin read, right? Like that ridiculously long post where they were like, oh yeah, America has agreed to allow us to nuclear enrichment and blah, 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 right? So he's basically sharing the same information. He's saying like it's unlikely that America has agreed to any of this.
گفته جمهوری اسلامی به مدت 2 هفته و صرفاً بر مبنای اصول پذیرفته شده در اسلام آباد مذاکره خواهد کرد. اما این به معنای خاتمه جنگ است.
See, but this is important. So he says, sure, there might be a 2-week, he's like, there may be like a 2-week ceasefire, but that does not mean the end of the war. This is really important.
خاتمه جنگ را جمهوری اسلامی زمانی خواهد پذیرفت که با توجه به پذیرش اصول مد نظر ایران در طرح 10 ماده‌ای جزئیات آن در مذاکرات نهایی هم پذیرفته بشه. اسرائیل هم که گفته موافقت کرده با قطع حملات. اجازه بدید روایت ترامپ هم از این بخونم بعد بریم سراغ تحلیل قضیه. روایت ترامپ در شبکه اجتماعی ترور سوشال اعلام کرده با تعلیق بمباران و حمله به زیرساخت‌های حیاتی ایران به مدت 2 هفته موافقت کردم. اون رو آتش بس 2 طرفه خونده و گفته به بازگشایی کامل، فوری و امن تنگه هرمز مشروط. ترامپ کمتر از 2 ساعت مانده به ضرب الاجل حمله به زیرساخت‌های حیاتی ایران نوشت بر اساس گفتگوهایی که با شهباز شریف نخست وزیر پاکستان و عاصم منیر فرمانده ارتش پاکستان داشتم، از من خواستند نیروی مخربی را که قرار بود امشب علیه ایران به کار بگیرم متوقف کنم. اکنون من با تعلیق بمباران و حمله به ایران به مدت 2 هفته موافقت میکنم.
Guys, I'm monitoring the subtitles. They're pretty good. Like the subtitles are pretty good. If, like I said, if there's some sort of translation that's completely like inaccurate, I will pause it, I'll say it, but so far like the subtitles are pretty good. Like I'm actually really impressed with this.
مشروط بر اینی که جمهوری اسلامی ایران با بازگشایی کامل، فوری و امن تنگه هرمز موافقت کند. این یک آتش بس 2 طرفه خواهد بود. ترامپ دلیل این تصمیم را
Okay, like this is wrong. Like that's not Trump. It's supposed to be Trump. So, okay, like there's an example of like the auto-generated subtitles from Persian to English didn't work out too well. It's not Trump. It's Trump. There you go. There you go. Guys, I told you I'd point it out.
تحقق همه اهداف نظامی و حتی فراتر از آن اعلام کرد و گفت ما همچنین در مسیر دستیابی به یک توافق قطعی درباره صلح بلند مدت با ایران و صلح در خاورمیانه بسیار پیش رفتیم. ما یک پیشنهاد 10 بندی از سوی ایران دریافت کردیم و معتقدیم این پیشنهاد میتواند مبنای قابل اجرایی برای مذاکره باشد. گفته تقریباً درباره همه موضوعاتی که در گذشته محل اختلاف میان آمریکا و حکومت ایران بوده توافق حاصل شده و این دوره 2 هفته‌ای میتواند فرصتی فراهم کند تا توافق نهایی تکمیل شود. آخرش هم گفته از طرف ایالات متحده به عنوان رئیس جمهور و همچنین در نمایندگی از کشورهای خاورمیانه برای من افتخاره که این مسئله طولانی مدت اکنون به حل و فصل نزدیک شده. این اون چیزیه که تا اینجا اعلام کردن. اصل توافق 2 هفته‌ای به نظرم دو تا آتش بس دو تا نکته خیلی مهم توش هست. اول اینی که برقراری آتش بس به نفع آمریکاست 2 هفته‌ای. چرا؟ و به ضرر جمهوری اسلامی. الان تعداد زیادی نفتکش و کشتی در خلیج فارس گیر افتادن. اگر 2 هفته جمهوری اسلامی تنگه رو باز کنه، تمام این نفت و گازهایی که الان هست به بازار تزریق میشه. ترامپ میتونه مسئله انرژی رو کنترل بکنه. الان نفت وست مال تگزاس و نفت برنت یکیشون $110 یکی $114 در بشکه بالا رفته بود به دلیل ناامن شدن تنگه هرمز. ظرف این 2 هفته حتی اگر توافق دیگه به دست نیاد، توافق کامل، و حتی اگر جنگ هم از سر گرفته بشه، اینی که 2 هفته بازار نفت و گاز بیشتری بهش تزریق بشه، اون بحران انرژی رو که ترامپ میخواست کنترلش بکنه میاره پایین. و بعد حتی اگر جنگ دوباره از سر گرفته بشه، نفعش به نفع آمریکا اینه که بازار نفت رو تا حد زیادی کنترل کرده، کشتی‌هایی که در خلیج فارس بودن نجات پیدا کردن و آمریکا هم 2 هفته فرصت داره که ناو هواپیمابر جورج بوش و USS باکسرش برسن به منطقه. جمهوری اسلامی تا امروز میگفت آتش بس رو ما قبول نمی‌کنیم. هم بقایی گفت، هم یه مقام دیگه شون گفت اسماعیل بقایی سخنگوی وزارت خارجه گفت آتش بس اینجوری به نفع آمریکاست، به ضرر ماست و منطقه نمیپذیریم. گفت اونا میتونن برن شرایطی فراهم کنن که بعد از 2 هفته دوباره بیان سراغ ما بعد از آتش بس. چرا الان جمهوری اسلامی اینو پذیرفت؟ به دلیل فشار شدید ترامپ. اصولا در روابط بین الملل میگن مرز ایستادن رو شدت تهدید مشخص میکنه. شدت تهدیدی که ایالات متحده به کار برد خیلی خیلی زیاد بود. تهدید کرد به نابود کردن نیروگاه‌ها، پل‌ها و حتی ترامپ گفت چیزای دیگه که میتونست منظورش پالایشگاه‌ها باشه. شدت تهدید به حدی رفت بالا که جمهوری اسلامی جا زد. آتش بس 2 هفته‌ای رو پذیرفت. فرض کنیم حتی آتش بس بعدم مثلا جمهوری اسلامی اون شرایط 4-5گانه آمریکا رو نپذیره. فرض کنیم نپذیره. خب دوباره اگر جنگ شروع بشه، آمریکایی‌ها بازار انرژی رو کنترل کردن و قوای بیشتری هم در منطقه آوردن، یه تجدید قوام کردن. اما اگر شرایط رو بپذیره جمهوری اسلامی، شرایط آمریکا رو، خب شرایط آمریکا از قبل از جنگ.
Okay, guys, this part's really important. So he's basically speaking about the same thing that Armin and I have said to you, where if the Islamic regime accepts these so-called conditions, that's basically going to be viewed as a surrender, and like it's going to be very bad for the regime. It's going to be very, very bad for the regime. Right?
12 روزا معلوم بوده، الان هم معلومه. اونا 4-5 تا حرف مشخص دارن. در مورد هسته‌ای میگن غنیسازی باید 0 بشه. میگن تأسیسات سگانه نتنز و فردو و اصفهان باید جمع‌آوری بشه. بازرسای آژانس بین‌المللی انرژی اتمی دسترسی کامل داشته باشن و اورانیوم غنی شده 10 تن داره جمهوری اسلامی که 440-50 کیلوش به شدت غنی شده است، اینا باید از ایران خارج بشه. این در مورد هستی. در مورد موشکی هم میگن تعداد موشک‌ها باید محدود بشه، برد موشک‌ها محدود بشه. و من معتقدم بعد از این حملات موشکی که جمهوری اسلامی به اسرائیل کرد و مخصوصا حملات موشکی و پهپادی که به کشور حوزه خلیج فارس کرد، آمریکا سختگیری بیشتری خواهد کرد، حتی نسبت به هسته‌ای سختگیری بیشتر، که توان موشکی جمهوری اسلامی رو محدود کنه. تا قبل از جنگ اخیر آمریکا میگفت جمهوری اسلامی برد موشکاش رو به زیر 500 کیلومتر، یه جاهایی هم میگفتن 300 کیلومتر محدود کنه. خب سوال اینه آیا کشور عضو شورای همکاری خلیج فارس که این همه موشک بهشون شلیک شده، عرض خلیج فارس هم کمتر از 300 کیلومتره، آیا اونا قبول میکنن جمهوری اسلامی برنامه موشکیشو داشته باشه و بعد این برنامه موشکی رو حفظ کنه در توافق با آمریکا؟ به نظر
Oh my gosh, guys, we got like the most amazing question ever. Someone's like, is the Bush on the way? Yeah, you know, actually 100% Bush Senior is totally on the way right now to free Iran, right? Like Bush Senior is flying a B-2 and they're on the way. They're literally on the way. Guys, this is how bad the bots have become that they can't even keep track of like which president is the president of the United States. Is the Bush on the way? Yeah, okay. Sure. Even if he means the carrier, like even that's like a retarded comment to make. But I'm going to pretend that they're talking about the Bush. Cuz that's the Bush. That's just too funny. Come on. We've already spoken about the USS Bush. Come on.
نه آمریکا اینو قبول میکنه، نه اسرائیل اینو قبول میکنه، نه کشور منطقه. بنابراین حتی اگر بخوان مذاکره کنن یکی از شدیدترین جاهایی که با هم اختلاف پیدا خواهند کرد سر موشک. موضوع سوم سر نیابتی هاست. آمریکا میگه باید این الگوی نیابتی ها جمع بشه. و موضوع چهارم هم سر تنگه هرمزه که جمهوری اسلامی دیگه از این کارا نکنه. جمهوری اسلامی همینطوری که الان شرایط رو خوندم براتون میگه که باید جنگ متوقف بشه، تضمین بدن که دیگه شروع نمیشه، خسارت ما رو بدن، تنگه هرمز هم اونجوری که ما میخوایم داره. آیا آمریکا و جمهوری اسلامی میتونن در این 2 هفته به یک توافق بزرگ برسن؟ جمهوری اسلامی نشون داده به توافق بزرگ فعلا توجه نداره. یعنی نمیخواد از هسته‌ای، موشکی و نیابتی عقب نشینی کنه. اما تجربه تاریخ جمهوری اسلامی نشون داده جمهوری اسلامی موقع فشار اقتصادی شکننده بهش میاد، موقع فشار نظامی میاد که بقاش به خطر میفته، عقب نشینی میکنه. 2 تا نمونه بزرگم داره. یکی جنگ ایران و عراق، یکی قضیه برجام. در هر دو مورد، یکیش در سال 1367، یکی هم در سال 1394. در هر دو مورد بعد از فشارهای شدید اقتصادی و بعد از شکستهای شدیدی که ساختار حکومت رو به بقا انداخت، به بقاش رو به خطر انداخت، جمهوری اسلامی عقب نشینی کرد. در سال 67 قطعنامه 598 رو پذیرفت، جام زهر رو نوشید.
Okay, so سال 67, that's not actually 2018. That's I think that's like 1988. So 67 refers to 1988. That just was not the accurate, like the accurate date translation. But 67 is 1988.
و در سال 1394 خامنه‌ای در هسته‌ای عقب نشینی کرد.
And then 94, that's not 2015. Wait, I mean, oh, it could be. 1394 to Gregorian. What? Iranian. Oh, okay, so that is 2015. Okay, so this one is accurate. Okay, so here when he says 2018, he's actually referring to 1988. So this date wasn't accurately translated. However, 2015, that's the correct translation. So YouTube got one date wrong but got the other one right.
در سال 67 قطعنامه 598 رو پذیرفت، جام زهر رو نوشید خمینی و در سال 1394 خامنه‌ای در هسته.
Oh, what's the cup of poison? So let me pull it up here. So he's referring to resolution. So UN Security Council Resolution 598, which was adopted unanimously on July 20, 1987, which demanded an immediate ceasefire, troop withdrawal to international borders, and repatriation of prisoners of war to end the 8-year Iran-Iraq war. After mounting military losses and economic strain, Iran accepted the resolution in July of 1988, which is what he's saying, officially ending the war in August of 1988. So basically what he's saying is this was like a poison cup for Khamenei, one of the main ones, or for the Islamic regime at the time, is because this kind of made it's basically just a metaphor for how that was how that resolution was not helpful for the Islamic regime to look powerful and strong. Remember, guys, keep in mind, like I've always said, the Persian language is very poetic, right? So when he's saying Khomeini is the previous supreme dictator. When he's saying Khomeini drank the cup of poison, it's not literal. It's not like Khomeini actually drank a cup of poison. This is just, we have a lot of various like idioms and phrases in the Persian language. A lot of it is very poetic. So this is figurative. It's not literal. So it just means, he basically, whatever happened, it was bad for him. So yeah, remember, Persian is very poetic. So even our phrases are like very poetic. But yeah, so that's what it is.
در سال 67 قطعنامه 598 رو پذیرفت، جام زهر رو نوشید خمینی و در سال 1394 خامنه‌ای در هسته.
Yeah, someone's actually giving a good example. So when he says like he drank the cup of poison, it's kind of like he had to swallow his pride. That's kind of like the equivalent of what's happening here.
عقب نشینی کرد، برجام پذیرفت. چرا این اتفاق افتاد؟ درست مثل الان موقعی که فشار شکننده میشه جمهوری اسلامی میره عقب. موقعی که بقاش
Guys, are you enjoying this, by the way? Because like I'm paying attention more to what he's saying than I am to the chat. But like, are you guys actually enjoying this? Like, are you able to like follow along with like the subtitles and kind of keep along with what he's saying? Like, is this actually like worthwhile for you? Like, do you find value in this? Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I'll continue. Yeah. Like, guys, so this is basically like, so whenever I end Iran Revolution live, this is basically what I watch on my own when I'm done live streaming for you guys. So yeah, like this is pretty much how I end my evenings. So, all right. Okay. I'm glad you guys are enjoying.
خطر میفته میره عقب. در سال 67 قطعنامه 598 اول نمیخواستن بپذیرن. قطعنامه 598 در تیر 66 تصویب شده بود.
I was just about to go do something. So again, just here, when he's speaking about resolution 598, he's not referring to 2018, he's referring to 1988. And then here he's referring to 1987. So I just want to make that clear. So resolution 598, again, that's with the Iran-Iraq war. So just change the dates there. Change the dates. It's not 2018 or 2017. It's 1988 and 1987.
در سال 67 قطعنامه 598 اول نمیخواستن بپذیرن. قطعنامه 598 در تیر 66 تصویب شده بود. 1 سال قبل از پذیرفتن. جمهوری اسلامی نمیپذیرفت. عراق پذیرفته بود. جمهوری اسلامی نمیپذیرفت. جمهوری اسلامی حس میکرد که قوی تره. نمیپذیرفت. بعد که سلسله شکست ها انجام شد با شکست پذیرفت. در فاو در 28 فروردین 1367 فاو رو از دست داد. 1 ماه بعدش اراضی تصرف شده در دشت شلمچه در کربلای 5 از دست داد. 1 ماه بعد در 4 تیر ماه جزایر مجنون از دست داد. 23 تیر مجبور شد از حلبچه عقب نشینی کنه. روز بعدش در جنوب عراق عملیات کرد. در منطقه عین خوش شکست سختی خورد. ایران 20,000 اسیر داد در اون روزها. بعد نظام داشت سقوط میکرد. پیشروی عراق خیلی زیاد شده بود. به جاده اهواز خرمشهر رسیده بود. در مجموع به این نتیجه نظام رسید که ما باید قبول کنیم. یکی اون شکست‌های نظامی باعث شد و یکی هم وضعیت اقتصادی که خراب شده بود در آستانه فروپاشی بود. یک نامه روغنی زنجانی رئیس وقت برنامه بودجه به میرحسین موسوی نخست وزیر می‌نویسه، میگه وضع اقتصادی دیگه صفره، ما پول جنگو نمیتونیم. اون شکست‌های نظامی و این وضعیت اقتصادی رفسنجانی اینا رو برد.
Guys, remember yesterday I was explaining to you the dynamic between Rafsanjani and Khamenei, right? So we spoke about that very briefly. So guys, here again he's getting into the intricate details of, you know, like Islamic regime politics that you never hear in like Western or, you know, mainstream media. So Rafsanjani was this dude. He was basically murdered by Khamenei. Okay, so yeah, here's like an obituary thing. So this guy was murdered by Khamenei because he was one of the, I guess, they call him the founding fathers of the Iranian Revolution. I mean, that's like an insult to Americans, but anyways. So he was one of like the main people, and he was just as evil, right? And then, oh, guys, you know what? I actually know a joke about Rafsanjani. دوستان من یه joke راجع به رفسنجانی میدونم از بچگیم. I don't know a lot of like Iranian jokes, but I know one joke about Rafsanjani. Should I share it? I can only say it like the joke only makes sense in Persian, right? So, okay, دوستان خب میدونید مثلا به رفسنجانی میگفتن کوسه دیگه. Okay, so there's a joke. حالا یادم نیست که چجوری شروع میشه، ولی چی میدونم انگار مثلا رفسنجانی میره شنا بکنه، بعد غرق میشه، بعد چجوری جنازه‌شو پیدا میکنن وقتی که میبینن که کوسه ها دورش دایره بستن و دارن میگن زنداداش باید برقصه، چون که بهش میگفتن کوسه. So something like that. I can't remember the exact joke. I don't know, man. Does that make sense? There was some sort of joke like that که انگار کوسه ها داشتن باش جشن میگرفتن و میگفتن مثلا چه میدونم نه زنداداش. I don't know, something like whatever. I can't remember what it was, but I don't know. Something about sharks cheering him on and saying he has to dance or something because, you know, he's like a kuse like them. Oh, نه ببین میدونی رفسنجانی نبود، زن رفسنجانی بود، زنش بود. Okay, that's the joke. So زن رفسنجانی میره شنا بکنه، بعد غرق میشه چون که داشت چادر چی میدونم حجاب میپوشید، با حجابش غرق شد. بعد اون موقع وقتی که پیداش کردن دیدن که کوسه ها دور جنازه زن رفسنجانی دارن دایره میکنن و چی میدونم دست میزنن و میگن زنداداش باید برقصه. That's the joke. I totally butchered it because I didn't remember. It was something like that. So there you go. Okay. I mean, I could share the joke in English, but it's like, I don't know if it would make sense. So, okay, because all of the like jihadis and ayatollahs, they all like, they all grow these big beards, right? Rafsanjani was never able to grow a beard, right? He was never able to grow a beard. He always basically was like kind of like a hairless jihadi Durka. So a lot of people called him a shark because sharks just, sharks don't grow hair, whatever. I don't ask me why. So there's like this joke that I remember from my childhood, and it was something like, joke. So Rafsanjani's wife went swimming, and then apparently she drowned because her hijab was so heavy. So she drowned, and then the only way that like the search and rescue people were able to find her is because they found a whole bunch of sharks circling the corpse of Rafsanjani's wife, and they were they were clapping, and they were saying, our friend's wife must dance. Our friend's wife must dance, right? So they're basically like, she needs to like get jiggy with it. She needs to get jiggy with it. So there you go. So apparently when like, the joke, when his wife drowned, the sharks were like, oh, one of our family members joined us. There you go. Iranian humor. It's when you explain it, it's not as funny and it doesn't make sense in English, but there you go. So I don't know. Yeah, there was some joke like that. Anyways, there are a lot of jokes about him and like sharks. But this is, so guys, this is Rafsanjani. This is like this was the main rival of Khamenei. Remember, Khamenei is the guy that President Trump just boomed, right? So these were two main rivals, and then Khamenei assassinated Rafsanjani. But you know what's actually really funny is everyone called him a shark because he couldn't grow facial hair. But you know what's interesting is they found him dead in a swimming pool. So the Islamic regime was claiming that he drowned in a swimming accident, which is very weird, right? But anyway, so there you go. So that's who Morad Vaisi is talking about here, right? So when he's talking about so he's going back to like the 1988 war. Oh yeah, of course. Oh yeah, Rafsanjani helped Khamenei become the Ayatollah, and then they backstab. Guys, these people are all like terrorists. They backstab one another all the time, right? There's no honor amongst thieves or terrorists. So yeah.
اقتصادی دیگه صفره. ما پول جنگو نمیتونیم. اون شکست‌های نظامی و این وضعیت اقتصادی، رفسنجانی اینا رو برد پیش خمینی، گفت دیگه نمیتونیم ادامه بدیم. خمینی هم گفت که من جام زر نمی‌نوشم.
Oh wait, curious question. Has Goldie reached the objective? No, I still have my flag and I still wear it. It's just, I was taking a quick break, okay? I got my flag. Objective has not been reached yet.
الانم شبیه اونه دیگه. مسعود پزشکیان گفته یه 2-3 هفته دیگه ادامه پیدا کنه اقتصاد کشور فرو میپاشه. و نگران بودن اگر از امشب نیروگاه ها هدف قرار بگیره، پل ها هدف قرار بگیره و پالایشگاه ها هدف قرار بگیره، خطوط راهن مورد هدف قرار بگیره که داشت میگرفت، نگران بودن که اقتصاد فرو میپاشه. چه فرقی داره با 40 روز گذشته؟ در 40 روز گذشته مراکز نظامی عمدتاً بمباران شد، مراکز سپاه استانی بمباران شد، مراکز بسیج بمباران شد، کلانتریا بمباران شد، پایگاه هوایی بمباران شد، اسکله های نظامی بمباران شد. این برای جمهوری اسلامی قابل تحمل بود، فشار بهش میومد ولی براش قابل تحمل بود. ولی موقعی که ترامپ فشار رو برد بالا، گفت من پل میزنم، نیروگاه میزنم، چیزای دیگه هم میزنم، یعنی بالایشگاه، و اسرائیل شروع کرد به اجرا، پل‌ها رو
Okay, that's just a quick mistranslation. So when he says, when Trump increased the pressure, it's not I will build the bridge or build. It's like I'll hit them, bizanam, like I'll boom them. So it's not actually build. He's saying mizanam, like like when President Trump was saying he's gonna boom the bridges and power plants and other things. So the build is an inaccurate translation on YouTube side.
دیگه میذارم یعنی بالایشگاه. و اسرائیل شروع کرد به اجرا. پلا رو زد. همین تا یکی دو ساعت پیش پتروشیمی امیرکبیر رو زد در ماهشهر. یه پتروشیمی دیگر رو زد. کارخونه آذراب عراق رو زد. حتی آلومینیوم عراق هم گفتن.
Okay, they didn't hit the Azara plant in Iraq. They hit the Azara plant in Arak, which is spelled A-R-A-K. So A-R-A-K. Arak. That's what he's saying. It's Arak. And then they're also saying the Arak aluminum plant. So again, the translation is pretty good. It's just like some of the names, like some of the translations. No. It's not the same as Iraq. Arak is a city in Iran. Iraq is a different country. Here, I'll show you. So wait, let me go back here. So this is Arak. Arak is a city in Iran, right here. It's a city in the central district of Arak County, right? And it's located there. So this, oh, where'd it go? Oh no, we lost it. There you go. There's Arak. There's Arak. So Iraq is here. This is Iraq. This is Arak. So totally different translation. No, it's not the nose of the cat because the cat's head is here, right? These are the ears of the cat. This is the cat's head. And then this is like, kind of like the heart. This could kind of be like the heart of the kitty. I know it sounds similar, but it only sounds similar because in English you say Iraq, but in Persian and Arabic it's actually Arak, right? So one is like however he said it, like Arak versus Arak. So it's different letters, different sounds. However, because there's no g sound in English, it sounds the same, right? All right, I gotta reshare my screen because we lost audio. So let me just reshare the video and then we'll continue. So yeah, he doesn't actually say Iraq. He's saying Arak.
پتروشیمی امیرکبیر رو زد در ماهشهر. یه پتروشیمی دیگر رو زد. کارخونه آذراب عراق رو زد. حتی
Right, he says Arak. Arak versus Arak. So Arak is the country, Arak is the city. So we know that, but because there's no g sound, that's why you guys are thinking like Iraq, but it's not.
آلومینیوم عراق هم گفتن زده.
Arak.
فرق این حملات با حملات قبلی چی بود؟ با 40 روز قبل. این حملات فهرست اهداف استراتژیک بود. اهداف استراتژیک یعنی چی؟ یعنی پل‌ها، نیروگاه‌ها، پالایشگاه‌ها، جاده‌ها، خطوط راهن، فرودگاه‌ها، بنادر، پالایشگاه‌ها، پتروشیمیا. اینا چه فرقی با هدف‌های 40 روز قبل دارن؟ اینها مبانی یک اقتصادن. اگر پالایشگاه هدف قرار بگیرن کمبود بنزین به وجود میاد. کمبود بنزین که به وجود بیاد در سراسر کشور خودشون نشون میده. پل‌ها که هدف قرار بگیرن حمل و نقل متوقف میشه. حمل و نقل متوقف بشه، آرد در کشور توزیع نمیشه. گندم در کشور توزیع نمیشه. بلافاصله کل 90 میلیون ازش متاثر میشه. نیروگاه هدف قرار بگیره، برق از شبکه خارج میشه، قطع میشه، کل کشور رو متاثر میکنه، صنایع رو متاثر میکنه، نارضایتی شدید اجتماعی وجود میاره، آشفتگی اقتصادی وجود میاره. بندرها رو که بزنن واردات صادرات انجام نمیشه. آمریکایی‌ها آماده بودن که خارک رو بگیرن، درآمد نفتی جمهوری اسلامی قطع میشه. مجموع اینها، فرودگاه‌ها هم که داشتن میزدن، مجموع اینا جمهوری اسلامی رو به جایی رسون که اگر الان عقب نشینی نمی‌کرد یه آشفتگی استراتژیک وجود می‌اومد. یعنی کنترل اداره کشور از دست دولت خارج میشد. یه آشفتگی بزرگ، یه ابر بحران به وجود می‌اومد. بنابراین عقب نشینی کردن، پذیرفتن. اگر این اهداف استراتژیک مورد هدف قرار می‌گرفت، مثل پل‌ها، مثل نیروگاه‌ها، فولاد که شروع کرده بودن، توان ادامه جنگ جمهوری اسلامی رو هم کاهش میداد در دراز مدت و حتی در مواردی در کوتاه مدت. یعنی پتروشیمیا اگر زده میشد، خوراک خیلی از کارخونه‌ها قطع میشد که پتروشیمیا رو داشتن میزدن یکی یکی. پل‌ها رو اگر بیشتر منفجر میکردن، حمل و نقل در کشور متوقف میشد. نیروگاه‌ها رو از هم میزدن، خب صنایع همش میخوابید، غیر از خونه‌ها و جاهای دیگه. بنابراین جمهوری اسلامی که یه حکومت ایدئولوژیکه، از ایدئولوژیش کوتاه نمیاد، از آمریکا ستیزی کوتاه نمیاد، از اسرائیل ستیزی کوتاه نمیاد. من بعید میدونم اینا از این کوتاه نمیان. ولی چون عملگراست، به این معنا که جمهوری اسلامی باید بقا پیدا کنه و سرنگون نشه، حالا که فشار شدید بهش اومد، رفت عقب. در مقابل آمریکا رفت عقب. حالا آمریکایی‌ها 2 هفته فرصت دارن. اگر این 2 هفته منجر به صلحی شد که آمریکا میخواد، خب آمریکا میگه خب ما از قبل از جنگ 12 روز هم شرایطمون رو گفته بودیم، تسلیم بی قید و شرط، جمهوری اسلامی هسته‌ای نداشته باشه، موشکیش محدود باشه، نیابتی هم حمایت نکنه. اگر جمهوری اسلامی اینا رو بپذیره، آمریکا میگه که ما که از گذشته دنبال این بودیم که بپذیره. اگرم نپذیره، آمریکا یه فرصت 2 هفته‌ای پیدا کرده، بازار نفت و گاز رو آروم میکنه، کشتی‌ها میرن بیرون، نفت و گاز میره منطقه، کشتی‌هایی که در منطقه گیر افتاده بودن میرن بیرون، ذخایر سامانهای پدافندیشون رو دوباره پر میکنن، ناو یو اس اس باکسرشون هم میرسه، ناو جورج بوششون هم میرسه، با قوای بیشتر میان سراغ جمهوری اسلامی. یه بار عرض کردم اینو در جنگ ایران عراق جمهوری اسلامی این بلا سرش اومد، در اوج شکست و موقع داشت اقتصادش فرو میره، اینو پذیرفت. یه بارم در قضیه برجام بود. در قضیه برجام اوباما تحریم‌های فلج کننده رو گذاشت روی جمهوری اسلامی و در سال 91 اینا دیگه به اوجش رسید. موقع به اوج رسید تحریم‌های فلج کننده که نفت رو دیگه اجازه نمیداد کسی از ایران بخره، خامنه‌ای علی اکبر صالحی وزیر خارجه وقت رو فرستاد عمان، گفت برو با عمانیا مذاکره کن که مسئله رو حلش کنیم. چرا؟ چون فشار شدید اقتصادی بهش اومده بود، داشت میپاشید از هم. احمدی نژاد هم رئیس جمهور بود، علی اکبر صالحی میره پیش احمدی نژاد، احمدی نژاد قبول نمیکنه، میره پیش سعید جلیلی دبیر شورای عالی امنیت ملی، اونم قبول نمیکنه، ولی صالحی میگه من مجوز خامنه‌ای رو داشتم رفتم. بعد میره با اونا، با آمریکایی‌ها مذاکره میکنه. بعد خامنه‌ای اجازه داد برای اینی که این توافق به دست بیاد، چون جمهوری اسلامی اقتصادش داشت از دست میرفت در اثر تحریم فلج کننده، اجازه داد در انتخابات حسن روحانی پیروز بشه. میتونست اجازه نده پیروز بشه. چرا اجازه داد پیروز بشه؟ خامنه‌ای به 2 دلیل اجازه داد حسن روحانی در انتخابات 92 پیروز بشه. یک، برای اینکه میخواست بگه من در 88 تقلب نکردم. براش خیلی مهم بود که بگه من تقلب نکردم در 88، در حالی که ملت میگفتن تقلب کرده. 2، برای اینکه میخواست با آمریکا توافق کنه. روحانی رو آورد، ظریف آورد، اینا هم رفتن با اجازه خود خامنه‌ای توافق برجام امضا کردن. و بعد چون کارش راه افتاد دوباره شروع کرد به اذیت کردن. پول نفتگیریش افتاد، شروع کرد به حمایت بیشتر از نیابتی ها، رفت دنبال درگیری نیابتی با اسرائیل، یواش یواش دوباره رفت سمتی که ترامپ ازش اومد بیرون دیگه. اما اینی هم که در سال 94 برجام رو پذیرفت ناشی از فشار شدید بود، دقیقاً مثل الان مثل روزهای آخر جنگ که 598 رو پذیرفتن، مثل توافق برجام فشار زیاد بهشون اومد پذیرفتن. برای مردم ایران اما این چه معنایی داره این توافق؟ اول اجازه بدید من آخرین خبرها رو ببینم چون خبر زیاد میاد، بعد الان خدمتتون توضیح میدم که برای مردم ایران چه معنایی میتونه داشته باشه. عربستان سعودی 2 دقیقه پیش از به صدا در آمدن آژیر خطر در مناطق شرقی کشور خبر داد. هنوز آتش بسه لرزان. اسرائیل 4 دقیقه پیش موشک بالستیک جمهوری اسلامی رو منهدم کردیم، در حالی که گفته بود حملات رو متوقف کردیم ما، ولی جمهوری اسلامی بهش حمله کرد. مقام آمریکایی 6 دقیقه پیش حملات ما متوقف شده اما رسیدن دستورها به رده‌های میدانی سپاه طول می‌کشد. باراک راوید خبرنگار آکسیوس به نقل از یک مقام ارشد کاخ سفید نوشت که آتش‌بس عصر سه‌شنبه به وقت شرق آمریکا حوالی 3 بامداد چهارشنبه 19 فروردین آغاز می‌شود. یعنی 2 دقیقه دیگه. این مقام آمریکایی تاکید کرد ارزیابی ما این است که رسیدن دستورات به رده‌های میانی سپاه پاسداران زمان میبره. ببینیم آیا واقعا سپاه متوقف میکنه یا نه. ترامپ هم تصویری از بیانیه رسمی وزارت خارجه منتشر کرده، وزارت خارجه ایران. دقایق پس از انتشار بیانیه وزارت خارجه جمهوری اسلامی درباره پذیرش آتش‌بس و بازگشایی تنگه هرمز در شبکه اجتماعی ایکس، دونالد ترامپ رئیس جمهوری آمریکا تصویری از این بیانیه را با یک جمله کوتاه در شبکه اجتماعی تروسوشال منتشر کرد. بیانیه رسمی ایران. امارات هم 15 دقیقه پیش گفته هنوز در حال رهگیری موشک‌ها و پهپادهای شلیک شده از سمت جمهوری اسلامی هستیم. عراقچی هم گفته عبور امن از تنگه هرمز از طریق هماهنگی با نیروهای نظامی ما ممکن خواهد بود. اگر حملات علیه ایران متوقف شود، حکومت ایران نیز حملات را متوقف خواهد کرد و عبور امن از تنگه هرمز از طریق هماهنگی با نیروهای مسلح ایران به مدت 2 هفته با در نظر گرفتن ملاحظات فنی امکان پذیر خواهد بود. این چیزی که عراقچی گفته. آمریکایی هم که گفته حملات متوقف ما کردیم و شرط آتش بس اینه که جمهوری اسلامی متوقف کنه حملاتو. این از نظر او. اما از نظر مردم ایران، مردم ایران حملات رو در نهایت به شرطی ازش خوشحال میشن که متوقف بشه که جمهوری اسلامی سرنگون میشه. هدف اصلی مردم ایران سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی و اون موقع هم که کشتار دیما را انجام داد جمهوری اسلامی، مردم ایران دنبال دریافت کمک بین‌المللی بودن. اکثر مردم ایران از این حمایت میکردن، از این حملات. این حملات باعث آسیب زدنهای زیادی به جمهوری اسلامی شد. باعث شد که خامنه‌ای کشته شد، شمخانی کشته شد، لاریجانی کشته شد، خطیب وزیر اطلاعات کشته شد، عزیز نصیرزاده وزیر دفاع کشته شد و مجید خادمی رئیس اطلاعات سپاه آخرینش، غلامرضا رضاییان رئیس اطلاعات فرجام کشته شد. خیلی از مقامات جمهوری اسلامی کشته شدن. خیلی از زیرساخت‌های نظامی سپاه از بین رفت. خیلی از زیرساخت‌های ساختار سرکوب از بین رفت. جمهوری اسلامی توان نظامی و سرکوبش ضعیف شد. آیا این حملات کامل متوقف خواهد شد؟ نمیدونیم. باید ببینیم این 2 هفته مذاکره، 2 هفته آتش بس چقدر جلو میره.
Oh wait, did you guys hear کشته شد? Oh, look at this. Guys, your Farsi your Persian is getting so good. Wait, where did he say کشته شد? You guys are learning. Oh, that's so funny. Okay. Let's see.
عزیز نصیرزاده وزیر دفاع کشته شد.
کشته شد. There you go. Oh, wow. You guys are good. Okay, at this point, like you're pretty much like honorary Persian speakers at this point. Sorry, I was dealing with something else. Like I'm like multitasking, right? So I was listening. Yeah, کشته شد. Okay, so guys, کشته. So kusht means killed. Okay, so kusht means killed. Okay, for some reason YouTube is rejecting my comments, but the word kusht means killed, and then should means was. So kushte should means got killed, but it's like the reverse. So just the easiest way to remember is the K, right? So killed in English, that would be kushte, and then the should means was, right? So was killed, kushte should, right? The grammar is like it's backwards to English, but the grammar is like French, because I think French is also like backwards, right? But there you go. Yeah, so oh my god, he keeps on. I didn't even realize you guys would catch that on. Yeah. Once you know which words to listen to, and like once you know the words, it's easy to catch on, right?
اکثر مردم ایران از این حمایت میکردن، از این حملات. این حملات باعث آسیب زدنهای زیادی به جمهوری اسلامی شد. باعث شد که خامنه‌ای کشته شد، شمخانی کشته شد، لاریجانی کشته شد.
Oh yeah, he just said خامنه‌ای کشته شد. Look at that.
باعث آسیب زدنهای زیادی به جمهوری اسلامی شد. باعث شد که خامنه‌ای کشته شد، شمخانی کشته شد، لاریجانی کشته شد، خطیب وزیر اطلاعات کشته شد، عزیز نصیرزاده وزیر دفاع کشته شد.
He's basically saying they're all dead, right?
و مجید خادمی رئیس اطلاعات سپاه آخرینش، غلامرضا رضاییان رئیس اطلاعات فرجام کشته شد. خیلی از مقامات جمهوری اسلامی کشته شدن.
Also see how he like, do you see how he's like super casual about it too? He's just like, yeah, this one's dead, that one's dead, they're all dead. This is the newest cutlet, they're all dead. Because he hates the Islamic regime as much as everyone else, right? So yeah, like he's one of our best analysts, and we all appreciate him and respect him very, very much. Yeah, kusht means like pad, like they've been exterminated.
خیلی از زیرساخت‌های نظامی سپاه از بین رفت. خیلی از زیرساخت‌های ساختار سرکوب از بین رفت. جمهوری اسلامی توان نظامی و سرکوبش ضعیف شد. آیا این حملات کامل متوقف خواهد شد؟ نمیدونیم. باید ببینیم این 2 هفته مذاکره، 2 هفته آتش بس چقدر جلو میره. از روز جمعه که مذاکره میکنن، مذاکرات چجوری پیش خواهد رفت؟ آیا کلاً 2 هفته طول میکشه آتش بس؟ یا نه مذاکرات به جایی نمیرسه، با هم درگیر میشن، دوباره شروع میشه؟ یا نه اصلا مذاکرات خوب پیش میره، بیشتر از 2 هفته آتش بس تمدید بشه؟ این 3 تا حالت ممکنه به وجود بیاد. 2 هفته آتش بس، حالت دوم اینی که مذاکرات خوب پیش میره، آتش بس بیشتر تمدید بشه. حالت سوم اینی که نه اصلا وسطش دعواشون میشه، دوباره حمله بکنن به هم دیگه. به هر حال ترامپ میخواد از این استفاده کنه برای اینی که بازار نفت رو آروم بکنه و نیروهای آمریکا برسن به منطقه که اگر مذاکرات به جایی نرسید دوباره حمله رو شروع کنه، یا نه اصلا در حین مذاکرات از رسیدن نیروهای آمریکا به عنوان اهرم استفاده کنه. از اینی که بازار نفت دیگه بحرانی نیست، به عنوان اهرم استفاده کنه. آیا جمهوری اسلامی از آمریکا ستیزی و اسرائیل ستیزی دست خواهد کشید؟ به نظرم نه. آیا جمهوری اسلامی اون شروط ترامپ رو میپذیره؟ تا اینجا نپذیرفته. منم چشم آب نمیخوره بپذیره. آیا آمریکا شروط جمهوری اسلامی رو
So this is not a proper translation. He says منم چشم آب نمیخوره که بپریزه. Basically he means like I don't anticipate that the Islamic regime is going to accept President Trump's terms. It's just like an idiom. It's a phrase. So yeah, that this is totally the wrong translation here. Basically, he's basically just saying I don't anticipate that the Islamic regime is gonna like agree to the terms put out by the United States. He's not talking about crying.
پذیره؟ اون که اصلا بعید میدونم. مثلا جمهوری اسلامی میگه نیروهای آمریکا منطقه برن بیرون. آمریکا که اون رو قبول نمیکنه. کشورهای منطقه هم تهدید جمهوری اسلامی رو دیدن، اون رو قبول نمیکنن. به احتمال زیاد غیر از خود مواضع آمریکا که مواضع سختیه، کشورهای عربی حوزه خلیج فارس و اسرائیل هم فشار میارن بر آمریکا که اگر میخواد باش توافق کنه توافق سفت و سختی بکنه. دو تا نکته راجع به مردم ایران عرض کنم. مردم ایران کماکان دنبال سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی هست. آمریکا ممکنه توافق بکنه با جمهوری اسلامی، ممکنه نکنه. تا اینجا هم خیلی ساختارهای نظامی و سرکوب جمهوری اسلامی رو ضعیف کرده. مردم ایران از اون بابت خوشحالن که ساختار نظامی آسیب دیده مال جمهوری اسلامی، ساختار سرکوبش هم آسیب دیده. مردم ایران از چیزی که خوشحال نخواهند شد اینی که آمریکا یه توافقی با جمهوری اسلامی کنه که به جمهوری اسلامی کمک کنه بمونه. مردم ایران از اون خوشحال نخواهند شد. مردم ایران دنبال سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی هست. این یه نکته. نکته دوم اینی که آیا امشب به نیروگاه ها حمله نشد، به پل ها حمله نشد، مردم ایران چه دیدگاهی ممکنه راجع به این داشته باشن؟ در ایران 40 روز اینترنت قطعه. ما صدای واقعی مردم ایران رو نمیدونیم چیه، ولی با اون چیزی که به دست ما رسیده، پیام هایی که به ما رسیده، ما بعضی از خطوط رو در مواضع مردم ایران.
Guys, pay attention to this part because now he's about to Mardom. Yeah, Mardom is people. Mardom means people. Yeah. So pay attention to this part because now he's about to talk about the lack of internet and also what people in occupied Iran are thinking. Oh no, look, there's like another troll now. Oh my gosh, these trolls. دیوونه. خب خامنه ای ببین چرا هنوز خامنه ای رو دفن نکردن؟ بدبخت بیچاره اومدی اینجا برا من میخوای چی میدونم توییت بذاری، ولی چرا هنوز خامنه ای رو چی میدونم دفن نکردن؟ بدبخت خیلی دلم برات میسوزه. وای خامنه ای کشته شد. دوست به 40 خامنه ای داریم میرسیم هنوز دفنش نکردن. وای چقدر زشت. او مای گاش. تنها کاری که میتونین بکنین میخواین بیاین تو چت من فوش بدین. بدبخت. این لیاقتتونه دیگه. این لیاقتتونه. عیبی نداره. بلاکتون میکنم. بیچاره. All right, let's continue because now this is the part where he's going to talk about what Iranians, have to say, even though the internet has been cut off. Oh, wish you had subs for what I was saying. Oh, basically I just said, like you poor person, right? Like you must be so desperate. Like you guys haven't even been able to bury Khamenei yet. And, we're coming up to like his 40th day memorial. And, usually like the 40th day is a big deal, but you haven't even buried him yet. So how are you going to have like his 40th? Meanwhile, you're coming into like my chat and like swearing because you have nothing better to do with your life. And I was just like, you poor unfortunate person. I feel bad for you. And then I just blocked them. There you go.
کاملا میتونیم تشخیص بدیم. ولی
let me go back a little bit.
پیام هایی که به ما رسیده، ما بعضی از خطوط رو در مواضع مردم ایران کاملا میتونیم تشخیص بدیم، ولی که اینترنت قطع کردن. اینی که مردم ایران دنبال سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی کاملا واضحه. اکثریت مردم دنبال سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی. اینی که مردم میگن حملات به شرطی، جنگ به شرطی متوقف بشه که جمهوری اسلامی سرنگون شده باشه، اینم میشه تو کلام مردم سنجید. ولی یه نکته سوم هم در پیام مردم هست، اینی که امشب نیروگاه‌های کشور نابود نشده، پل‌های کشور نابود نشده، پالایشگاه‌های کشور نابود نشده، به نظر من اکثر مردم خوشحال خواهند شد و جای خوشحالی هم داره که زیرساخت‌های کشور از بین نره. اینی که زیرساخت‌های کشور آسیب نبینن، نیروگاه‌ها، پل‌ها، پالایشگاه‌ها حفظ بشه، من فکر می‌کنم اکثریت قریب اتفاق مردم ایران اینو دوست دارن. ولی نکته سوم، آیا به این معنای این خواهد داشت که مردم ایران از تلاش برای سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی دست برخواهند داشت؟ نه. مردم ایران کماکان دنبال سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی خواهند رفت. آیا این به این معناست که جنگ تموم شد؟ نه، به نظرم هنوز نمیشه به اینجوری گفت که جنگ تموم شد. 2 هفته آتش بس نشون داده اوضاع که به هر سمتی ممکنه بره. حتی ممکنه 1 ساعت دیگه بگن آتش بس رعایت نشد، میخوایم بجنگیم. مسیر نهایی این جنگ هنوز معلوم نیست. جمهوری اسلامی فعلا عقب نشینی کرده، تنگه هرمز رو باز کرده. آمریکایی‌ها ما خداشونه 2 هفته وقت دارن دیگه. یعنی از زاویه آمریکا که نگاش میکنیم منطقیه. آمریکا میگه من میخواستم این شروط منو بپذیره، خب الان 2 هفته باش مذاکره میکنه. یا شروط منو میپذیره، هسته‌ای و موشکی و نیابتی، یا نمیپذیره. اگر پذیرفت خیلی خب، آمریکا نظرات خودشو تحمیل کرده بر جمهوری اسلامی. اول ضعیفش کرده، توان جنگی و سرکوبش رو ضعیف کرده و بعد آورده پای میز مذاکره که تسلیمش کنه سر میز مذاکره. چیزی که ترامپ میگه صلح از طریق اعمال قدرت. آمریکا میگه اگر این شد که ما بردیم، که شرایطمون رو تحمیل کردیم، یه توافق صلح به دست میاد. اگر هم نشد، 2-3 تا برد داشتیم در این 2 هفته. یکی اینی که بازار نفت و گاز بحرانش فروکش میکنه با باز شدن تنگه هرمز. 2، امکان پیدا میکنیم سامانه‌های پدافندی رو تقویت کنیم. 3، امکان این پیدا میکنیم ناو یو اس اس باکسر تفنگداراش و ناو هواپیمابر جورج بوش هم برسن منطقه. موقع رسیدن اگر جمهوری اسلامی توافق نکرد، با قدرت بیشتری جنگ رو علیه شروع. آمریکا اینجا بازنده قضیه نیست. جمهوری اسلامی مجبور شد نسبت به 24 ساعت گذشته از حرف خودش برگرده. چون حرفش این بود که اگر آتش بس باشه ما نمیپذیریم، منطق نداره. بقایی گفت دیگه، گفت منطق نداره، چون اونا میرن از این 2 هفته استفاده میکنن برای که خودشون رو قوی تر کنن. ولی معلوم شد زور آمریکا پرزور بود، جمهوری اسلامی جا زد و رفت عقب. اجازه بدید که خبرها رو ببینیم، بعد بقیه نکاتی رو که به ذهنم میرسه خدمت شما بگم. ببینیم آخرین خبرها چیه. لینزی گرام، سناتور ارشد جمهوری‌خواه، گفته امیدوارم بشود با دیپلماسی به دوران ترور و خشونت حکومت ایران پایان داد. تصویری از پست دونالد ترامپ درباره آتشبس 2 هفته‌ای با حکومت ایران رو منتشر کرد. ابراز امیدواری کرد که آمریکا بتونه از طریق دیپلماسی به دوران ترور و خشونت حکومت ایران پایان بده. گفته مثل همه امیدوارم که این کار بشه. باید بیاد داشته باشیم که پس از آغاز جنگ جمهوری اسلامی به تنگه هرمز حمله کرد و آزادی کشتیرانی را از بین برد. ضروری است که جمهوری اسلامی برای این اقدام خصمانه علیه جهان پاداشی دریافت نکند. مشتاقم طرح جمهوری اسلامی را در زمان مناسب بررسی کنم و همانند توافق هسته‌ای دوره اوباما برای رأیگیری به کنگره ارائه شود. میخواهم بار دیگر تاکید کنم که از نظر من تمام اورانیوم با قنای بالا باید تحت کنترل آمریکا قرار گیرد و از ایران خارج شود تا از دستیابی احتمالی به بمب کثیف در آینده یا بازگشت به فعالیت‌های غنیسازی جلوگیری شود. اگر بخواهم ساده بگویم شبیه به آنچه در لیبی اجرا شد. این آخرین خبری بود که در این مورد خدمتتون گفتم. اجازه بدید ببینم که از اون خبرهایی که قبل از این خدمتتون داشتم بگم. در روز گذشته 8 تا پل و جاده هدف قرار گرفت. قبل از آتش بس هم به جزیره خارک دوباره حمله شد. در خرمشهر آبادان انفجارهای زیادی بود. تأسیسات کشتی سازی خرمشهر مورد حمله قرار گرفت. در بوشهر به خاطر نگرانی از اینی که نکنه نیروگاه اتمی مورد هدف قرار گیره و تشعشعات به مردم آسیب بزنه، دانشگاه علوم پزشکی بوشهر 180,000 قرص یود در بین مردم توزیع کرد و خبرهای دیگه‌ای که بود مربوط به بمباراناست دیگه که این الان شاید گفتن نداشته باشه. منتها بگم قبل از بمباران که قبل از آتش بس ترامپ گفته بود که اگر آتش بس نکنن من حمله به نیروگاه و پل‌ها رو انجام میدم و یه جمله بعدی هم گفت که ما تمدن از بین میبریم. به نظرم جمله مناسبی نبود، اگرچه آخرش گفت من از مردم ایران حمایت میکنم. یکی از دوستان خیلی جمله جالبی گفت، دوست عزیزم آقای آرش آرامش، میگفت کاش که ترامپ زبونش مثل اوباما باشه ولی عملش مثل خودش باشه.
So here he's criticizing President Trump for using the phrase about like destroying the civilization, because he says it wasn't nuanced enough. So what he's saying is, he heard an interesting comment from his friend, where his friend was like, I wish that President Trump spoke like Obama, like had the same sort of nuances as Obama, but was himself. So there you go. But you know what? No one's perfect. President Trump has his own way of communicating. But you know that guys, that is a legitimate criticism, right? Like that's a legitimate criticism. And yeah, like the way that President Trump spoke, especially for a lot of people, where English isn't their first language, like it does stress people out. So that's what he's saying. He's saying, just kind of wish that he had used a different word than civilization.
چون در مقابل جمهوری اسلامی محکم عمل کرد، به ضرب زور جمهوری اسلامی زد، ولی جملاتی که انتخاب میکنه بعضی موقع جملاتیه که ایرانی‌ها دوست ندارن. به نظرم
that's and this is a fair point. So he's he's saying President Trump is very, very good at being strong against the regime. President Trump is very good at attacking the Islamic regime, but some of the sentences or word choices that choice of words that he uses Iranians don't like. But that just kind of amounts to cultural differences, right? Because again, President Trump is really speaking to his American mega audience. But of course, because the situation involves Iran, there's going to be some cultural differences there in terms of the phrasing he uses. And guys, that's normal, that's natural. He's basically saying Trump has acted perfectly, but sometimes he even says sometimes his choice of words are not necessarily liked, and that's only because of the cultural difference, which is normal, right? It's totally normal to have cultural differences when it comes to language or whatever. Nothing wrong with that. However, he is a big supporter of President Trump, and he's saying that President Trump's actions are fantastic. Choice of words sometimes. And also, he's not even saying that this is his own personal opinion, right? He's not talking about his own personal opinion. He's just explaining that President Trump's, sometimes the words that he uses, Iranians sometimes don't like the particular phrase. However, most people understand it. Iranian Americans definitely get what President Trump is saying. It's more, Iranians who are not familiar with American culture. But again, this is not his opinion. He's just providing an analysis of, what's happening on the ground. So I just want to make that very clear.
چون در مقابل جمهوری اسلامی محکم عمل کرد.
Right? So he's saying he's acting firmly against the regime. Oh yeah, no. Listen, I get that it's refreshing. Listen, this isn't a criticism. I'm just explaining what he means. It's a cultural thing. It's a cultural language barrier thing. That's all it is, right? And I want to make it very clear, no one is criticizing President Trump. He is just explaining to his Persian-speaking audience, that President Trump has always acted very firmly against the Islamic regime, even though sometimes some of the phrases that he uses, the Iranian people might not like, right? So think of how Armin and I are basically like a bridge from like the Iranian Persian world to English. So Murad Vaisi is the opposite. He's like a bridge from like the English side to Persian. So that's why he's explaining this stuff. Again, it's not a criticism. He's just providing context.
به زور جمهوری اسلامی زد، ولی جملاتی که انتخاب میکنه بعضی موقع جملاتیه که ایرانی‌ها دوست ندارن. به نظرم این جمله هم که راجع به اینی که تمدن از بین میبریم جمله خوبی نبود.
And so he's also saying, you know what? I don't think the sentence he used about destroying civilization was the greatest.
گرچه بعدش اومد توضیح داد گفت.
But then he says, although, see, so here's the thing. He says, initially, I don't know if I agree with the sentence, but then are Iranians very formal? Yes, we are very formal. We are incredibly formal. So there you go. But that's all it is. So, but then he says, although he later explained it, he said that everyone knows what I mean, right? So guys, this is what I mean. Like he plays a really, like Murad Vaisi plays a very important role in terms of providing context, right? So even here, he's like, yeah, like some people this and that. And look, listen, Iranians, like we're very formal. We're very formal. So he's basically just contextualizing what President Trump said. Again, it's just like a cultural, it's just a cultural thing. But that doesn't mean that Iranians don't support President Trump. Iranians support President Trump 100%, right? But initially, because we Iranians were very formal with his language, right? Initially, someone reads it, they're like, oh my gosh, what's going on? But then when you read the rest of it, you're like, oh, okay, this makes sense. That's all it is. That's all it is. And it's like a, language cultural barrier, which is totally cool. It's not even a big deal. And then, so he says, later, President Trump explained it and says that everyone knows what I mean. And then he's also saying, and then I also believed that he meant that he wanted to destroy the Islamic Republic, right? So even Murad Vaisi, remember, is basically saying, like, I didn't like how he said that. However, even I understood what he meant, right? President Trump meant that he's going to destroy the Islamic Republic. He was not talking about the Iranian civilization, right? So even in, Persian language media, the messaging is the same. Meanwhile, you have the woke left, the Democrats, the whatever, the jihadis. In English, they're all screaming, blah, 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 genocide, whatever, all that like jihadi nonsense, right? So you still have Democrats claiming, like, or accusing President Trump of like war crimes or I don't know, whatever, genocide, all that like jihadi Durkha nonsense. But as you can tell, on the Iranian side, it was pretty much a non-issue. Like on the Iranian side, people were like, oh, wait, what did he say? Oh, okay, that's what he means, right? And then even Murad Vaisi is saying that. Like even for him, he's like, yeah, he could have used better words, but we all know what he meant, and I agree with him. So there you go. And again, like it's valid criticism. Like there's nothing wrong with criticism. That's perfectly acceptable. But again, like even on the Persian language side, he's basically saying this is what he meant. Like, and it's the exact same thing that Armin and I told you this morning, right? And yesterday, we're like this is what President Trump means. And as you can tell, that's the same messaging being provided on the Iranian side.
مقابل جمهوری اسلامی محکم عمل کرد، به ضرب زور جمهوری اسلامی زد، ولی جملاتی که انتخاب میکنه بعضی موقع جملاتیه که ایرانی‌ها دوست ندارن. به نظرم این جمله هم که راجع به اینی که تمدن از بین میبریم جمله خوبی نبود، اگرچه بعدش اومد توضیح داد گفت همه منظور منو میدونن. منم معتقد بودم منظورش اینه که میخواد جمهوری اسلامی رو از بین ببره، ولی خب بعضی از کلمات باید با دقت بیشتری انتخاب بشن. و قبل از اینی که آتش بس بشه دو طرف خیلی شدید به هم حمله کردن. جمهوری اسلامی
Sorry, I was on mute. So this part is funny because this translates to before the fire was connected, but that's not what it is. Atash bast is ceasefire. So that's a very weird translation from YouTube. So, and before it should be ceasefire, not fire was connected. I guess YouTube is taking Atash bast and translating it into fire being connected, which is kind of funny. So if you ever see the phrase fire was connected, that means ceasefire.
آتش بس بشه دو طرف خیلی شدید به هم حمله کردن. جمهوری اسلامی گفت اگر نیروگاه‌های ما رو بزنن، ما خط لوله نفت شرق عربستان به غرب عربستان در دریای سرخ رو هدف قرار میدیم، بندر ینبوع عربستان رو در دریای سرخ هدف قرار میدیم، خط لوله امارات از خلیج فارس به دریای عمان رو که کمتر از 2 میلیون بشکه نفت منتقل میکنه هدف قرار میدیم. اون خط لوله عربستان 7 میلیون بشکه نفت منتقل میکنه. جمهوری اسلامی گفت با متحدینمون هم میگیم که تنگه باب المندب رو ببندن. خیلی تهدیدهای زیادی کرد و اینی که به همه این هدفها حمله خواهد کرد. روز سه‌شنبه اسرائیلی‌ها یه خبر دیگه‌ای دادن که یه مقام ارشد ستاد کل نیروهای مسلح رو هدف قرار دادن. بعد گفتن باید بررسی کنیم ببینیم چیه. تا الان چیزی نگفتن. رئیس ستاد کل نیروهای مسلح، خب بعد از اینکه باقری و موسوی کشته شدن دیگه کسی نبود. رئیس ستاد کل الان باید محمد رضا آشتیانی باشه که جانشین موسوی بود و از ارتش بود. موقعی که موسوی شد رئیس ستاد کل، یه مدت اومدن احمد وحیدی فرمانده فعلی سپاه رو گذاشتن جانشین رئیس ستاد کل، ولی بعد وحیدی شد فرمانده سپاه. فکر کنم محمد رضا آشتیانی اونجا معاون بود. اینی که اسرائیلی‌ها گفتن یه مقامو زدیم شاید اونه، شاید هم منظورشون علی عبداللهی فرمانده قرارگاه خاتمه. راجع به این آتش بس هم عرض کنم که پاکستان و مصر، ترکیه پیگیر بودن. بیشترین پیگیری رو پاکستان انجام داد. اگر آتش بس به نتیجه برسه و اجرا بشه، برای پاکستانی‌ها اعتباریه که تونستن یه جنگ به این بزرگی رو متوقف بکنن. روز گذشته یعنی همین سه‌شنبه‌ای که الان در درونش در آمریکا هستیم، در ایران شده چهارشنبه، در شورای امنیت سازمان ملل هم قطعنامه بحرین به رأیگیری گذاشته شد راجع به اینه که برای امنیت کشتیرانی در تنگه هرمز چین و روسیه وتو کردن، نشد. چین و روسیه به رغم اینکه بحرین یه مقدار این رو تغییر داده بود، دیگه ماده 42 و فصل 7 منشور نبود که اقدام نظامی رو مجوز میده، ولی چین و روسیه وتو کرد. این آتش بسی هم که اجرا شده تا حد زیادی من فکر میکنم به دلیل اختلافاتی بوده که بین وحیدی و پزشکیان بوده. پزشکیان این روزا خیلی به وحیدی اینا میگفته که اقتصاد کشور داره فرو میپاشه و به نظرم چون تهدید یکی این بوده که اقتصاد کشور واقعا فرو بپاشه و یه آشفتگی اقتصادی شدید بشه، یکی از این میترسیدن، یکی هم از این میترسیدن که ترامپ به حرفش عمل میکنه و شدید حمله میکنه، هم به لحاظ نظامی هم به لحاظ اقتصادی وضعشون خیلی بحرانی میشه. به همین دلیل ترجیح دادن عقب نشینی بکنن راجع به این. آمریکایی‌ها در ساعات گذشته غیر از اینی که لحن رو برده بودن بالا و ترامپ میگفت من دیگه تمدید نمیکنم و میزنم، یه نشانه‌های دیگه نشون دادن که آمادگیشون نشون میداد برای که با حد اکثر قوا بیان. یکی از نشانه‌هایی که نشون دادن و به نظرم عمدن علنیش کردن، اینی که یه هواپیمای بوینگی دارن بهش میگن هواپیمای آخر زمانی که از نبراسکا اینو پرواز دادن. یه هواپیمای بوینگ 112 نفر رو میتونه بگیره. اون هواپیما رو برای دوره‌ای طراحی کرده بودن که اگر جنگ هسته‌ای با شوروی یا چین شد، فرماندهی سیاسی و نظامی آمریکا بتونه داخل اون هواپیما باشه، حتی اگر جنگ هسته‌ای شد بتونه کشور آمریکا رو اداره کنه و جنگ هم اداره کنه. چون بحران با جمهوری اسلامی رفت بالا، اینو روز گذشته بهش دستور دادن از نبراسکا به پرواز در بیاد. نشون میداد آمریکا برای حد اکثر تنش با جمهوری اسلامی آماده است، حتی اگر احتمالش نبود که چین و روسیه وارد بشن. ولی آمریکایی‌ها با این کار نشون دادن که ما اینقدر آماده ایم تنش با جمهوری اسلامی رو ببریم بالا که حتی اگر اوضاع به این سمت بره که جنگ هسته‌ای هم بشه، ما براش آماده ایم. این هواپیما یه هواپیمای مخصوصیه، بوینگ A4 اسمش هست، بوینگ A4 B نایت واچ. یه هواپیماییه که حفاظت از مقامات امنیت ملی و حفظ عملیات دولت و ارتش آمریکا رو در صورت وقوع جنگ هسته‌ای تضمین میکنه. 3 سالن داره هواپیما، 112 نفر ظرفیت داره، برد پروازیش 7000 مایل بدون سوخت‌رسانی و برای موقعی که انفجار هسته‌ای رخ بده یا حملات سایبری شدید باشه و 67 تا آنتن و دیش ماهواره رو میتونه ارتباط برقرار کنه.
Oh yeah, also just wanted to say, like, this guy's, like, his military analysis is top notch. Like, his military analysis is always on point. Like, he's very good. He's very, very good.
ارتباط امن با هر نقطه جهان میتونه برقرار کنه و ساختار کنترل فرماندهی حیاتی کشور آمریکا رو در شرایط جنگی میتونه حفظ کنه. این
Oh, by the way, like, he lives in the United States. You know that, right? How does he know his stuff? Because he's a real journalist and a real analyst, right? Like, guys, I'm very, very, like, I actually, like, I feel bad for you guys because, like, mainstream media reporters and, like, journalists and analysts, like, they're terrible. I'm sorry, when it comes to Iran, they're terrible, right? But as you can see, like, Morad Vaisi, he is a real geopolitical, reporter, analyst, whatever, and he provides the facts. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't listen to me, guys. I listen to him usually. But his analysis is always, like, spot on, right? Because he provides it objectively. He shares facts. He has a lot of input and insight into the Islamic regime. And even, like, when he's sharing news about the United States and President Trump, like, he's just sharing the news. He's not, like, going on personal rants about, I don't know, like TDS or whatever. Like, he's very, very smart. I should have him on one day. Honestly, he's so busy right now. Yeah, this is his name, Morad Vaisi. This is his name. Guys, he is so busy doing, like, his own live streams. Plus, he's, like, one of the main analysts on Iran International. I don't know. I mean, I don't even know how to reach out to him. Like, I will try. No, Morad doesn't listen. Morad basically does not listen to me, guys. That's not a thing. But he's fantastic. As you can see, like, he literally knows his stuff. So Morad Vaisi is fantastic. And yeah, his analysis is always spot on. Like, he provides better news about what's happening in America in the Persian language than the mainstream media in English does. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't know what's happened to English language mainstream media, but I just feel like journalism has really, really gone downhill. And I feel bad for a lot of, like, I just feel bad for Americans and Canadians because, like, when I compare some of the mainstream media journalists in English, compared to, like, Morad Vaisi, like this guy, Morad Vaisi, for example, Like it's literally night and day, right? It's night and day. Like to me, this is real journalism. So this is why I say, like, I literally end every day, like as soon as I'm done my live stream, I will tune into Morad Vaisi and then I just watch Morad Vaisi and I watch his analysis.
برای این بود که اگر سطح تنش به یه حدی رفت که آمریکایی‌ها لازم شد از این شرایط هم استفاده کنن، آماده بودن. اگرچه جمهوری اسلامی موشکی نداشت که اونا رو بزنه، ولی اونا آماده بودن حد اکثر احتیاط رو به خرج بدن. یه خبر دیگه که امروز بود اینه که جمهوری اسلامی 2 گروگان فرانسوی رو که داشت آزاد کرد. یه جورایی امتیاز دادن به مکرون بود، رئیس جمهور فرانسه که از ترامپ فاصله گرفته بود. جمهوری اسلامی سیسیل کوهلر و ژاک پاریس رو که مدت‌ها در زندان‌های ایران بودن آزاد کرد. در واقع ترغیب داشت می‌کرد مکرون رو که این فاصلت رو از ترامپ حفظ.
So, you know what? That's actually something that you guys probably didn't even hear in the mainstream media. So, the Islamic regime, he just said, the Islamic regime released 2 French hostages and gave them back to Macron as a way to reward Emmanuel Macron for distancing himself from President Trump and attacking President Trump, right? Where was this in the mainstream media? Where was this in the mainstream media? 2 French hostages released by the Islamic regime as a reward for Emmanuel Macron attacking President Trump. That's his analysis, right? Where was this in the mainstream media?
اینم از این. اجازه بدید بریم اسامی جاویدنامه رو بخونیم، بعد بریم سراغ پرسش و پاسخ.
Okay, so now we're getting to the point where during his live stream, he always reads some of the names of Iranians who have been murdered and executed by the Islamic regime. So we're now getting to that part of his. So basically, that was his news update. So that was the first 45 minutes. So now he's going to spend a little bit of time reading out the names of some of the people, some of the Iranians who've been murdered by the Islamic regime, the Javid Noms. And then after that, he's going to go to the super chats and the question and answers.
من اسامی جاویدنامه رو میخونم و همونطوری که رسم همیشه این قسمت ما هست، اگه دوستان مایلن بلندشن ادای احترام کنن، اگر نه هر جوری که دوست دارن ادای احترام کنن. من اسامی جاویدنامه رو میخونم، بعد میام آخرین اخبار رو خدمتتون میگم و پرسش و پاسخ هم با هم خواهیم داشت. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن جاویدنام مصطفی میرزایی، 18 ساله، 19 دی، یافت‌آباد تهران عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن جاویدنام علی ربانی، 24 ساله، 18 دی، فلک گاز رشت عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن جاویدنام امیر حسین کیاد دربنسری، 32 ساله، 19 دی، تهران پارس تهران عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن جاویدنام سید عبدالله زمانی، 45 ساله، 18 دی، فردیس کرج عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن جاویدنام علی اکبر هراتی، 19 دی، شهر ری عزیز. سنش رو پیدا نکردم. اگر کسی از دوستان از این جاویدنام عزیز شهر ری سنش رو داره برای من بنویسه که در اسامی 1000 نفر که میخونم وارد کنم. علی اکبر هراتی از شهر ری عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن جاویدنام علی رضا صاحب دل، 29 ساله، 19 دی، رشت عزیز. فرزند
Okay, I'm just interrupting this really quick. We'll get back to it, but we have a new post by President Trump on Truth Social, posted 5 minutes ago. And he says, no one can believe that fake news CNN put out a knowingly false and dangerous statement pretending it came from the upper levels of the Iranian government. It didn't. It was totally made up and posted as a headline for purpose of perhaps inflaming a very delicate situation. It was a new troublemaking site from Nigeria, and CNN just got caught cheating. A very dangerous thing to do. I told you he's playing 5D chess. Yeah, Farzand Iran means child of Iran. It's being translated as like son of Iran, but Farzand Iran is like child of Iran.
ایران و جانفدای میهن جاویدنام حامد رحیمی 19 ساله 19 دی خیابان انقلاب تهران عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن جاویدنام روح الله جمشیدی 29 ساله لیسانس برق 18 دی فولادشهر عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن جاویدنام محمود شیرزاد 46 ساله 18 دی آریا شهر تهران عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن جاویدنام ابوالفضل آزاد 36 ساله برقکار 18 دی اسلام شهر تهران عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن.
Sorry, just to clarify something. When you see like the 18 years old at the end, that's just a mistranslation. What he's saying is Hijdah day, which is January 8. That's January 8. So he says the name, and then he says the age, and then usually he says like their profession or where they're from, and then he says the dates that they were murdered by the Islamic regime. So this isn't actually 18 years old. This is January 8.
اسلام شهر تهران عزیز. فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن جاویدنام امیر عمرانی 25 ساله اهل سبزوار عزیز 18 دی مشهد عزیز. بیمار بوده ولی در خیزش 18 دی حضور پیدا کرده و جانفدا شده.
Right, so he's saying he attended the uprising of 18 years old. That's just a mistranslation. So it's Hijdah day, which translates to January 8.
نفر آخر امشب فرزند ایران و جانفدای میهن جاویدنام محمد صادقی 52 ساله 18 دی قرچک ورامین عزیز. بستگان این عزیز یعنی محمد صادقی در توصیفش نوشتن مهربان، سخاوتمند و سفره‌دار. یاد همشون گرامی. بریم.
So Sofredar, table keeper, it just means he was very generous. Like he was just very generous with like, you know, everything he had. He was very hospitable.
سراغ پرسش و پاسخ با دوستان.
So now he's going to the Q&A with people in his chat, I guess, his live chat.
بعضی از دوستان گفتن که آیا این به معنای اینه که جنگ کاملا تموم شده؟ معلوم نیست. باید ببینیم که نتایج چی میشه. آیا آتش بس منجر به یک توافق بزرگ هم میشه؟ توافق کامل بین ایران و آمریکا؟ یا نه آتش بس به جایی نمیرسه و دوباره حملات رو از سر میگیرن؟ عرض کردم 3 تا حالت داره. ممکنه خیلی سریع مذاکراتشون به هم بخوره و اصلا 2 هفته آتش بس نباشه، با هم درگیر بشن. ممکنه مذاکراتشون خوب پیش بره، بیشتر از 2 هفته طول بکشه و ممکنه هم هست نه در عرض 2 هفته یه توافقی به دست بیارن. باید ببینیم که بین جمهوری اسلامی و آمریکا چی میگذره. خیلی دوستان ناراضیان از آتش بس. طبیعیه که مردم ایران میخوان در اثر این جنگ جمهوری اسلامی سرنگون بشه. بدون سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی مردم آتش بس رو قبول ندارن و اگر هم آمریکا با جمهوری اسلامی به توافق برسه، مردم ایران با جمهوری اسلامی به توافق نمیرسن. مردم ایران مسیر خودشونو میرن در مورد سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی. دوستان گفتن که از یه طرف خوشحالیم از آتش بس، از یه طرف ناراحتیم. کاملا حس طبیعیه. مردم خوشحالن از اینی که نیروگاه ها از بین نرفته، از اینی که پل ها خراب نشده، پالایشگاه خراب نشده و مردم بیشتری کشته نمیشن. از اون طرف مردم موقع خوشحالیشون کامل میشه که جمهوری اسلامی سرنگون میشه. اگر پایان جنگ به این معنی باشه که جمهوری اسلامی سرنگون نشه، نه، مردم از اون بخشش خوشحال نمیشن. اجازه بدید من اینجا سوال رو آتش بس یعنی تسلیم. ببینیم جمهوری اسلامی فعلا که تنگه هرمز رو مجبور باز کنه، این به نفع آمریکاییاست. زمان هم میخرن برای بقیه نیروهاشون بیاد. اگر جمهوری اسلامی شرایطشون رو پذیرفت که اونا میگن از نظر ما جمهوری.
So this is interesting. So even like Morad Vaisi is thinking that the ceasefire means that this, like the ceasefire in some way is allowing President Trump to buy time for the rest of their forces, right? The rest of their forces,
نیروهاشون بیاد.
the rest of their forces to arrive.
اگر جمهوری اسلامی شرایطشون رو پذیرفت که اونا میگن از نظر ما جمهوری اسلامی تسلیمه. اگرم نپذیرفت، خب هم بازار انرژی رو کنترل کردن، همینی که به لحاظ نظامی نیروهای بیشتری در اختیار دارن. دوستان خیلی ابراز نگرانی میکنن از اینی که جمهوری اسلامی با این بمونه. بله، مردم ایران انتظارشون این بود که در این حمله سرنگون بشه، ولی حتی اگر در اثر این حمله هم سرنگون نشه، معنیش این نیست که باقی میمونه. با این اقتصادی که داره، با این توانایی جنگیش که آسیب دیده، با ساختار سرکوبش که آسیب دیده، جمهوری اسلامی در فرایند سرنگونیه. مسئله فقط دیر و زودش. حتی
Guys, so that's really important. So he's saying the Islamic regime is already in the process of being overthrown. The only question is, like, it's just a matter of time, right? Like how soon or how quick the Islamic regime will be overthrown. But it's already in the process of collapsing. Like it has been very, very damaged. So it's just a matter of time.
اگر در آتش بس هم به یه جایی برسه که جنگ تموم بشه، آثار شکست در جنگ برای جمهوری اسلامی و آسیبایی که بهش وارد شده سرانجام میبردش مسیر سرنگونی. ضمن اینه که اون نیروی اصلی که جمهوری اسلامی رو سرنگون میکنه مردم ایرانه. اگر آمریکا و اسرائیل ادامه بدن حمله علیه جمهوری اسلامی، به مردم ایران کمک میکنه. اگر هم ادامه ندن، مردم ایران خودشون راهشون رو پیدا میکنن. مردم ایران که بعد از کشتار دیما نمیان با این حکومت بسازن.
So again, Deyma, that means the month of January. So basically what he's saying is after the January massacre, there's no way that the Iranian people are ever going to accept living under the Islamic regime. So again, this goes, to like the narrative, even amongst Iranians, is that there's no going back. There's no going back. We're going to get rid of the Islamic regime, especially after the January massacre.
جالبه که خیلی از پیام هایی که میگیریم مردم از آتش بس خوشحال نیستن به اون معنی که جمهوری اسلامی نجات پیدا کنه. آیا جنگ تموم شد؟ هنوز نمیشه گفت جنگ تموم شد. باید بریم جلوتر ببینیم. تحولات خیلی بالا پایین داره. ممکنه حتی این آتش بس هم شکسته بشه. ممکنه نه، مذاکرات به جایی نرسه. آیا نمیزنن دیگه؟ گفتن که فعلا متوقف شده حملات. اجازه بدید.
Okay, so that wasn't translated properly. It's not don't they beat you anymore. So they're asking, so are they not going to hit anymore? So they're saying, so is the United States or Israel, are they not going to strike the Islamic regime anymore?
گفتن که فعلا متوقف شده حملات. اجازه بدید آخرین خبر.
Now keep in mind, this live stream was a few hours ago, and while this live stream was going on, Armin and I were sharing news about all the attacks that were happening at that time, right? The Islamic regime going berserk, attacking Israel, attacking like all these other countries. So now he's saying, well, they said they're going to stop the attacks, and then he's like, let me just check the latest news and see what's going on. So now he's going to check for updates, and let's see what updates he finds.
ببینیم که آخر خبرها چیه. نخست وزیر پاکستان: آتش‌بس در همه مناطق از جمله لبنان از همین لحظه اجرا شده. بامداد چهارشنبه 19 فروردین با انتشار پستی در شبکه اجتماعی اعلام کرد جمهوری اسلامی، آمریکا و متحدانشان با برقراری آتش‌بس فوری در همه مناطق از جمله لبنان موافقت کردند و این آتش‌بس از همین لحظه اجرایی می‌شود.
So apparently the Prime Minister of Pakistan said that the ceasefire is going to take immediate effect, which means that as soon as the Prime Minister of Pakistan said that the ceasefire is immediately taking effect, the Islamic regime already launched missiles at Israel and a bunch of other countries. So that was a very, very short-lasting ceasefire.
از هیئت‌های مذاکره کننده آمریکا و جمهوری اسلامی دعوت کرده جمعه 10 آوریل 21 فروردین 2 روز دیگه برای دستیابی به توافقی نهایی با هدف حل و فصل همه اختلافات به اسلام آباد برود. او در این پست حساب کاربری دونالد ترامپ، جدی وانس، مارکو روبیو، استیو ویتکاف، مسعود پزشکیان، محمد باقر قالیباف و عباس عراقچی را اضافه کرده است. ببینیم مذاکرات بین کی برگزار میشه. یه شلیکایی بوده در دقایق گذشته، ولی آمریکا اعلام کرده بود که ممکنه بعضی از واحدهای سپاه پاسداران هنوز از این مطلع نشده باشن.
Yeah, okay. So apparently they're trying to make the excuse that like, oh, maybe some of the IRGC units didn't hear about the ceasefire, right? So if that's the case, that's basically the United States calling out the fact that the Islamic regime is not united or coordinated, right? So they're basically exposing how fragmented the IRGC actually is.
همتون عزیزم پنیک نکنید، جمهوری اسلامی رفتنی شک نکنید. ببینید مردم انتظار داشتن حکومت جمهوری اسلامی در اثر حملات سرنگون بشه. ممکنه سرنگون بشه در اثر حملات، ممکنه نه بیفته بعدش در اثر شکست در جنگ سرنگون بشه. من اعتقادم اینه جمهوری اسلامی در فرآیند سرنگونیه. اگر حملات آمریکا و اسرائیل ادامه پیدا کنه احتمال سرنگونیش خیلی بیشتره. اگر حملات ادامه پیدا نکنه مردم ایران خودشون راهشون رو پیدا میکنن. بارها اینجا دوستان از من سوال کردن که نظرتون چیه؟ گفتم اگر حملات تا آخر بهار ادامه پیدا کنه احتمال زیاد سرنگونش میکنه. اگر هم ادامه پیدا نکنه مردم ایران راه خودشون رو پیدا میکنن. من اینو همیشه در روزهای گذشتم خدمتتون عرض کردم. آمریکا و اسرائیل هم با جمهوری اسلامی نجنگن، مردم ایران بعد از دیما دیگه با این حکومت گفتگویی ندارن. بعد از دیما مردم ایران دنبال سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی. یه چیزم خدمتتون بگم، عالم سیاست بالا پایین زیاد داره. ما مهم اینه که از اون هدفمون که سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی کوتاه نیایم. عالم سیاست بالا پایین زیاد داره. در جنگ 12 روزه شروع شد، همه خوشحال شدن. بعد آتش بس شد، همه ناراحت شدن. بعد بعد تحریم‌های سازمان ملل برگشت علیه جمهوری اسلامی، مردم خوشحال شدن. بعد مذاکرات شد، همه ناراحت شدن. بعد آمریکا و اسرائیل، بعد دیما حکومت مردم رو کشت، مردم در اوج ناراحتی بودن، دنبال کمک خارجی بودن. بعد کمک خارجی اومد و حمله شروع شد، همه خوشحال شدن. خامنه‌ای کشته شد، مردم خوشحال شدن. شمخانی کشته شد، مردم خوشحال شدن. لاریجانی کشته شد، خوشحال شدن. بعد الان که آتش بس شده، مردم میگن که ما انتظار داشتیم سرنگون بشه جمهوری اسلامی، از آتش بس خوشحال نیستیم. از یه طرف مردم از یه حالتی از آتش بس خوشحالن که بالاخره نیروگاه‌ها بمباران نمیشه، پل‌ها بمباران نمیشه، جون مردم هم بیشتر حفظ میشه. عالم سیاست بالا پایین زیاد داره. نگران نباشید. این حکومت موندنی نیست. جون سخته. دیدید دیگه. جون سخته. 7 جون داره و مثل
So جون سخت means that like it's just like it's very oh my gosh, what's the word I'm looking for? Think of like how a cat has like 9 lives. So it's like it's very it's stubborn. It's stubborn. It wants to stick around.
کنم به ایران چسبیده و کندنش از ایران درد و رنج داره. ولی نگران نباشید. اصل قدرت سرنگونی این حکومت از خیزش میلیونی مردم میاد. اون اصل قدرتی که سرنگونیش میکنه. عالم سیاست هم بالا پایین زیاد داره. من زیاد دیدم از این بالا پایینا. در دورانی که هست میبینی مثلا جامعه در حالت ناامیدیه، چند ماه بعدش میره در اوج امید. مگه ما در 1401 اینطوری نبودیم؟ 1401 موقعی که مردم قیام کردن همه خوشحال بودن. قیام موقعی که سرکوب کردن همه مایوس شدن. گفتن دیگه با قیامی رخ نمیده. یادتونه؟ مدام از من میپرسیدن که جامعه منفعل شده قیام نمیکنه. من گفتم نخیر، جامعه قیام میکنه. دوباره قیام دیما رخ داد. عالم سیاست از این بالا پایینا زیاد داره. ما هدف اصلیمون سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامیه. قدرت اصلی هم متکی به مردمه. نگران نباشید. تحولات رو پیگیری میکنیم. فردا صبحم ساعت 7:30 صبح به وقت واشنگتن طبق وعدمون و ساعت 1:30 ظهر اروپای مرکزی.
All right, so he's pretty much done. He's just saying when he's going to go live. Okay, guys, we have a new post from. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed Morad Vesi. I always like his analysis. So there you go. President Trump is totally trolling the Islamic regime right now. Oh my gosh. I need to go to sleep, but President Trump is keeping me awake. Look at this. Okay, guys. So, a big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. They've had enough. Likewise, so has everyone else. The United States of America will be helping with the traffic buildup in the Strait of Hormuz. There will be lots of positive action. Big money will be made. Iran can start the reconstruction process. We'll be loading up with supplies of all kinds and just hanging around. Guys, this hanging around. That means the military is not going anywhere. President Trump is going to be hanging around in order to make sure that everything goes well. I feel confident that it will. Just like we are experiencing in the US, this could be the golden age of the Middle East. President Donald J. Trump. Meanwhile, let's go to Islamic Regime State TV.
رو زودتر فراهم بکنه که وقتی به این نقطه خواهد رسید اعلام
Why did it get canceled? So anyways, it says پیروزی تاریخی ایران در جنگ تحمیل سوم ایران در 40 روز گذشته. So the headline is like something about a big announcement and regarding the unconditional victory of the Islamic regime against the United States. Unconditional victory.
کلام هم از دست داد و شروع کرد توهین کردن و تحقیر کردن ملت ایران. یکی از توییت های آخرش
Oh man, this is not working. All right, let's see if I can find another channel. Guys, Islamic Durka TV is
عصبانیت
talking about
در واقع عصبانیت خودش رو نشون بده و خیلی این روزها میبینید یکی از کلیدواژه های توییت هاشون یا موازی که دارن اعلام میکنن چیه؟ میگن ترامپ چند ده میلیارد دلار خرج کرد تا تنگه‌ای که قبل از جنگ باز بود رو مجددا باز بکنه. با این تفاوت
they're basically just talking nonsense. So now he's just saying president, like they're saying Tehran had to spend $14 billion to open the Strait of Hormuz that was open before the war. This is a humiliating defeat for the United States. The United States is lost, completely defeated. They're humiliated, right? Guys, President Trump is trolling them.
رهبر شهید ما خب داغداره و خونخواهه. این خونخواهی قطعا ادامه پیدا خواهد کرد. ما ملتی هستیم که به پیروزها
Oh man. All right. Let me see if I can find another channel. This one keeps on like dying out. Okay. Here.
است که میتواند تنگه هرمز را کنترل کند. چیزی که قبل
Whoa! Oh my god. Guys, they're sharing Republicans against Trump. Oh! Why is it every single time we go on Islamic regime state TV, guys, I need to go to bed. It's like midnight. It's midnight, and yet look at this. They're posting Republicans against Trump. They're posting posts from Republicans against Trump. So what did we actually achieve from this war? Iran still has enriched uranium, most of its ballistic missiles. The regime is still in power, and now it's shown it can control the Strait of Hormuz, which it didn't have before, and it still supports terrorism across the Middle East. What am I missing? What is this account Republicans against Trump?
مبارکباد داره. سخنگوی سابق وزارت خارجه آمریکا میگه ظاهراً جنگ در حالی رو به پایان است که ایران کنترل تنگه هرمز را در دست گرفته. این ظاهراً نیست و همینه و از آن عوارض میگیرد و تحریم‌های ایالات متحده بر نفت ایران نیز این ظاهرا نیست و باطن همینه و از آن عوارض میگیرد و تحریم‌های ایالات متحده.
Guys, who the heck is Ned Price? Because they're using Ned Price, they're translating his post on X, and they're using it as Islamic regime propaganda to attack President Trump.
عظیمی از خون، ثروت و اعتبار خود را هزینه کرده ایم.
Ew, like this guy is so
جنبه‌های کلیدی از نظر استراتژی.
I don't even want to listen to what the guy is saying. I don't even care what the Durka guy is saying because it's like Durka jihad. I'm more interested in finding out like whose posts they're doing. Like that yeah, this is live on Islamic Regime State TV right now.
دغل‌باز، حیله‌گر، روباه و کفتار صفت شما در مذاکرات 2 هفته‌ای بازی رو به شکل دیگری تغییر.
Oh man, the connection's not good. The regime connections, guys, this is strange. The regime connection is not good. Oh, the media could not be loaded either because the server or network failed. What?
سرخیو بوسکتس.
Okay, the football.
داره‌ترین تیم‌های چند سال اخیر
اونایی که ترامپ رو انتخاب کردن 77 میلیون گمراه هستن که در واقع
Who's this guy? Who's Don Winslow? Don Winslow.
بله. خواهش میکنم. جناب آقای دکتر فؤاد ایزدی عزیز استاد دانشگاه و کارشناس مسائل بین الملل، سلام علیکم، وقت شما بخیر.
سلام علیکم و رحمت الله. خدمت بینندگان هم عرض سلام ادب.
آقای دکتر منم سلام عرض میکنم خدمت شما. برای من یادآوری یک خاطره است. من دقیقاً یادمه.
I don't know what the score was because Khamenei's face. Wait, what? Wait, is Varzish not working now? What's going on?
امور خارجه جمهوری اسلامی ایران در پاس.
حسام عزیز حتما خواهیم پرسید.
There's something weird with the TV channels.
زیادی داره 15 ماده‌ای چه بود که ایران
و وزیر خارجه ما با آرامش، اعتماد و اطمینان گفت حداقل 6 ماه، حداقل 6 ماه. ما در چنین وضعیتی هستیم. اسوسییتد پرس میگه ایران در این 2 هفته از کشتی‌های عبوری تنگه هرمز عوارض دریافت خواهد کرد. این
My gosh, this is wild. This is wild. Oh man, okay. Yeah, this is like Durka Jihadi TV. I can't even handle this. Anyway, so as you know, they're continuing to use propaganda from the Democrats and like the woke
ایمارم عبور کرد و خطای مهاجم برزیلی کاملا ناموفق بود با پیراهن.
The score is 1-1. I don't know what teams are playing, but the score is 1-1. FCB versus RMA. They're tied 1-1. And the network's not working. All right, guys, I think I'm going to call it a night. So this has been very interesting, but I'm not going to watch football with you guys because like sports is great, but I can't be a sports commentator. I tried with the physics space stuff yesterday. That's about as much as I could do. So I will see you guys tomorrow. But guys, I just want to remind you all, do not take what President Trump says literally, right? It's what Mahir Tusi says all the time. Take what he says seriously, but don't take it literally. Okay? Do not take it literally. It doesn't mean that we stop advocating for the people of Iran, but I have a feeling there's something else going on. And we're on an emotional roller coaster right now, but we're going to get to the end. And we will get there. And as you guys saw, Morad Baisi's analysis, even from tonight, was pretty much the exact same thing that Armin and I have been telling you guys. So see you guys tomorrow. I'm only going to play one song. It's going to be Bapish. So God bless America. Am Yisrael Chai. Payande Iran. Javid Shah. See you guys tomorrow.
غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما ترسید گر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها در لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های ملی از من بالین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشور و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی نه چیر خاران نه کاسه لیسان فقط هم رزمان ایرانی تا با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش مردان بیایید داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب